Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you are all well. Thank you for being here. What a fabulous live we just had from the one, the only, the wonderful Time Served. Oh, let me find the right button. There it is. Hi, guys. I hope you're all well. I would love to hear what you're having for dinner tonight. And if you didn't like what you had for dinner, go ahead and tell me what you wish you had. I am grabbing the chat so I can see where everyone's at. Who do I see? Who do I see? I see my friends. That's who I see. We have Rita Williams, we have CRD, we have Terry Westlake, Courtney, Cherry B, Billy Elliott, Shaquille Oatmeal, Monica C, Orlando Chiquita, of course, Stephanie B, Arbitrary Hubris. Hi, guys. Laura in Michigan, starting the night off amazingly. Thank you so much. And I appreciate that. I am wearing a nice little dress today. Thank you, Laura in Michigan. Judy Gardner, thank you for being here. Gracie B, you guys know why we're here. If you don't know why we're here, I've linked things in the script. I don't know if I can recommend it necessarily. No, I do. I totally recommend it. This has been a saga and a half, and it continues tonight. I am going to be making dinner as we deal with this divorce. But uh, we will get started.
Oh, yeah.
Am I garbles? Okay, let me audio out and the in, and then we'll see.
On case number 2210869DM. This is Llewellyn versus Nucala. Today's date is May 22nd, 2023. This is date and time set for our resumption of the motion hearing. This is our day 4. I'll go around the Zoom boxes as you appear to me. I'll state your name. Please state your names for the record. Ms. Belden.
Megan Belden, attorney for plaintiff Andrew Llewellyn.
Ms. Whitman.
Melissa Whitman here for Aishwarya Nucala.
Ms. Nucala.
Aishwarya Nucala.
And Mr. Llewellyn.
Andrew Llewellyn.
Thank you. So, Mr. Llewellyn was on the stand for direct. Ms. Belden, is that how we're going to continue today?
That's right.
And again, just because it's been a couple days, sir, I'll just go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Ms. Belden.
Okay, good morning. We're back up.
Oh, good morning, Miss Belden. Let me know how my audio is now. I did a little unplugging and replugging, but I'm hoping I'm coming through clearer now. If that's not the case, I will work on it. Feedback. Or it's much better now. Okay, great. Awesome. Okay, so reminder who we're dealing with. Right above me here is the wife. Over here is the husband. Up top, we have the lawyers and the judge. Now, this has been many, many days of testimony. This is the, God, where are we? Are we on cross? Or we're on direct examination, I believe, of Mr. Llewellyn. This is a divorce that was already finalized with totally everything settled, and now one of the parties wants to change things, and that is why we are coming back to court. So this is a modification request, basically. Yes. Okay. Also, yes, smash that like button. If you're new here, welcome. This is Kitchen Court Cases. We watch court in my kitchen. We are, also, I am trying out a new live blurring feature that we're going to do when they put up their copious amounts of their emails back and forth because of their personal information. So bear with me as I figure that out today. Larry Beaver will also make an appearance. But yeah, let's get going because we've got a lot, guys. We've got a lot today.
On the record, and Andrew, I think when we last spoke, we were at the point where we were kind of going in chronological sequencing here, where you were you had shared with the court that email that you received from Aishwarya on August 1st of 2021, in which you indicated to Aishwarya indicated to you the desire to get divorced, and that she had filed that morning. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And then I am going to pull up, I think we were talking about you know, your reaction to that and what you were thinking at the time that came in. Were you caught off guard when you received that email from Aishwarya?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your first concern? I'm going to actually share screen here. Let me get to.
Okay, and as you do, I already pre-checked the part. We're good. There's nothing private coming up. It's disturbing, the text message you're about to see on screen, but I'm not using my blur function yet. So just so y'all are aware, I'm just going to let it play. In about an hour and a bit, I do have some blurring to do, but I've already done a little pre.
I'm going to direct you to Exhibit 2 of Exhibit C20. And this is an August 2nd, 2021 text. Do you see at the top that it says Aishwarya?
I'm just going to, is the audio acting up again? I'm going to let them play for a bit. I will be quiet and think about my audio.
Yes.
Do you recognize this text?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And this was received the next day following that email in which Aishwarya told you she was seeking the divorce, correct?
Yes, I got this on August 2nd, 2021.
Okay. Can you read that? Or I guess I would ask that Exhibit 2 to Exhibit C20 be admitted into evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
Admitted.
Andrew, can you read the text that came from Aishwarya to you?
Yeah, it reads, let's talk about it. I'm angry, as you know, and I'm going to drop your gun off at Corey's house because I really want to go kill your fucking mother on her birthday. And then there's a...
On that note here, testing, 1, 2, 3. Am I coming through clearly for you and me? That's the question we have today. That deserves just another read here, guys. Let me just pop up to read this aloud. This is from Aishwarya. She's sending this to Andrew. And we hear her say, let's talk about it. I'm angry, as you know. And I'm going to drop your pew-pew off at Corey's house because I really want to go unalive your fucking mother on her birthday. Birthday cake emoji. What? Oh, I'm so shocked that he wants a divorce, or that you're getting divorced now. That's insane. Why would you write that?
an emoji of a birthday cake.
Okay. And then your first response before you get into other things was, yes, please do that.
Yeah.
Was that referencing taking the gun to Corey's house or something else?
I think so.
Okay.
think it was in reference to taking the gun there. Yeah.
Okay. What is this gun? Could you tell us what the gun is?
Aishwarya bought me a shotgun for my birthday. 12 gauge over under shotgun for my birthday, my 40th birthday, the previous November. That was in, I'd never owned a gun. My family had guns, but that I, you know, because it was kind of like, you know, I'd always wanted a shotgun. So she bought it for my birthday, and it was in, I used it once. It was locked. Well, it was in the guest house in a closet. I had a lock on the trigger, and I had she probably had the key. The key was on my keychain.
Okay. So, so Aishwarya could have had access to that gun in order to take it to someone else's house.
Yes.
Okay. Who is Corey?
Corey is a friend of ours. So Jaffe and Corey were, well, Jaffe's, I assume, still a very good friend of Aishwarya's in Leland, and Corey is her husband.
Okay.
And he had guns, so she was, taking it to his house.
Okay. And why on August 2nd, 2021 was Aishwarya so upset with your mother?
Because her birthday is August 4th. And we had a traumatic family incident over my mother's birthday weekend 2 years prior that Aishwarya was still very upset about. So the arrival of her birthday triggered a lot of anger for Aishwarya.
Okay. Did your mother harm someone in your family?
No.
Did she threaten to harm someone in your family?
Physically?
Yeah.
No.
Did she threaten to harm someone mentally in your family?
No.
No. Okay. So it was it was a family dynamic, but there was no violence per se that going on.
No.
Okay. So did you think this was an over the top
This is where the lawyers make a note, right? And they're like, what did the grandma do? Now we all want to know. Come on, dude.
response by Aishwarya?
Well, sorry, I have my dog with me. I forgot to take her to the kennel, and so I don't see occasionally when you have the picture together. I apologize. It was, well, I would say that I was just very alarmed at what was going on. Aishwarya had been communicating some pretty concerning things for the previous week that I'd been in Pasadena. The day before she had told me she filed for divorce, and she told me she'd wanted to kill herself for a year, but it had been going on for like the week before that. And so I was just generally concerned about her mental state. So I think when I got this text, it was like, I was very alarmed, but I was just kind of trying to stay calm about it. And yeah.
And so what was your what did you do in response to receiving the August 1 letter in which Aishwarya said she'd had thoughts of killing herself for the past year?
Objection. That mischaracterizes the evidence. There's no statement in that letter that states anything of the kind.
Hello, lawyer. How are you?
I'm sorry. When did Aishwarya tell you that she was contemplating harming herself or killing herself?
When we talked on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
She told you that on the phone after the August 1st, 2021 letter was sent to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
We talked that afternoon. Yeah. And I think last time, I testified to that. I said, um, what is, how are we going to pay for this? And she said, I hadn't really thought about that. And I was like, what are your plans for the house and where we live? And she said, I hadn't gotten that far. And then she said that she'd wanted to kill herself every day for the past year, and that she had thought about drowning her. So we live on Lake Leelanau Drive. So we live on Lake Leelanau, just on the non-lake side. And she said she thought about drowning herself in Lake Leelanau, but it would be too cold, and she didn't want to do that to her kids.
Okay.
If you're ever feeling seriously suicidal, please reach out for help. I will put the right numbers in here. In Canada and the US, I know there are 24-hour crisis lines, and I will make sure that we put those numbers in here. I am not making fun of anybody that is dealing with a mental health crisis. However, I don't know that I've ever heard anybody talk about not killing themselves because it's too cold. I'm so sorry.
Is this the first time Aishwarya brought up suicidal ideations with you?
No.
When previously had she brought this up with you?
She had what's been what was called a psychotic break mental health crisis on November 20th of 2013.
Okay. Can you explain what happened on November 20th of 2013 or leading up to that?
Yes. Yeah. So she had been in therapy since the beginning of 2013. I actually remember, I think would have been November of 2012, she had a panic attack on a highway outside Los Angeles. It got stuck in traffic, had a panic attack, was taken to I was in Hollywood with the kids at In-N-Out, and she was taken to a hospital via ambulance.
I would object as to lack of foundation in terms of hearsay. I mean, there needs to be a foundation as to where he was when this supposedly happened, what he actually witnessed, not a narrative based upon.
Okay.
Where?
Yeah, well, Andrew was just saying he was at In-N-Out. Did you get a phone call while you were at In-N-Out?
Yeah.
Okay.
On what he recalls happening that he may not in fact witness.
Okay, and who called you?
There was somebody, so this is November of 2012.
Yeah.
Somebody called me.
Objection, hearsay, who's somebody, and regardless if it's not
hearsay yet. This is the foundation you're looking for. There's not even a statement. So he's saying somebody called. He can say that all he wants.
So I'm sorry, you got a call. Do you know who or who they were affiliated with? Who called you?
I was at In-N-Out in Hollywood.
objection, non-responsive.
Okay, Andrew, you were at In-N-Out in Hollywood and you received a phone call. Can you tell us who called you?
I'm trying to say that.
Yeah, okay.
It was November of 2012. I was at In-N-Out, which is a hamburger place in Hollywood, with Josephine and Leo. Josephine was 5 and Leo was 3.5. I received a phone call. I can't remember if it was on Aishwarya's phone or somebody else's phone. I answered the phone. I think at first I talked to Aishwarya and she was panicking. Actually, I think it was somebody else's phone because I'm fairly certain her phone had died. My memory is that it was her who called me first. She was panicking. She was stuck. She was on I-5, which is a very busy freeway going in that runs this length of California. She was stuck in traffic. She pulled over on the side of the road on I-5 outside of downtown Detroit, and she was having a panic attack. I recall getting upset, and I think I don't remember. I remember talking to somebody else. I didn't know where.
I'll say this again. I've just pinned a message in the chat, folks. As a reminder, if you ever need help or you need somebody to talk to, there is help available. You can reach out by texting 988 or going to 988lifeline.org. Also, if you have somebody call you with a panic attack, getting angry generally not gonna help. Just saying, just saying, just saying. So, Andrew, what the fuck? Not helpful. And I get it. Like, sometimes you don't know what to do, but I'm trying to be evenly hard on everybody here. So, that is not a great response when somebody calls you because they're having a hard time and they're in a panic. Okay. And also, was this in 2013?
Where she was. And so I knew the basic location of where she had been.
Okay.
So I got my children and I drove from In-N-Out in Hollywood to the place on I-5 where I thought she was. I think it was the I-5 and like the 101 interchange. And I did not find her there. I had no idea where she was. I can't remember if I called the police department, but somehow I found out that she had been taken via ambulance to the emergency room at USC Hospital because that was the closest hospital.
Okay.
So I went there with my children. It would have been around, I don't know, 8 or 9 o'clock. She was crying, and there was a nurse there, and she was crying and very upset. And I took her home.
Can we get some objection relevance stickers in the chat, please? Objection relevance. This entire story, irrelevant.
And our car had been impounded, and the next day we had to go get our car out of the impound. So that was a moment that I recall as being extremely concerning. That was in November of 2012. She started. Hold on just a second. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So November 2012, you got there and Aishwarya was ready to be taken home.
I got to the hospital. I drove to this location on the highway in Los Angeles. I didn't know where I was going, and nobody was there. The car wasn't there. There was no ambulance there, and I had to find her. And I can't remember if I called the fire department. Somehow I talked to somebody. I don't remember who told me that she was taken to the emergency room at USC. And so I drove to the emergency room at USC, and she was sitting there and she was crying, but I didn't know. I can't remember who told me that she was there, but that's what happened. That was November of 2012.
Did the nurse at USC give you an explanation for what had happened?
Objection, hearsay.
Did you receive discharge paperwork?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, to receive discharge paperwork, I'm asking a question.
Oh, I am really excited that we've got some lawyering today because last time we didn't. For anybody just joining us, this is part 87,000 in this current modification hearing for Divisive divorce. I'm not kidding. Literally tens of hours already I've already done on this couple. Ugh. I didn't watch any part of it today. I did my scanning for blurring, because I can only handle this one time, once. Uh, I just stopped. Oh, because the lawyer objected. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Also, Megan was not expecting that. And Ashwarya, I think, maybe gave like, hey, go harder this time to her lawyer. I don't know. They seem a little bit better prepared this time than they were last time. If you guys haven't yet, can you go ahead and hit that like button or the dislike button? Because that's how we take attendance here. And it helps me a ton with YouTube Daddy and all of his weird quirks, as you know. Billy Elliot is making coffee. I am drinking a limonata. I'd love to hear what you guys are drinking or eating or toking or smoking, all that good stuff. Um, the mother does need mental health care. And I think that they have enough money to get it. Actually, if we recall, I believe they are all attending weekly therapy. They spend more on therapy a month than some people do on rent. So I don't think it's for lack of trying.
As long as you can say yes or no, whether he got discharge paperwork, but not as to what it said.
Yep, that's right.
I
Do you
don't
remember
recall,
receiving-
I
Okay,
don't recall receiving discharge paperwork.
okay,
I don't know whether I did or not.
okay, so that was November
That
2012.
was November of 2012.
And then you said, so the beginning of 2013, Ashwarya started some private counseling.
At the beginning of 2013, Aishwarya went to what actually happened. I'm going to go into details. She had gone to a writing conference, I think it was the previous May of 2012. And one of the writers there was a therapist. And she went to this, her name is Lori Gottlieb. And she went to this therapist initially to seek career counseling.
Okay,
The therapist advised her to start weekly therapy, which she did.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, well, she started therapy.
okay,
So she went to, so that would have been probably February of 2013. She started weekly therapy. I think it was every Tuesday at 5:30. I did pay for it. It was $700 a month. In the summer, spring, summer, she started a medication regimen. And then in the fall of 2013, she started having panic attacks, debilitating panic attacks. One happened, she was at art classes and she called me. She was at art, we lived in Silver Lake and she was at art classes in Koreatown, which is like 20 minutes away. She called me and said, I had a panic attack and I passed out and I need you to come pick me up.
Donna just said something like I said, more than some people's rent. That was the original therapy bill. That's just for her. Keep in mind, I bet it's gone up since then. And I also bet they're each paying, I guarantee they're paying 3,000 plus a month in therapy. Easily. Easily.
So I drove and picked her up. Another one I remember was at a birthday party for a child in our friend's preschool class. We were just all there, and all of a sudden she had a panic attack, and we went into the bathroom, and she passed out.
Oh, sorry, did he just glaze over a full-on unconscious episode? Because that's like not normal part of a panic attack. Like that's the escalation. Anyways, I don't know. I feel bad for her. Like he's really obviously the way he's talking about this stuff is he's so done. He's done. He doesn't care anymore. That's what you can tell. He doesn't care. And I can understand that. I've exhausted people's care meters before. Not that you guys would ever know that.
Believe she was prescribed a new medication. As we got into October and November of 2013, her anxiety increased. There were instances where one thing I recall in particular was our daughter was had horseback riding lessons on Fridays in like 30 minutes north of where we lived. And there were one in particular, I'm fairly certain, 2 Fridays. I was working in Culver City, so it's like an hour and 30-minute drive away from home in traffic. And there were 1 to 2 occasions on a Friday where she called and said, "I can't take her. Can you come home and take her?" And I left work at like 3:00 to drive to Silver Lake and then drive Josephine another half hour to her horse lessons. She began developing a plan to buy my recollection is that the preschool, which was a Montessori school that our children attended, the owner was going to sell it, and she began putting together this plan to buy the school, despite the fact that neither she nor I nor we had money to do so, nor had she ever run a school. I remember her birthday was November 14th. Her birthday is November 14th. Mine is November 19th. I remember on her birthday of 2013, I remember leading up to it, she was like, "I'm going to take a day for myself. I'm going to get a pedicure. I'm going to go have a nice day." And she woke up that day and was kind of like, "I don't want you to do anything for my birthday. I don't want you to celebrate my birthday in any way," which was confusing. I remember I took the kids to Whole Foods and we bought a cake and candles, and there was this Florence and the Machine, who's a singer, like record that we always saw at Whole Foods that I bought her. And she came home. I don't remember where she'd been, but she came home and she just was like, it was like she couldn't see what was going on. She didn't want a cake. She didn't recognize the record. It was like she couldn't see it. The next day, I talked to her and told her I was very concerned about her. She kind of dismissed that. I remember there was another occasion where our friends, the Yurchaks, came over, and she was drinking a lot and brought out all of her medications and like showed them, because she was taking like 4 or 5 medications, and like showed them all these medications, and it was just kind of strange. So
Thank you, Andrew. Med check, folks. Med check, med check, med check. Hi, Jerry. Hi, Hoaxster. That's how I say your name. And who was it? Oh, Mary Smith. That's right. Mary, welcome. We're just getting started. And this is a med check, folks. That means if you take meds, take them now. Or think about it, because you probably forgot, just like me. Even though they're right in front of me. I forgot until he said that. Also, hiya, Georgia. Hi, Jerry. I'm late. You take yours in the morning. Well, I just do med check like every, I don't know, 37.6 minutes. And I hope to catch somebody on that cycle. That's my theory on it. Also, guys, somebody was asking earlier about points. Points you get for every 5 minutes that you stay, you get points. You also get points when I give them away randomly. You can gamble with your points. Also, if we get perfect like to people ratio, we get big points. Last time I think that happened, we got 500,000 points given away to everybody. So that's just another reason that y'all need to be hitting that like button to make sure that we get that ratio up. Anyways, let's get back to it. I love giving points. I love giving points. Arbitrary hubris, you're not blacklisted. Do you never got them points? Oh, shoot me an email about that. Streamlabs, you know how he is. Him and YouTube Daddy, they hate me sometimes. Artie, are you still hearing background noise?
on my birthday, which was November 19th, I believe it was a Tuesday of 2013. I stayed home so I didn't have to commute, and she made like this big dinner. And so she made like, I like barbecue, and she made like pulled pork and cabbage and potato salad or something, and she made a carrot cake. And we hung out that night and like hung out with the kids, and we had hors d'oeuvres, and we have this specific bubbly wine that we like to drink, and we had a couple bottles of that. Had a lot of fun. We went to bed, woke up in the morning. I remember we had sex, and then I drove to work. And I was driving to work. So I was in Culver City. I was driving to work, and she said, "I'm feeling really underwater." I think she said, "I feel like everybody would be better off without me."
Was that before, during, or after you had sex?
I believe she called, or I called. I think she called her therapist, Lori. Lori called me, put us on a three-way call, and Lori said, "Andrew, you need to go home."
Objection, hearsay.
Andrew, you had this phone call, this three-way call with Lori Gottlieb and Ishwarya, and what direction did you take after getting that phone call?
I drove
How
home.
did you respond? You drove home.
I drove
Okay.
home.
And what did you do when you got home? Or what did you do?
I was driving home. I'm sorry. Jeez, my dog. Just take a moment. I'm sorry about my dog. She doesn't like it when I talk to people, and I didn't take her to the kennel.
If it matters, I haven't heard anything. So there hasn't been.
Okay. Well, she barks at me. Yeah.
But it's not interfering with her.
Okay.
It's not Andrew.
Okay.
She's whisper barking to you. but she's-
Okay. Okay. I drove home. I was driving home. The entire drive home, I was on the phone with Aishwarya. I was on the 10 freeway. There's an interchange in downtown Los Angeles where the 10 merges with the 110. There's a big ramp. And I remember I was driving on it, and Aishwarya said to me, "When you get home, can you please cut open my arms and legs?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" She said, "When you get home, I want you to cut my arms and legs." And I was...
Again, ladies and gentlemen, please, 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 if you need help, I have posted here if you need help and want to talk to, please text 988 or go to 988lifeline.org. That's once again 988 or 988lifeline.org. I apologize if any of this is triggering. I don't like why she's smiling while he's talking about this. I don't even know what I'm going to tell YouTube Daddy. I don't know. I don't know what category this falls under. Oh, somebody mark the time so I can make the note of that.
terrified. I stayed on the phone with her and just talked with her. I think it was about another 15 minutes from there to get home, and I stayed on the phone with her until I literally walked in the house, down the stairs, and was in our bedroom. I walked to the bed, and she threw back. She was in bed, and she pulled back the sheets, and she had a chef's knife in bed with her, like a big 12-inch chef's knife. And she showed it to me. I took the knife upstairs, and I got into bed with her, and I sat with her. And she was crying, and she began to tell me in very clear details things about her childhood that she had never told me before, about abuse and physical abuse that she had undergone and emotional abuse, particularly from her father. She then began talking about my father. He had been diagnosed with esophageal cancer in April. So this is October, this is November. So this is, 6.5 months later. And I remember she told the story about our wedding. We got married on Father's Day in upstate New York, and she told the story. She said, I remember your dad got up to speak at our wedding, and he was crying. And he said, somebody reminded me it was Father's Day, and he said, what a gift. And I think she said, I think Aishwarya said, I thought he was going to say to see Andrew get married. And my dad said, what a gift to welcome Aishwarya into our life, into our family. And Aishwarya said to me that day in November, she said, nobody had ever made me feel that way, and I don't want him to die. And then her therapist called. So if I can't say what our therapist said to me, I can tell you what I did. I took her to the emergency room at UCLA. Our kids were in preschool. So I had to coordinate somebody picking up the kids from preschool. So I called Molly. I told her what was going on.
I am having a hard time getting through this. He's a horrible storyteller. The cohesiveness of this story is nowhere. Buddy, I think you made the big bucks writing stories. Why could you just, there's drama, but I'm confused.
So can you pick up the kids from preschool? She said, yes, I had to. So we drove by the preschool. I took the car seats there. The kids needed car seats. And I drove her to UCLA. And on the drive to UCLA, she said, when I get there, do you think that somebody can cut open my arms and legs for me? And I said, I don't think that they're going to do that there. But I just was listening, and we got to UCLA, and we, would have been, I don't know, this point 11 in the morning or noon. And, we were there all day, and everybody that we saw,
Let me just make it clear, I am talking about suicide prevention because of this case. I am talking about suicide prevention and the 988 lifeline.org as practice because of the genre of stuff that we deal with.
you do like the intake thing and like the nurse thing where they do your vitals, and then we were in a hospital. Like we were there all day, and pretty much, and everybody she saw, nurses, doctors, psychiatrists, she told them that she wanted to cut open her arms and legs. She said she wanted to.
Try this one more time. I apologize for my audio issues, but it was probably Nana messing with. However, the reason I was talking about suicide prevention was because of this case, not because of anybody specifically in the chat, just because of that. Smack it in the butt. Not me, the computer. Okay, let's go.
Slice open her arms and legs and get in a hot bath and bleed. And then she would get out and put some Band-Aids on, and she'd be okay. And yeah, she told that to everybody we saw. probably would have been half a dozen medical professionals. She was admitted for 3 days. I went home. Molly, your check, our friend, it was like 8 or 9 o'clock. She was admitted for 3 days, and this was the week before Thanksgiving. I was supposed to travel to Michigan to see my father and spend Thanksgiving in Michigan with my father, who was dying of cancer. So I had to cancel that trip. And I took care of the kids for a week. I remember we went and visited her at least once. I told my parents the next day. They were obviously very concerned. And she kind of stayed in that. I talked to, I was on the phone with the doctors. I was like, people were calling me. She stayed kind of in that mental state for a couple days. And it sort of endured. The 3 days went by. They kept her there for another few days. And then she was released.
How many days total was Aishwarya at UCLA?
My memory is that she went in on Wednesday the 20th and came back. It was either Tuesday the 26th or Wednesday. That she was home for Thanksgiving. I can't remember if she came home on the Tuesday or the Wednesday. Yeah.
Okay.
Basically a week.
Yeah. Okay.
So that was that incident. And she was very, fragile for, 6 weeks to 2 months after that.
Any more discussions of cutting herself or anything though after she was released?
I don't recall there being discussions of cutting herself. She was very, very, very fragile. I remember us considering admitting her to like a month-long treatment center that we've been, I don't know what I can say that we had been told, that we learned about, but it was like $30,000 and that was not feasible. So she was very, very, very fragile. I'm not trying to say she was weak. She just, she's very sensitive. She'd get tired. I did a lot with the kids. Like, she was overcoming a very traumatic event. I remember she came home. One thing that I will always remember, I remember she came home and I told you about that record, and it was like she came home and she saw the record and she said something like, I couldn't even see that on my birthday. It was like she had been in a different mental realm. It was like this, that she just, I don't know, I just remember that. And then we looked at the record. So no, not specifically then.
Was she back up and kind of doing her day-to-day activities when she got home or not for a while?
No, I'd say it took probably into January, February of 2014.
Okay.
Yeah. But she recovered quite significantly, and then she started school at UCLA in September 2014. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, started school at UCLA in
September of 2014.
Okay. And that's something I believe you previously testified that you wanted to do to Aishwarya. You wanted to give to Aishwarya based on everything she had been through, correct? You wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, I knew a lot about her family. We've been together. What year is that? We've been together for 10 years. I mean, her father passed away in 2001, so I never met him. I had met her mother so I knew her mother's mental state. And I knew story, I knew that she was not supported. I felt that she had not been supported, when she was younger. And in particular, she's very artistically talented. And I felt that nobody supported that. And I had watched my wife, almost kill herself. And I don't know if she would have that day. I know that she had a very specific plan, and she had a knife, and she was in bed, and she had she had everything in place to kill herself. And if she had cut open her, she was not. I mean, again, I guess I can't talk about what we talked about with the therapist, but she was not recognizing that she was communicating this plan about slicing open her veins, and it did not. She saw it as a plan to relieve her anxiety. She was in this kind of immense emotional pain, and that if she cut open her veins, then she would relieve her anxiety. But she was not connecting that if she did that, she would die. That was the issue. So she had this very specific plan and vision, and her idea at the time was that it was going to relieve her pain. But there was no acknowledgement that the physical act of doing that would have killed herself. So say, for example, I had not come home. I don't know if she would have gotten into the hot bath and sliced her veins open, but if she had, she would have died, most likely, on November 20th. So,
Okay, let me bring you back, Andrew, to the beginning of August 2021. So this is a very real thing that you went through with Aishwarya back in 2014.
2013.
2013. Yeah. Okay. So did this come to mind when you were having these communications with Aishwarya?
Yeah, I mean, it came to mind. I mean, she had been, she testified to my, some of the things going on between us the first year in Leland. She was very, very upset and in a lot of emotional pain that first year. I remember her saying things. There was a phrase she used where she would say, "I feel like I'm being."
Whoa! Congratulations, Taria! Got a promotion! Yay! Congratulations! No worries. We're always here. So proud. I am very upset about the cheese issue. I believe it is intentional on Nana. I believe that she is doing this to make my kitchen time uncomfortable. It won't work. Silly her. I do have a cheese stash.
Skinned alive. That was a phrase that she would use to describe how she was feeling, particularly kind of like March, April, like spring of 2021. So we were both.
What was it that she was upset about? Did she tell you?
We were both sort of upset about, I think, all the same things. We were upset about my family and we were in this conflict with my family, and I had cut off contact with them, and sort of realizing things about them. Our marriage was under massive strain. We were living in this house that was not really functional. I think we were both in a lot of pain about having left Pasadena and knowing that, we couldn't just move back there because it was so expensive. Just a lot, just everything, there was, and, she came to, she met with my therapist with me. So we were both in a lot of pain about, my family, our marriage, the move, the house, the kids, like the whole thing. Every kind of corner of our life was painful. And so she had been expressing that, I was expressing my own, grief. And when I had gone to Pasadena, she would, one day she'd text me something very happy, and then the next day she'd text me something very sad. So she was kind of up and down. And so when we got to August of 2021, when she filed for divorce, which was a total shock, and expressed a lot of emotional pain in that letter. And, the divorce file. The other things, I will say a couple other things, and I said this to people when this was all going on, August, September 2021. Like, when we lived in Pasadena, every morning she would get up and she would make the kids lunch, and she was very engaged and participated and involved in their lives. When we moved to Leland, pretty early on in the first school year, so fall of 2020, she just didn't get out of bed in the morning, and the kids left for school. And that was that was something that had happened before. She had her mental health crisis in 2013, where she really receded from, participating with the children. That was a big one. She was drinking a lot, which was another thing that happened before her mental health crisis in 2013. She was drinking a lot. So those two things, and then expressing a lot of emotional pain. So they're red flags that I sort of had my eye out for.
Mhm.
Obviously the email from August 1st was alarming, and then she said she wanted to kill herself, and then she said she wanted to kill my mother. So I was extremely concerned about what was going on with her. And she was in Leland with Bertie, who was 3, and I was in Pasadena with Josephine and Leo.
Okay.
And I was not scheduled to come home until, I think, August 9th, so a week plus. The kids were scheduled, Josephine and Leo were scheduled to come home on Saturday the 8th, Saturday the 7th, and I was scheduled to come home maybe it might have been the 11th, but I was not going to be home for a week. And so I was very concerned about what was going on.
So when did you come home? You changed that schedule?
Right.
Okay, when did you come home then?
So I came home, I testified to, I came home on August 7th. I flew home with the kids. I had been advised to take them all into my care.
Oh my God, what was the other man's name, Artie? Oh my God, she was so smitten with that guy. Oh, 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 it's gonna hurt me inside. Sorry, what doesn't make it was some, oh, you guys gotta find it for me. Somebody's gotta figure it out. Where's Jonathan? Where's Jonathan? He would remember. Um, what makes it Southern for mac and cheese? Was it Charlie? No. It was at the beginning of last episode. I'll check it later, but oh, I'm hearing part of it in my head again. You guys know my brain, I don't see anything, but put sweet tea in it. I don't think that's how it works, Alex. Plus, we don't really have sweet tea in Canada. It makes it opposite direction. Um, fuck, what the hell was that guy's name? It was Alex. It might have been he's Andrew, and you were upset because so and so didn't call you back. I remember the whole exchange, but I don't remember Buddy's name. I remember her face. I'm only making a small one. This is a Canadian mac and cheese made my way. So I'm going to make a white sauce with the cheese, then mix that in with the pasta, then put on some breadcrumbs and more cheese. But somebody got to tell me what makes mac and cheese Southern. Is it hot sauce? Because my daughter doesn't like hot sauce.
Objection, hearsay.
So if I'm talking about something that I was advised to do, how do I talk about that?
Well, I will ask you, Andrew. So, just what did you do when you got home? What did you do when you got home?
Okay, so I changed I've changed my flight. We left on Saturday, morning of August 7th. We missed our flight. We had to get rerouted through San Francisco. I got a hotel room in Traverse City for Saturday night, but because we got in late, we couldn't go to it. Aishwarya picked us up at the airport. August 8th, I had reserved an Airbnb for my myself and the 3 kids at Shanty Creek because I had grown up going to Bel Air for the evening of Sunday, August 8th through, I believe, Sunday.
Oh yeah, Terry. Um, I'm being incredibly kind compared. If anybody would like to see my most controversial video ever posted, it is the first one of this where I ripped into this woman for like 6 hours straight. I like recreated all of her stories. I like read aloud her texts. I ripped into her. And I got a mentions of it in the chat, or not in the chat, in the comment section. Because people watched like 3 minutes of it, probably the 3 minutes of me jumping around, and then we're like, wow, you're so hard on her. I stand by it. I think I was as hard as it needed to be. I remember I seriously, I was in a different kitchen and I was doing funny stuff. I was mad though that day. I was. It triggered me. It triggered me. You'd remember I wasn't being very nice to her. But the what I think, oh, thank you, Moonfox Studio. I guess I'm making Southern mac and cheese then because I'm putting breadcrumbs on top. But I do believe that she uses her mental health as whatever, but I don't like that as a practice. And so regardless of the fact that she might not be in true need or maybe whatever, what I'm using this as an opportunity to do is promote our mental health and taking care of ourselves. Because she's fucking far gone, guys. She is far gone. Nothing's helping her. But we can manage. Okay, water's boiling. Love gas stove. Let's get going.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So 4 nights. So, and like I said, like I testified to previously, like we got up Sunday morning of Sunday the 8th. We talked about our divorce. She said she wanted me to pay for it. We went and looked at a rental house in Northport for me that was fine, but I was like not ready to move out of the house given her mental state and the condition of the house, our house. I asked her what she thought about what we wanted to do about the house, because the question from the beginning when she filed for divorce was like, well, what are we doing about the house and where are we going to live and what are we going to do? So, and I'm just laughing because it's like, we're still talking about it. And she said, well, I think I deserve the house because I've thrown parties here and I've tried to make friends. And I asked her about, what about staying in Leland? She said, I want to stay in Leland, which is not what I wanted to do. And then I, told her I wanted her to go to the emergency room because I was worried about her mental health. And she said no. And I took the kids to Bel Air. And we stayed there for, 4 nights.
Okay. What happened with the divorce action at that time? So Aishwarya had notified you on August 1 that she had filed for divorce. Did you get a copy of the complaint? Did you file an answer?
So she had actually not filed for divorce. We learned that she had purchased a product on LegalZoom, and I think she had the paperwork maybe that she could have taken to the court. And she didn't do that. Actually, one of the things I do was she wrote me a letter on Friday, August 6th, which she detailed some, again, very specific things about her childhood and our marriage, in a very kind of clear, specific way.
Party, thank you.
It was the same as how she communicated the day in November of 2013, the day she had her mental health crisis. So that letter was as kind of disturbing as the contents were. It was disturbing to me because it was kind of like this final. It was very, very, very reminiscent of the mental state that she was in when she was suicidal. So no, we she had not filed for divorce. I think she had the paperwork but didn't take it to the courthouse, and then she did feel bad that she'd filed for divorce on LegalZoom and decided not to pursue that. Yeah.
Has Aishwarya ever talked to you about the state that she likes to live in, the state of emotional things that she likes to live in, that she how would I say this? Does she like calm and peace? Does she like busy, wild? Does she ever clarify to you how
Well, yeah, I mean, she there's not a lot of organization with Aishwarya. She's definitely like, and we would talk about this. She's definitely like the most disorganized person I know. She'd like these big tables in our house, and they would just always be like covered with tons of stuff. And it was kind of like a joke. So, but in that letter, in that letter specifically, she wrote, can I speak to what she wrote in the letter? Is that what you're saying?
you can speak to what you remember.
Yeah, I mean, she wrote that she needs chaos to feel okay, and she has created chaos and conflict over and over and over again in our marriage, and she's deeply sorry for it. And you know, when I got that letter, it was Friday, August 6th of 2021. When I got that letter, there were, in a certain way, it was promising because she was communicating with such sort of honest clarity. And there was part of me that was hopeful that that could potentially become foundation for us to talk about these issues, and the reality of them, you know. But that we never talked about. Well, we never really, that didn't become a foundation for talking about that. But at the same time, it was a statement about the reality that we were living in, which was chaos and conflict. It's a reality of what we're living in now, chaos and conflict. And, you know, that was the only time she ever really said that specifically, but it does speak to the reality of what we have lived in our marriage.
So she had never actually filed for divorce, you said. So did someone else file for divorce? Like, how did you get this proceeding?
So I went to Bel Air. She came back. She spent the weekend. She went to see a friend for the weekend, you know, of August 14th.
Thank you, Bejunda, and thank you, Artie.
We had heard about collaborative divorce, I believe, from my therapist. I do want to call out that her original motion from November said our therapist recommended a separation. That's not what happened. She wanted to separate. He never really recommended that. He did say it sounds like you might be headed that way, but he didn't recommend for us to separate. So I think we'd heard about collaborative divorce from our therapist. We met with Gary Gardner on Monday, August 16th, and he just kind of gave us the rundown of how collaborative divorce works. And he named some other attorneys who also practice collaborative divorce. He said they have a divorce coach that they work with. I contacted, what I'm trying to think. I contacted Shelley Kessler.
Did the judge just eat something? We're gonna just quickly go back here. I think he did. Let's check this out.
And he named some other attorneys who also practice collaborative divorce. He said they have a divorce coach that they work with. I contacted, what I'm trying to think. I contacted Shelley Kester, who was one of the attorneys you recommended.
Apologies, Referee Hagan. You did not eat anything. I was completely wrong. I apologize. I'm sorry. It might be Charlie. I don't know, MCL. I was literally just looking on the other video. Oh. Oh shit, I gotta make the sauce. Okay, let's watch.
And
I'm sorry, when was this? This was still August of 21?
still August, yes. We met with Gary Gardner on August 16th. I contacted Shelley that week. On August 19th, so it would have been Thursday the 19th, I wrote her a letter, sort of with a proposal for what I thought how we should get divorced, kind of, what the next 6 months to 1 year would be. And I said, I don't feel a need to get divorced. We need to figure out, housing and schooling for the kids and what we're doing. And, I wrote a plan, and the plan was that we should plan to be divorced by August 1st of 2022. So within a year. I said I'd like to go to therapy or counseling to kind of talk about how we can, not to work on our marriage, but to come up with a plan for what we want our post-divorce life to look like. We had to deal with the house. I proposed remodeling the house. We'd gotten a bid to remodel the original farmhouse. So there was the house with the original farmhouse and the addition. The bid to remodel just the existing original farmhouse and tear out and get rid of the addition was like $400,000 I offered to remodel the house. And I said, I want to talk about where we want to live. And I had this criteria of what I wanted that to be. It was like, we each need to have a, tangible and Aishwarya wasn't working at the time. She was working part-time, short-term at 9 Bean Rose. So she was not working as an interior designer when that business didn't exist. She had worked before, but she wasn't doing it at the time. And there was nothing on the horizon. She wasn't really working in a consistent way. So, I said a place where we can each work, where we can send the kids to good schools, where we can each own a house, where we can have a community. So I sent that to her, and she responded well. And that afternoon we talked, and, I remember we had this conversation. I said, well, one thing that I want is when our kids graduate from high school, like when they cross the stage, I have this image that I want to feel like I did everything I could to give them a good high school education. And I said, if they graduated from Pioneer in Ann Arbor, which is where I went to high school, I would feel that way. And she said, well, what do you think about Cranbrook? And I didn't know much about Cranbrook. Like the guy who'd grown up in our house had gone to Cranbrook. She'd worked, I think, with somebody at 9 Bean Rose who'd gone to Cranbrook. And I said, well, I can look at it. And the next day I looked at Cranbrook, and it's like, yeah, it's a really nice school. I looked at the two. She wanted to send both Leo and Josephine to boarding school at Cranbrook. This was her plan. She wanted to keep the house, and she wanted to send Josephine and Leo to boarding school at Cranbrook. And I looked at the tuition, and it was $54,000 per child. So that's $100,000 a year to send our kids to boarding school. And, immediately I was like, well, we can't pay for that. And so I remember the next day, that would have been Sunday, August the 21st, we were talking about it. I'd sent her this proposal. We were talking about Cranbrook. We were talking about remodeling the house. And I just was thinking we can't afford all of this. So I met with Shelley Kester on Monday the 23rd, and I decided I would retain her, and she was going to retain Gary Gardner, and we were going to start collaborative divorce.
Did that happen?
No.
Timely? Okay, so when did collaborative divorce start?
Collaborative divorce did not start in earnest until February of 2022.
And why is that?
That is because Aishwarya did not pay her retainer to Gary Gardner.
Did she have the funds to pay the retainer?
We had the funds. The agreement was that week I met with Shelley Kester, August 23rd, and I said, I just sold a car. I had some money saved. The combined attorney retainers were $8,000. And I said, I will pay both of these. these retainers, and we'll start divorce. There was one conversation where she said she wanted to be divorced by her birthday, which was November 14th. So that's in 3 months from this time. And that week she told me she wanted me to leave town for the weekend. And I was like, okay. And that morphed into me taking our 3 children by myself on a road trip to Kentucky in Ann Arbor. And I texted her, like, we're trying to figure this out. And I said, well, my concern with me doing this right now is we have to pay these attorney retainers. And if I take this trip, which is what she wanted me to take all the kids and be gone for multiple days, I'm not going to be able to pay those retainers. And she got angry. I have texts of her getting angry. And she said, I don't care. I can't deal with you being around. I don't care how much it costs. So I took them on this trip. I think the trip cost about $2,000. And I paid Shelley Kester, and we didn't pay Gary. And that went on for months, that we didn't pay Gary's retainer. And there were other expenses, like, for example, we got, in that period of time the federal government was sending out like child tax credit checks. So we got one for like $950. And I said, can I have this? And I said, okay. And she bought, instead of paying for her attorney retainer, she bought plane tickets to go to New York to see friends and to go to North Carolina for a work trade show. We took Josephine to a horse show that cost $2,000. We had this geographical or geological survey done of our property that we had to pay. We paid for that. And so we just didn't pay his retainer. She eventually worked out an agreement with him where she paid like enough for an initial meeting in October, like $500, I think, for like the first 2-hour meeting. So we did that on October 7th, but she couldn't retain him. So we couldn't begin collaborative divorce.
Until February.
Until February, when she started, and then she got that project in October.
Hiya, Mayor. Hiya, Titwissy. Hope everybody's well. I'm making the sauce. I'm making the food. We're listening to these people talk about so much money. They don't even understand. Like these.
And started working. And she paid Gary, and I paid Shelley.
Okay. And then Andrew, did you have an urgency? Did you want the divorce? Did you feel an urgency to get the divorce? Did Aishwarya this whole time tell you she had an urgency to get divorced?
Well, she said she wanted to get divorced, but and then I actually wrote to Shelley. I mean, I by September, I thought she didn't actually want to get divorced. It's like, well, if you want to so she wanted to get divorced. She testified that, just to go back in time slightly, she told me in August of 2020, like within 6 weeks of us moving to Leland, that basically she didn't want to be married to me anymore. She told me that again in December of 2020. She testified the fact that as of December 2020, she wanted to get divorced. So we're now a year basically into this, and I don't know why. Like I remember she got like a $3,000 or $4,000 like unemployment payment from the state of California. She could have hired an attorney then. She bought a Peloton. We went on vacations. Like we had money. If
She could have hired an attorney, but she bought a Peloton. I'm sorry. I feel her. Oh, I want a Peloton so bad. So bad.
really wanted to get divorced this whole time. I took her to New York. We took a family vacation. Like we had money.
Mm-hmm.
And so now it's
that as to relevance about what this back and forth about who wanted a divorce. I mean, the bottom line is they filed for divorce. They negotiated a deal. I guess I'm questioning the relevance of any of this in regard to what we're dealing with today in terms of what is in these kids' best interest now.
Well, okay.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
I
no,
mean, I could make a rule. I mean, so some of this goes to how well the two work together. I mean, it's obviously a part of that.
Mhm. And I'm trying to get a history here of the discussions and the negotiating.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to speak to why it's relevant because there's very specific reasons.
All I'm
Well,
saying,
unfortunately, sir, the court is the one who has to determine.
Also, just my sister used to have a Bowflex, which is not a Peloton, but is a Bowflex. And I used to watch Peloton rides and use it, and I love it too. And then she got rid of it, and it's made me very sad. I really miss that bike. One day, maybe YouTube Daddy and I will work on that together. But let's continue.
That, not the.
No, I know. I'm just saying, I think as we go, the relevance will emerge.
Well,
Sorry.
I think we can, so I think we're to
guess-
February.
I mean, one of my objections is, you know, the narrative nature of it. I mean, we know what was finally signed. We know all of this, and
Well, my response to that is this is direct, and we spent plenty of narrative time on your client's behalf.
Yeah.
that's fine. I just watching the objection with regard to relevance in terms of
Okay.
securing collaborative divorce, et cetera, and the details of who paid what. But that's
Okay.
fine.
No, and that's fine. I wanted to just get into the history of how we got to collaborative divorce. So, so to summarize, Andrew, August 1, 2021 is when Ashwarya told you she had filed for divorce. You then discussed collaborative divorce, and it wasn't until February of 22 that the collaborative divorce really took off, correct?
Correct.
And then you and Ashwarya, did you make good progress in collaborative divorce? I mean, why did this not go the collaborative divorce route?
Well, no, we didn't make good progress. You know, this was the situation. Ashwarya said she wanted to get divorced. She didn't hire an attorney. What I thought was going to transpire is that we would sell the house. We'd each have, you know, somewhere around $225,000 if she really wanted to get divorced, that we were going to sell the house, split the money, and we would choose a place to live. I was very worried about her mental health, and I was kind of assuming that I was going to take my $225,000, and I have this in emails, and we spent the fall talking about what we were going to do, where we were going to live. We have emails about this, and none of them included Los Angeles at all. We talked about Aishwarya was interested, and she wanted to send Josephine to Cranbrook. She wanted to buy the house, but she had no means to buy the house, and she had no time frame by which she could buy the house. She did not want to send the children to high school in Leland, but she didn't want to move out of Leland. So the reason this went on so long is because we couldn't come to an agreement about what to do. If Aishwarya had filed for divorce and said, I want to live in Leland, we're selling the house, we're staying here, that's probably what we'd be doing. That's not what happened. We talked about, there were 4 specific places that she wanted to send Josephine to Cranbrook. There were 4 specific places that we initially talked about living. Leland was one, but we didn't want to send the kids to high school there. We were in agreement about that. The other one was Ann Arbor, which had good public schools and the kids knew it, but my family's there and we didn't necessarily want to be there. We talked about suburban Detroit because Cranbrook was there, and there's, you know, Grosse Pointe South is a public high school and a country day. So we talked about suburban Detroit. And we talked about Winston-Salem, North Carolina, which is actually where I wanted to move. Because it checked off all the boxes of a place where we could live. It had charming historic 4-bedroom homes for like $400,000. There was art that we had gone on vacation, family vacation there in June. Aishwarya went to Winston-Salem in October of 2021 she stayed there for a work trade show. She bought the plane ticket with the child tax credit, and I paid for her lodging. And she toured a all-girls private school in Winston-Salem called Salem Academy that she really liked. And so and the challenge that we had is that our daughter Josephine was starting high school in the fall of 2022, but Leo was, had another a year of eighth, so he was in seventh grade, and Bertie was in preschool. So like the timing was tricky because Josephine had started high school, but Leo would have been in eighth grade. And so what we were doing all fall was trying to come up with a plan of how we could do this. She wanted to buy the house. She wanted time to buy the house. She didn't give up. She had no time. When this started, she had no income. She had no way of buying the house, but she wanted to do it. And because she wanted to do that, it prevented us from getting divorced. I didn't want to take her to court to force the sale of the house, because if I'd taken her to court to force the sale of the house, my number one goal was getting the children out of Leland because it wasn't right for our family. If I'd taken her to court to force the sale of the house, the court would have ordered the kids to stay in Leland, so I couldn't take her to court to sell the house. So we had to find some way to work together to figure this out. And that is why it went on so long. And we did not talk about Los Angeles. And we can get to that. Those were the four places that we were talking about. We started collaborative divorce in earnest in February in earnest in February of 2022. I had told Aishwarya I'll give some background. I took Josephine, we toured Cranbrook. Aishwarya wanted to apply for Josephine to go to Cranbrook. I took Josephine to visit in December Grosse Pointe South, which is a public school, Detroit Liggett, which is a private school in Grosse Pointe, and Ann Arbor Pioneer. She liked Pioneer. And, I was thinking we should move to Ann Arbor. We went to Ann Arbor as a family trip for New Year's Eve. Hung out there, and I told Aishwarya I was serious about Ann Arbor, and she didn't want to move there. She said it felt like it was the past, and I said, okay. And I told her we can't afford Cranbrook, and she said, okay. And then a few days later, she texted me and said, I want Josephine to apply for Cranbrook. And I said, if she gets in and she gets massive financial aid and she wants to go there, I would consider it. We applied for Josephine to go to Cranbrook. The issue was the deadline was January 30th. And on that day, I was looking at the financial aid application, and it was the same day. And so Aishwarya managed the Cranbrook application, but she did not apply for financial aid. So all of that was going on. And I will also say in the meantime, I was working freelance I was working through it for an advertising agency, but I was working with General Motors as a copywriter. And there was a full-time job that was kind of opening up that sort of had been promised to me to some extent. So all of that was going on when we started collaborative divorce in February of 2022. The collaborative divorce sessions were not.
And we're not and we won't get into what transpired at the collaborative divorce session.
Now,
how many sessions did you go to with collaborative divorce, do you think, roughly?
Including the one in October, it was 4, but in February and March, it was just 3.
Okay. So then whose idea was it to leave collaborative divorce?
We were in agreement.
Yeah. Okay.
What happened was we got very serious about moving to Birmingham. So I had this job opportunity with GM. Aishwarya had taken Josephine to Cranbrook. She liked that area. Now, our kids had never been to suburban Detroit, ever. They'd been to Detroit once, but they had no connection to suburban Detroit. But I wanted to send them to public high school in Birmingham. I was like, if we're not going to do Ann Arbor, Birmingham's one of the best public school districts in the country, and it's Seaholm is one of the top 10 high schools in the state, or 15. There's another public high school there. So I went there in early February. I met with some people from work. I went there for a concert with some friends from college. I went to Birmingham. I really liked it. We went to collaborative divorce. Aishwarya and I took a trip to Birmingham end of February. She really liked it. And we were making, she went to Florida for work in early March, and she came back and she said, I'm opening my heart to moving to Birmingham. And, we were serious about it. And then Josephine got into Cranbrook, which I knew was going to create a massive conflict between the two of us because I did not support it for a number of reasons. And then I didn't get this job with GM. And that kind of blew up the Birmingham plan. And what was going on was she and I would talk one-on-one, and we'd generally make progress if we spoke one-on-one in private. And we would go into these collaborative sessions, and they were, they were awful. They were grueling. They were emotionally grueling. We were not being directed in a way that was beneficial to us. Like, we both hated it.
Okay.
We both hated it. And we both were just like, this is costing a ton of money. The attorneys in collaborative divorce can't actually advise anything. Like, it's ridiculous. We hated it. We hated the whole process. We thought it was a scam. We were in complete agreement that this was.
Okay. So when did the two of you decide to leave collaborative divorce? What month was that?
I think, so you showed those emails from April, like April 11th, that time frame. We had agreed then. I don't know when our next session was scheduled for, but I think we probably canceled one.
Okay.
But no, we did not want to do it. It was not.
So what was your next step, though? When you left collaborative divorce, what was your next step in getting divorced?
Well, it was a while before we officially left collaborative divorce.
Okay.
So, Josephine, we signed. We had to sign. We had to make a decision about enrolling Josephine in Cranbrook by April 10th.
Okay.
We signed the enrollment contract on Friday, April 8th, and after much discussion. And the next day, I felt like it was a mistake. And that evening, I told Aishwarya that, and she was staying at a different house at the time, and we got in an argument. So this was the evening, April 9th. And she was like, if you want to move to Birmingham, then you need to decide if you want to do that. And so I said, okay. So I went home and I got an Airbnb. And then the next day I wrote her that letter that you've referenced on April 10th. On April 11th, I realized that we needed some kind of third-party mediator to help us with our kind of conversations because we were just arguing and it was not going well. So I planned a trip to go to Birmingham to kind of get a feel for it, tour the high schools. And then I contacted like a bunch of therapists, and I found one got in touch with me, Jennifer Bowles, and I talked to her on the phone, and I contacted Aishwarya, and you showed that email, and I said, I found this therapist, and Aishwarya said, hold on a second. You want to go? There we go. Aishwarya replied, and you showed that email where she said, thank you for doing this. I'm going to write to Gary Gardner and tell him I want to leave collaborative divorce, which is what I want. I went down to Birmingham on April 11th. And on the drive down there, we were not talking about moving to Los. We had gone to spring break. I just go back in time. We'd gone to spring break in Los Angeles and Pasadena. And so we went on like the last week of March, and we were there, and it just felt like home to me. I remember we got up. Aishwarya had said she paid for it. She testified she paid for it. She paid for part of it, and I paid for part of it. And I remember the first day we were there, we were staying in Santa Monica, and I got up and I took the kids to get donuts. And it's like, and March and April and May are like the best times of year here. And it's like sunny, and we're in Santa Monica where we used to take Josephine and Leo when they were like little kids, like 3 and 2. And we got donuts, and we walked to this overlook of like the ocean that we used to go to. And it was just like, it just felt like home. And we went to Pasadena, and we went out to nice dinners, and we went to Pasadena. And I remember Aishwarya wanted to go see our old house. And she was like, you sure you want to do that? Like, as soon as we get here, she's like, yeah. And we're driving into Pasadena, and she's like, oh my God, I don't feel bad at all. I have all the, like, I love it. The oak trees. I'm so happy. I remember there's this road that goes down the hill into the Rose Bowl where the stadium is. And we go down this road, and she's like, oh my God, why did we move? Why would we ever move from here? And and then we drove by the house and she got upset about my family. But, you know, we were there and, you know, just felt like home. I remember like driving her to, like we drove her to, you know, like I don't know, some design center thing in like downtown LA. And it was like, you know, here we are, like, this is what we used to do. I used to like drive around the highways and like do that with her. So it just felt like home. And so anyway, I'm driving down to Birmingham on April 11th, and I come up with this idea that if she would agree to move to Pasadena or Los Angeles, I'd just give her the house. That was my idea. And we had agreed at that point that if she was going to buy me out of the house, the price was going to be $300,000. She and I had agreed on that. So I go to Birmingham, I tour the public high schools, I met up with an old friend, I played soccer. Like I saw 3 rental homes, like I was making an effort. This is April, you know, early April, the week of April 11th. And I come back and I remember we had our first appointment with a therapist, and the point of that meeting with a therapist who I found was to really talk about Cranbrook and sort of what to do. I remember I told her about, well, whatever. So all of this is going on, and we're just not able to reach a resolution. And Aishwarya still wanted Josephine to go to Cranbrook. I didn't support it. I didn't, for a lot of reasons. And then
let me ask you this, Andrew. Did Josephine say she wanted to go to Cranbrook?
Objection, hearsay.
Did you and Aishwarya have a conversation with Josephine about Cranbrook?
yes,
Did you leave that meeting feeling like you weren't going to pursue Cranbrook?
we
Objection.
left.
What? I'm sorry, what, Melissa?
Eating.
Okay. Andrew, you previously testified that your determining factors for considering Cranbrook would be if you could plot, you told Aishwarya that if you could apply for financial aid and get financial aid, and if Josephine wanted to attend Cranbrook and she got in, then you would consider it. Is that correct? Or am I missing a factor that was
That is correct.
Okay. Did those factors impact your desire to not pursue Cranbrook?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sorry. So we're back to Cranbrook's
April 26th. So we had, and so this is like this big week in our divorce.
Okay.
We had to decide. So we had enrolled Josephine at Cranbrook. We had to decide by April 30th whether she was going. Let me phrase this correctly. If we unenrolled her prior to April 30th, we would not lose any tuition money. If we unenrolled her after April 30th, we had to surrender 20% of the tuition, which is $10,000. So we had to make a decision by April 30th.
Yeah.
April 26th, we had a conversation with Josephine, and from that point forward, we did not pursue Josephine going to Cranbrook. On April 29th was the day of, Friday, April 29th was the day Aishwarya officially wrote to the admissions director and said she's not going to go there.
Okay. So Aishwarya sent that note on April 29th to the admissions director saying,
Yes.
we're not pursuing Cranbrook anymore.
Yes.
Okay.
So I had also found a mediator. So that was another email you found. So the day that April 11th, I found a therapist. I found a mediator, Linda Marsh Rates.
Yeah.
We had a mediation appointment scheduled with her for Wednesday, April 27th.
Did you attend that mediation?
Yes.
Was an agreement reached at that mediation?
Yes.
Did that agreement have you staying in Northern Michigan?
Yes.
And I'm gonna For that real quickly. I'm gonna hit share screen 1 second. Let me.
Come on, man. Get with the fucking program, please. Time, I know you build a minute, but we don't. Oh, is this the time? This is the time. Okay, guys, we have to swap up to my new methodology here. Megan's pulling up an email.
Andrew, I've pulled up a document.
Megan, I
and I'll
swear
show
to
you
God.
the full document here. Do you recognize?
I apologize, guys. Oh my God. Something just crashed. Okay. I apologize because I'm not gonna not let you see everything. Oh my
This
God. I
document?
just um I'm glad you guys could not hear me screaming there. I literally screamed like so loud. Nana's coming in. Uh-oh. It's okay. Everything's fine. Here's what we've got. So this oh, hold on. I gotta hide it for a minute. Nana, your plate's here. Your plate of macaroni's here. Okay, here we go.
I'm gonna scroll down.
Yeah.
I'm going to object based upon the rule of evidence 408. If this is a mediation negotiation agreement negotiated at mediation but not turned into a final order, it is not admissible pursuant to MRE 408 as an offer of compromise. Anything that was ultimately entered from the mediation agreement that becomes an order, that would not apply. But if this is something that was not entered and signed, then I object to it based upon 408.
I'm so
Do we
sorry
have
that I
any
had the mouth.
foundation at this time to support that it wasn't made into an order? We haven't even gotten that far yet.
Yeah, let me get there then. Andrew, do you see this document? Do you see that so this document says property related mediation.
Anna, I have a question from the chat here for you. Who is your favorite character from Breaking Bad?
Jesse.
Jesse. Okay, there we go. That was, I believe, Tupac asked that question. Anyways, let's continue.
Yeah.
And then if I keep scrolling, do we get to? No, I think I tried. The top one was child related. So you see these two documents. I guess, I do have to ask you, do you recognize at the bottom of each one, and of course it's done by DocuSign, but it looks like through DocuSign, Aishwarya signed the document.
Yeah.
And it looks like the mediator signed the document.
Yeah.
But we do not see your name signature to the document, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever sign these documents?
No.
No. Okay. But this was sent to the ADR clerk at that time. As we can see, it was CC'd to the ADR clerk.
Why would that have been if it was not an agreement?
That's my question too, Melissa, but it was CC'd to the ADR clerk, it looks like.
Was this submitted? Hold on, keep going.
See,
Usually Ms. Rates emails it to the ADR clerk and then copies counsel or the parties. If there's an email from Ms. Rates,
yeah, I don't see that. I don't have that email here. I just
I
have.
don't think it was submitted. I think I know what this is, and this is a negotiated agreement that didn't turn out to be a final agreement, and I'm objecting to it because it was an offer of compromise that wasn't ultimately the final agreement between the two parties entered into at mediation.
Mrs. Belden?
Let's see, how do I approach that? It was not, yeah, it was not entered. I guess I'm gonna, I agree with Ms. Whitman. I'm gonna stop share. I guess what I will say to Andrew,
So sustained, then I'll just say
Yeah,
that. That's the
okay.
rule, yeah.
so Andrew, the two of you attended mediation in April 2022 with Linda Rates.
Yes,
It's were you
Okay, just before we get back into it, I just got rave reviews from both Nana, the team Jessie Nana, and also my daughter that was a yummy dinner. So yay for that. Also, if you're just joining us or you're lurking watching, hit that like button or the dislike button, whichever you prefer. It really helps me out with YouTube Daddy. Secondly, what was I just gonna say? Oh, how did you guys appreciate my blurring? I thought that was pretty handy. I'm pretty impressed myself. Less obtrusive than Larry, I think.
close to settlement at that time?
yeah,
Was there a document that was signed, an agreement that was signed by Aishwarya, but it was not signed by you?
yes.
Why did you not sign it?
Well, Aishwarya and I are a little different in our diligence about legal documents. And there's a couple reasons. So, number one, this is our divorce. My relationship with Aishwarya is the most important relationship I've ever had in my life. She is my adult life partner for 20 years at this point. Every decision that I've made, we met in college, every decision that I've made, major life decision that I made since college, was either with or in relation to her. So if we're
Oh man, he knows how to get her going. That is like, she is creaming her pants right now. Do you see her? She's like, I'm his adult. Yes.
going to sign a contract that is going to terminate our marriage, which I didn't really want to do, and chart a course for the future of our children and our family, like I want to ensure that it is, kind of ironclad. And so I wanted to, number one, there were two primary issues. Number one was I wanted an attorney to review it before submitting it. The agreement that we had that I can speak to is that the kids were going to stay in Leland.
I'm going to object to. This is a difficult situation because mediation is supposed to be confidential, and what goes on in mediation is confidential, and what they discuss, and the whole point of having mediation and having it be confidential is for people to go ahead and be able to speak freely without having concerns that it's going to then be brought before the court. So I'm going to object to anything that was negotiated or said or discussed regarding mediation that these two people entered into with Linda Rates, a certified mediator, based upon MRE 408.
I think So I agree, but some of this not all of these discussions are occurring at mediation, okay? So
Mhm.
what they can talk about and agree
What?
with outside of mediation. So the thing
I
is,
agree.
right. So all I'm getting, so just let me try to get to my point is I don't know when he's saying they agreed the kids would stay in Northern Michigan, I don't know that he's saying that's exactly what they said at mediation.
At mediation, correct. And
That's
you know,
my
I
point.
think I can.
I
pull
think it's
something-
important to get some context for when things were said. I agree with you, Ms. Whitman, about the mediation portion, but these parties are having lots of different discussions at this time, and not all of them are inadmissible.
No, I agree. I just want to go ahead and object as to anything that was discussed at mediation and with the mediator.
Yeah, that's fine.
Understood, but so sometimes I like to leave it at a ruling, not just a rolling discussion. So my ruling on your current objection is I don't know the context for that last statement. And so if there's a foundation for it that is from mediation, I agree. If it's not, I disagree.
So I'm going to share screen again, and I am going to go to this. Andrew, do you recognize this email? Do you recognize that it's your email address being sent to Aishwarya? And
Yes.
it's dated Wednesday, April 27th, 2022 at 6:52 a.m.
Yes. And just those timestamps would be Pacific time because I got those this year. So it would have been 9:50.
Can you just,
Okay,
Megan,
9:50.
be a bit better? I'm blurring, but you just got his bloody phone number and email just out there. Oh my God. Okay. I don't know why I have to do it like this, you guys. I had this all set up earlier and then I changed one thing. And now look at us. We are just. Okay, let's continue.
Eastern time, 6:52 a.m. West Coast. Okay. But it looks like this is just between the two of you, and you put together a document that says Nucala Llewellyn divorce settlement elements, correct?
Yes.
I would ask that this be admitted. This is Exhibit D, Part 1. What page is this? Page. Page 26, and now we're gonna, okay, I'll ask that this be admitted. Exhibit D, Part 1, page 26.
What about the attachment?
Okay, so let's go.
Do you
Okay.
want that
And then we see Aishwarya wrote, yes, that's good. Please share. So this was before mediation, correct, Andrew?
Yeah, and the document is in here. Yeah, this is
Okay.
before.
So then this was shared to Linda Rates.
Yep.
Please find attached the agreed upon elements of our divorce settlement. And then there it is again. And then we've got elements of divorce settlement. Do you
Right.
recognize this document?
Yeah, that's the document I created prior to mediation.
Okay, and then we go through here. It looks like debts. Okay, so I would ask I would move to have pages 26 to pages 29 of Exhibit D, Part 1 admitted.
as long as it's complete, I am just trying to, I hate to make you scroll back down, but
Okay, I will. I don't want to get
there
anyone
were,
sick. So it shows it's attached, and then it goes to, it
so
said,
here's the elements of divorce settlement section.
and this is Andrew, can you confirm this is a document you typed up prior to mediation?
This is a document that I typed up, and the reason you can see that is you'll see the comments. So I write, let me know if you have, so custody will be shared 50-50. I write, let me know if you have other ideas on dividing time. Those are
I understand that, yes.
so
This is the document that Ishwarya wrote back to you saying, yes, that's good, please share.
Yes.
Okay, and then there's another document below it?
No, we're not. The next document below is the mediation document. So we're not going to do that. Or I'm sorry, I guess
That's part of
it on to the marital debts.
Okay, so it'll include the marital debts, but not beyond that.
Yeah, it just goes to the bottom of page 29. So pages 26 to 29.
And this was exchanged between the two of them outside of mediation.
Correct. And then they included it to Linda Rates, though. They sent it to Linda
Yeah,
Rates. But you sent it to Linda Rates prior to going into mediation.
Yes, I sent it to Aishwarya. She apparently reviewed it, and then she approved it, and then I sent it to Linda. The whole purpose.
Wait, I have no objection to this being entered, but I do question what it's going to be marked as for my record keeping.
Okay, Exhibit D, Part 1, pages 26 through 29.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm just going to say, since there's no objection, I don't have a problem admitting it, but I don't see how this is not evidence of compromise. I mean, this seems to be directly under 408, but if you don't object, so be it. I just want that to be known so that anybody files an objection to my ruling and says, well, he got it all wrong. I'm saying,
I do really question. I mean, I have made an objection before about all of these things. These are all.
That's not the way it works, though. You don't just get to put a blanket on everything. Some of what I'm talking about when their discussions are, I think we've seen enough emails to say these parties are communicating about all sorts of ideas and things. Not all of it was about settlement. This to me, from reading it, looks to be an exact offer of compromise. So I don't care if you don't object. That's just fine with me, because it's your case, your client's case. But I want my record to be clear that I don't see how this is.
I would argue that this is the parties working together, and this is the agreement they had reached.
Translation: if you want to suck a lawyer, you can go ahead, but I do not want people to look at me as a judge and say, bam, he doesn't know the law.
On how to skin the cat, for lack of a better term, going into mediation. I think they wanted to go into mediation with these terms. And I'm not saying that this was a final agreement. Where I'm coming from is to show that the parties put thought into this. And as of April 27th, this is what they were thinking in terms of, I know this wasn't a final settlement.
Your Honor, I do want to go ahead and amend my position on this and to object. I do believe and I agree that it says elements of divorce settlement, and they have now retained a mediator, Linda Rates in this case. And I do.
I'm sorry, sweetie, but duh. I'm sorry. A little late. The judge just fed that to you.
Believe that this is objectionable under MRE 408.
The other part, well, I mean, obviously I agree with myself. I'm saying, look at the comments on the right too. What are those?
These are, I think, Andrew's comments that he had shared with Ishwarya.
They're his addendums. These people have talked and put more effort into this Word document than I've seen in government organizations on policy. I'm not joking. I'm not even kidding you. They have more notes than I've seen on official correspondence from leaders. The judge is hilarious. I love this judge. He is so sassy and I love him so much. He's right. Lawyers know this. If you want to submit a document, you don't get to write notes in the margins. You don't get to highlight things. You don't get to do that. That is extra stuff that is ignored by the judge and has to be removed if you're in front of a jury.
Ashwarya, this whole document, right? You
Exactly. So precisely, this is a settlement discussion.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't involve any, legal parties. This was just us. That was a letter that I wrote to her.
Sure, I understand, but
Okay.
it involves two parties to this case who were trying to settle this issue.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I can stop, Sharon. I guess I can say, as of April 27th, before you went into mediation with Miss Linda Marsh Rates, the mediator, had you and Ashwarya kind of hashed out general agreement of how you were going, where you were going to live, what custody was going to look like?
Yeah.
Can you speak to that?
Yeah, we were going to stay in Leland. And I had found an apartment in Lake Leelanau that I was going to rent. I was going to move out, and it was the basement of a retired couple's home. And we were going to stay in Leland, and I was giving her 2 years to buy me out of the house and pay me $300,000. And that was our agreement.
And what was
I'm
physical
going to
custody?
object again as to this is their settlement. Basically, what I objected to based on MRE 408.
Well, I'm not having
He's
me
basically stating it, but isn't that the same thing? This is their conversations to resolve and to settle. And the whole reason that the agreement or what we just looked at is objectionable based on MRE 408, that would apply equally to him stating it verbally. It's the same thing. It's still a negotiation between the two of them that should be deemed confidential according to the evidentiary rule. So I object.
Let me state it a different way. Andrew, as of April 27th, were you proposing a move to Pasadena?
No.
So as of April 27th, you were planning to stay in Leland, Michigan and share custody with Ashwarya.
Yes.
Okay. So then you and Ashwarya attended mediation with Linda Rates. You came out and you felt that you were close to a settlement, correct?
Objection leading.
I'm sorry. Well, I guess I'm kind of re-summarizing what you previously said.
That's the way I took it.
Okay, I'm just trying to get back on track. Just you left mediation and you testified that you did not sign the mediation agreement because you wanted to have an attorney review it because of the seriousness of the matter, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It was another issue, but yes, that was.
Was that agreement ever signed?
I did not.
Okay.
No, I did not sign the agreement.
Okay. Did something change in your family life that caused you to not sign it?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, a number of things. I mean, one is I do want to go back and answer your question about leaving collaborative divorce, if I may do that.
Okay, please.
So the reason we left collaborative divorce, and I also want to say that I appreciate that everything is objected to and so on and so forth. However, Aishwarya's motion and in her testimony, she claims that our mediation sessions led to our divorce judgment. So I don't know what's.
I'm going to object to Mr. Llewellyn speaking as if he can go ahead and comment on the evidentiary rules and telling everyone what he'd like to say. I believe that he needs to answer the questions asked and not just simply discuss and ask questions as he chooses to.
Yeah, as a witness, I'll just have you answer the question.
Okay.
If your attorney wants you to answer things or talk about things, she'll ask you.
Sure.
Okay, so Andrew,
Well, I did want to, am I allowed to answer?
Please state why you left collaborative divorce.
We left collaborative divorce because we had mediation agreements. That's why we left collaborative divorce. There's a text.
You had already attended mediation with Linda Rates?
No. We had
you had reached an agreement outside of collaborative divorce between you and Aishwarya. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Had mediation agreements from April 27th. You showed a text exchange from April 28th when Aishwarya testified. And I asked her, do you want to have the attorneys, this is a text exchange, you want to have the attorneys submit this? Do you want us, how do you want to do this? Because we have a mediation. We hadn't left collaborative divorce.
Okay.
Mediated an agreement. And we're trying to figure out what to do with our now new mediation agreements. One of the things she said in that text exchange was, I don't want anything to do with those people, meaning the collaborative divorce attorneys. So we were in agreement that we didn't want them participating in submitting these mediation agreements.
Okay. So Andrew, when did you and Aishwarya first tell the children that you were getting divorced?
So on May 1st.
May 1st. Okay, so right after the two of you had attended mediation with Linda Marsh Rates, you and Aishwarya, did you both sit down and tell the children?
So she told me on May 1st that she wanted to tell the children we're getting divorced, which we hadn't told them.
Okay.
And I emailed her and said, okay. And I said, I asked in the email, I said, do you want to tell them or do you want me to? And I said, I want to, ensure with them that they didn't do anything to cause this. I want to ensure with them that, everything's going to be okay. I said I wanted to tell them that I'm moving into an apartment and that we're not moving anywhere. That's in an email. And so this was the evening of May 1st. Leo had soccer games down in Cadillac. We came back. And we all sat down in our living room on May 1st, which was a Sunday. And I told the kids we're getting divorced.
You told the kids?
I told the kids.
Aishwarya said that to summarize, Aishwarya told you that she wanted both of you to tell the kids?
Well, she said she wanted, it was like she wanted to sit down and tell the kids. Obviously, we wouldn't be there. Yeah.
But did she tell you before that she wanted you to be the one to tell the kids, or?
No, I asked her in the email and she responded and said I should tell them. So I should.
Okay. So that happened on May 1st.
That happened on May 1st.
After that, where did things go with discussions on where you're going to live?
Well, on the next day, I had gotten on April 28th, I had gotten in touch with Melissa Umulis because I had spoken with her previously and I wanted her to review the mediation agreements and file our divorce. I texted Aishwarya about that. That's why I hired Melissa Umulis. I didn't hire, it was like I wanted an attorney to review this, and that's why I hired her. There's a text that I believe you shared in Aishwarya's testimony where she said that's fine. I want it done ASAP. So on Monday, May 2nd, I wrote to her and I said, now Aishwarya had gotten very angry at me about the Cranbrook decision over the weekend. And so I wrote to Melissa, which I have in an email. And I said, can we file our divorce based solely on our child agreement? And she said, no, you have to have both of them. So as of May 2nd, I was still expecting we were going to stay in Leland. There was a kids had a track meet down at Kingsley, and Aishwarya and I were not really communicating very much. And I was driving home with her. I'd gone to the track meet. She couldn't go because she had to work. And I was driving home with Birdie, and she texted me and was like, "When are you going to be home?" And I said, "When are you going to be home?" And I said, like 7:30. And she wrote that she was very distraught. The kids, so I told the kids that we're getting divorced, and they were shocked. And then they just kind of like cried in their room for 3 hours that night. So the next day, May 2nd, I'm driving home from Kingsley, and Aishwarya said, "I'm distraught over how upset the kids are." She texted and said, "I feel like dying." She stayed in the house that night. So this was the evening of Monday, May 2nd. The morning of Tuesday, May 3rd, I worked in our chicken coop guest house. I was in the guest house, and she texted me. And she said, "Can you please come upstairs? I'd like to talk to you." And I said, "Yes." I think it was before 7. So I go upstairs. She's in bed, and she's crying. And I hugged her, and she was sobbing. Probably the most intense sobbing that I've ever felt from her. And obviously, from my testimony, you know that I've seen her in very distraught emotional states. And she was extremely upset. And she said, "I feel like everybody's life is ruined." And I said, "Nobody's life is ruined." And she said, "I feel like dying." And she said to me, "This never would have happened if we hadn't moved from Pasadena." And then she told me that she wanted me to contact schools in Pasadena for our children to attend. Westridge for Joseph, Westridge, Flintridge, Sacred Heart, Flintridge Prep, and LaSalle for Josephine, High Point for Leo, where he had been in school and we lived there, and then I don't know that we talked about school for Birdie. She also said I purchased tickets to go to Los Angeles for a week because what my plan was at that time was, we were going to stay in Leland. I was going to rent this apartment. I had a 6-month lease. It was $1,000 a month. And I had told her I was going to start traveling to Los Angeles and sort of like build up my professional life there. So I had purchased plane tickets to go to Los Angeles. And she said, "I want you to take Josephine to, when you go, and tour schools." And I said, "Okay." So that was Tuesday, May 3rd.
Okay.
And, that day we contacted, I wrote to some schools, she wrote to some schools. We met with the therapist again that evening or that afternoon.
Andrew, real quickly, I know you said that Aishwarya is the one that said to you, "Can you start contacting schools in Pasadena?" So when you and Aishwarya were contacting these schools, were you doing it together? Were you both CC?
Yeah, we were doing it together. I do have to say, I did write to her about living in Los Angeles. I never once suggested that our family move to Pasadena this year. I never said that. I never made that statement.
Okay.
I never independently advocated for that. I talked about Los Angeles. I said in my letter on April 10th, I'm only going to move there if I have concrete paying work. I didn't. My plan, honestly, was like we would take the year, and if in a year from then, which would be now, I had worked there, and like we applied for the kids to go to school, and they got financial aid, and like all of it came together. Yeah, we could do that, but I had no intention of moving to Pasadena in the fall of 2023, fall of 2022, and sending all the kids to private school until we had that conversation.
Okay. So I'm sorry. So so you and Aishwarya both started reaching out to schools. You were
reaching out to
seeing
schools.
one another, and what transpired from there?
Well, so I had a meeting with a therapist that afternoon. I said, this therapist that we had seen, I said, "Do you want to come to that meeting with me?" So this is May 3rd. She said, "Yeah." And at the end of we talked, and at the end of the session, Aishwarya said, like, "I'll move to Pasadena if he gives me the property." And I said, "I'd think about it." And I had offered that to her. April 22nd, I said, "If you move to Los Angeles, I'll just give you the house." And she was like, "I don't want you to do that." But May 3rd, she said, "I will do this if he gives me the property." And so we contacted schools. And then the next day, May 4th, I remember I was in Traverse City. I don't know why. I was in Traverse City, and then there's text between us where that's when I asked her. I remember there was this one text, she said, she was like, I'm fucking livid with you, but like, I think we need to try and make California work, but it's really expensive. We're talking 3 private school tuitions and 2 houses, and, but we were talking about it. And then I said, like, do you want to talk to the kids about this? So we had told them on the 1st that we were getting divorced. So, April 26th, April 27th, we went to mediation, like we're planning to stay in Michigan, and now it's May 4th, a week later. And, I said, do you want to talk to the kids? And she wrote a text, which has been referenced in multiple documents, where she said, I said, do you want to talk with me prior to us talking to them? And she's like, I don't think so. I think we just tell them that we were all happier in Pasadena and for different reasons. And we're thinking about being there for the school year and spending the summers in Northern Michigan. And I believe we've talked to them that day. She might have talked to them about that. I think that kind of the tone and sort of the dynamics between us, that might have been sort of a conversation that she led. And then, we contacted schools, and that's like what we worked to do.
Okay. And so it was right after you told the kids about the divorce on May 1st that the conversation started going towards relocating to LA area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was there ever discussion after May 3rd of let's reconsider, let's look back at Leland again, let's look anywhere else, or was it full speed ahead?
No.
Okay.
I don't recall any. I mean, we had, I remember we talked on, I think it would have been Mother's Day, like Sunday, May 8th. And, and we both, let me just say, I sure expressed concerns about the cost. But no, we never really talked about staying in Leland after that.
When did you guys share with the kids that you were thinking about moving back to LA?
It would have been that, I think it was that Wednesday, May 4th. I think that's
May
4th.
Okay. And then did you take Josephine out to look at schools out in LA?
Yes.
And when was that?
We flew on May 16th. We drove to Detroit and flew out of there. And we were there that week. We went to High Point, which is the school that she and Leo attended for elementary and middle school. She saw friends there. I talked with the head of the school, about Leo going there. She saw, like I said, she saw her friends. We toured Westridge, which is an all-girls, kind of a prestigious all-girls school in Pasadena. We toured Westridge. She saw some friends at a mall. I visited Oak Knoll for Birdie because I wanted Birdie to go to Oak Knoll, which is a Montessori school here. So I visited Oak Knoll. Josephine, I remember had to do some tests for Westridge. So that's kind of what we did. We did some tours and hung out.
Okay. And and Aishwarya was aware that you guys went to LA and did all these tours, correct?
Yeah.
And Aishwarya was on board with it. She was encouraging of it.
Yeah, I remember, yes, she was encouraging of it. I remember, I sent a picture from Josephine at High Point, and she was, responded positively to that. I remember when I went to tour Oak Knoll, she texted and was like, let me know how Oak Knoll is. My heart soars when I think of Birdie and Montessori School. And I did text, I will say, like, you know, I left, I think I left that and I texted her and I was like, it's really impressive. There's all these amazing education opportunities there. And I sure was like, yeah, you just have to have the money for it. But no, she knew we were there. She wanted me to take her. She, you know, was supportive of it. We were in constant sort of contact, you know, about the trip and what was going on. Yeah.
Okay. So when did you get back from being out there visiting?
Sunday, May 22nd.
Okay. When did you first start, or when did it come to your attention, or did you first start noticing that Leo was going through a hard time?
Leo, I'd say distinctly fall of 2021.
Okay. So fall of 21, what did you observe with Leo?
He was just, I mean, both of the kids, you know, during our time in Michigan, you know, it's hard to say what came first. You know, when we lived in Pasadena, like the kids were a little younger and like we spent a lot of time together and we had a lot of fun. And I'd like, you know, I don't know, we'd go for walks and the kids were happy and I'd play badminton with Leo. I'd take him to play baseball. I coached all of his soccer teams. You know, like we were very involved, very close. Like, you know, I remember we used to always like, I had this Van Halen tape and we went to a soccer games and I always put the Van Halen tape on and it was always played the same songs in the soccer. So like, you know, and we were in Michigan and it was just a very, 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 very different, you know, emotional state. I mean, part of it, they were becoming teenagers and were a little more withdrawn, but he was becoming withdrawn. I remember very distinctly there was a soccer game in fall of 21 and he was playing, he'd always played soccer, but just, he was losing his motivation. I remember he got subbed into the soccer game and it was like, he just like wasn't even trying. Like it just, and also like didn't care. And I was just really, and it wasn't about me pushing him to play soccer. It was more just like, he's really unmotivated and almost to the extent of being kind of disconnected from what's going on. So fall of 2021, I spoke with my therapist about it in like January, February of 2021. So it had been going on for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was Ashwarya was aware of it? She was noticing it too?
Yeah, we both would talk about it. You know, we both knew. We both were aware that he, was having a hard time, seemed depressed. Yeah.
Did you and Ashwarya do anything proactive at that time to, did you get Leo into counseling? Did you chalk it up to something that he was going through a hard time?
Well, we did not take him to counseling. I started really trying to spend more time with him. So like in the winter of 2021, like I took him down to, what is it? Hickory. What's that ski place? Like
right in town? Hickory?
Right in town. Yeah. So I took him there and like, taught him how to ski. So I'd take him skiing most weekends and like tried to take him out to eat. I was trying to spend time with him. Like he had.
Could you possibly pick more just like stereotypical rich white person activity to do than like, oh, we could go skiing? It's such a fucking expensive thing to do. Oh God. Oh, these people are so unrelatable. Seriously. They have absolutely no relatability to the average person. I'm fucking Canadian. If y'all are like this in America, then we got something to talk about because these people are unrelatable and I live in a pretty rich city and they're still throwing around money like nobody's business. Absolutely nobody's business. They talk about spending so much money and they have absolutely no common sense. I would like to know how many rides she has on the Peloton. That I want to know.
I went to I think he had like 16 soccer games that spring, and I went to all of his soccer games, and I was just trying to do fun things with him and engage with him. That's what we didn't take him to counseling. I was just trying to kind of I talked to my therapist, which I guess I can't talk about our conversation, but
I believe they have 5 therapists for their family. Each adult has one, and each of the 3 children, I believe. 5. Count them, 5. Listen, Daylight, I am jealous. I am proud of you. I love that. I used to do a lot of Cody, you know who I'm talking about. Cody, what's his name? Rides. They talk to my soul. Anyways, we will continue. One day I will have a Peloton. You guys will have to watch me on the Peloton on watching court because I'm just gonna have to combine that eventually. But don't worry, we're not there yet.
I was trying to just spend time with him and have positive time with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Canada is so expensive with
did you
shipping
see
and
things start to
everything.
get better with Leo during that time?
Not tremendously, not specifically. No.
What was his behavior like? Just
At home,
did he express himself to you, or is it more just his demeanor gave you?
it was just kind of his demeanor. He's just quiet. He's reserved. Sometimes he'd say he want a break from his sisters. Like I think when Birdie was born, we thought that he wouldn't become the middle child, but he became the middle child, and he's in between these 2 girls who Josephine is. She's not like Birdie, but she's like outspoken and she says what she wants, and Birdie's this kind of huge life energy, and he would feel stuck in between the 2 of them. He felt like he always felt very obligated to watch Birdie. Like if we were out doing things, like he'd always be like, want to know, do you have to watch Birdie or have to take care of Birdie? So he just became very.
So they both so he's talking that they've parentified this child. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. Dear God. They're not likable. I'm so sorry. I feel so bad for the Birdie, Jacqueline, Josephine, and whatever the kid's name is we're talking about right now. I can't even remember. They've said their kids' names nothing. I can tell you about all the places they've lived, Pasadena, and the schools they've thought about sending their kids to, Cranbrook and Highbury or whatever it is, and I can tell you about the art classes that they've been in and the sort of like weird parts of their life, but barely remember. They don't speak of their children very often at all. Leo. It is Leo. R. Fulmer, thank you. I feel for Leo. I feel for Josephine. I feel for Birdie. I feel for the fact that I hope that these people keep enough money so that when their kids need ongoing therapy, they can afford it their whole lives. That's literally what I hope.
Very reserved, kind of closed off. He'd always been very emotional. Like he'd get angry about things, get upset. He cries a lot. Wouldn't be surprising for a week to go by where Leo cried every day.
This was always, or just
always. Yeah, always very emotional. Always very emotional.
Okay.
Yeah, sensitive. But he became more reserved, and like he was dating a girl, but he had friends, and he livened up around, like, I'd take him to soccer tournaments, and like he didn't play that much in the games, but like he had some friends really liked, and he liked to hang out with his friends, and he had a girlfriend, and I think he was elected actually vice president, like, for student council. So I think in school he was a little bit more open, but at home he was very reserved.
Okay. So by end of May, did you have acceptances? Have the kids been enrolled at the schools in Pasadena?
We enrolled the kids in school so Leo was accepted to High Point, Birdie was accepted to Oak Knoll, and Josephine did not get into Westridge, but she got into LaSalle, I believe, would have been very, very early June. Yeah, and Aishwarya and I, like, we attended, I know we went to like a parent meeting for Oak Knoll, and we went to a parent meeting for LaSalle. And I remember, I just have to say, I remember in the LaSalle meeting, she was talking about LaSalle, and she said, she was talking about how it's close to High Point, because LaSalle's like maybe a mile from High Point. Like, so LaSalle is basically, so they're both private schools, but LaSalle's High Point's sort of a feeder school to LaSalle. LaSalle is the high school that Josephine probably would have gone to had she stayed in Pasadena. She also probably would have gotten a $10,000 a year scholarship if she'd finished at High Point and gone to LaSalle, but that's nothing we do about that now. And I remember in the parent interview, Aishwarya said, we came here to Michigan and we tried it out, but it's time to go home, meaning Pasadena.
Okay.
That's what she said. We signed the enrollment contracts. I just checked on, I think it was June 8th. Yeah.
Okay. So by June 8th of 2022, the kids were enrolled at the schools they were going to be at in the fall. And you and Aishwarya were working together well?
Yeah, I mean, we were working together well. Yeah, we had gone through all of the school stuff together. She was planning a trip to New York for work, and she's from New York, and like our first week we spent together when we were dating was in New York, so she invited me, and we were going to go have sort of like a last romantic weekend in New York in June. Eventually we had to cancel because she had to work. We went out to dinner at the Riverside Inn like once every week for the month of June. Yeah, we were working together. I will say that, when we signed the enrollment contracts, I remember that weekend prior, I had taken Leo and Birdie. There was a soccer tournament in Petoskey, and I'd taken them there, and we had a nice time. And I had concerns about Pasadena, mainly because of the cost, and we're in Leland and we're moving the kids, and I was worried about it. And we went to sign we sat down together in the chicken coop to sign these contracts. But I decided that I didn't want to raise my concerns with Aishwarya, because after the Cranbrook decision, she berated me and told me I had toxic indecision, and said that I had irreversibly, damaged Josephine's future. And, I'm kind of terrified of Aishwarya's communication to me. And I didn't want to say, I'm not sure about this, because she's going to get angry and say, you have toxic indecision. So I was like, this is what we're doing. We're signing these contracts, and this is what we're doing. This is what we've agreed to do. And it's the only thing, and it kind of goes back to what I said previously. Why does it matter what happened in the fall? This is the only thing that we could agree to, and we were both making, and I presented the property settlement terms, which was like, there were all kinds of communications, like how we got to this point, but we were both making a very significant compromise to make this happen. So I was compromising essentially $300,000 because that was what we agreed she was going to pay me for the house. And she was compromising being in Leland for the year. And because we made that compromise, and then this was a way to get her to own the house, which she hadn't found a way to do. It was a way to improve the kids' education without moving them to a new place that we didn't know anything about. We were in agreement about this. It was the only thing we had agreed about. And from May 3rd, for the next 2+ months, we were in agreement about it. And there was no neither of us, I think we both had our reservations, but neither of us raised any serious objections. So we signed the enrollment contracts, on June 8th. Yeah.
Okay. And then did you start packing up the house? What did that look like once you had made this decision to relocate your family to Pasadena? How did you start getting ready?
Yeah, well, we signed our divorce judgment.
Okay.
So that was going on concurrently, where Aishwarya would say, "What have you heard from Melissa?" And I thought.
So to clarify, Melissa Umulis was retained to prepare the consent judgment of divorce that contained the property settlement agreement terms.
Right.
Correct? Okay.
Yeah. Originally, I was just to review those mediation agreements, and then once we changed our plans, we created this whole new document that took significantly longer. But no, originally it was just to review those and submit the divorce pleadings, and then once we came up with these new terms, she created that document, and that's all it was. Aishwarya had told me that she'd been in touch with an attorney that spring, because I remember there was one conversation we had, it would have been May May 9th, or probably May 9th, and we had an argument, and we talked about the house, and she said, "Well, I talked to an attorney who said if I buy you out of the house, it should be on an appraised value, not the money that we put into it." So she had been in conversations with an attorney, so I thought she had an attorney, and the whole reason I had an attorney was just to prepare legal documents. I wasn't and everything that I was doing, I would send to her, and we'd sit down and talk about it. We did it on May 10th. We did it on May 23rd. And I remember Melissa Umulis was like, "Okay, I can send this to attorney." And I called, I don't have this in writing, but I recall a conversation between Aishwarya and me. I was like, "Okay, we can send this to your attorney." And she said, "I don't have an attorney." And I said, "Why not?" And she said, "I didn't want to pay $3,000 for an attorney." So I don't, and I just kind of go back to the difference in our diligence. I was like, okay, well, fine. And we've been doing this for 10 months. And every time that part of the issue was every time that I had come up, sort of tried to sort of, with the mediation agreements, I don't know, we were talking about her being able to be recouped money in the house. Or if she wanted to remodel the house and get paid back that money if we sold it. And I wanted to revise that language. And she just said no. I was like, "No, I'm not going to change it." So it was like, every time I saw sort of an issue or a legal issue or financial issue that I was like, "Let's figure this out," everything broke down. So I was like, "Well, here's the agreement. If you don't want to hire an attorney, then don't hire an attorney." We would review it together. We would read it together, and that's what it was. And I gave it to her. We had those texts that we shared. I printed it out. I took it to her office on June 15th. There's no deadline. Keep in mind. Mm-hmm. Nobody's like, you have to do this by this time. There was no deadline. I took it to her on June 15th. And I had specific questions. I was like, "You can read the whole thing, but here are these specific points that I do want you to look at." And, there was the whole point of in the divorce judgment, which that she had paid me $25,000, but she was going to get half the money, or we would divide the proceeds. If the house is sold prior to September 1st, 2027, we divide the money. And there was sort of this question about well, do you want the $25,000 taken out of that? And, so things like that. Those were the sort of questions that we went through. So she looked at it on June 15th. She was upset. I was upset. She wrote to me the next day, June 16th, which was the day before our wedding anniversary. And was like, "I want to sign this tomorrow on June 17th. And then I need to bring a drink with you." And so, we printed it out, and I took it to her office in Leland, and we signed it, and we cried and hugged and went out to dinner at the Riverside Inn, and, went back to she was house sitting and danced to Purple Rain, and that was it. And our relationship completely improved from the time we signed that, like June 17th, we signed that. Now, and what I had agreed to was like, we're moving to Pasadena. I signed a contract that said I had to be out of the house by July 14th. That was what I signed. And that it didn't say I had to, but one of us had to secure a residence in Pasadena. And once we secured a residence and the children moved there, then their residency would change. So I had signed a contract to do that. And again, this is the most important contract that I've ever signed in my life. And, you know, it was so hard to get to it. It was so hard to get there. I mean, there's all this stuff about I forced her into doing it. I mean, that's just nonsense. But it was so hard to get there that once it was signed, you know, it was like, this is what we're doing. And it's June. And I was in, you know, and I started packing the house, you know, like I'm answering the house packing question. So our house, we had packed up all this stuff in Pasadena and moved it to Leland. The house in Leland is like not livable. So most of the stuff, there's like the den, you saw the picture of last week, was just boxes that had been like half emptied. Like the house was a disaster. The den, most of the bedrooms, like there's stuff all over the place. And I swear, and I actually wasn't working in June. My contract with GM had ended. She was really busy with work. And I was like, I need to get this all packed up. I swear I said, I just packed my boxes. That's not true. I packed all the stuff. Because I knew that once I left, it was not going to get packed, and I had time. So I went through all of these rooms. I have text exchanges between her and me. I have texts where I sent my friends, where it was like days and days and days of going through boxes, of cleaning everything out. I went through all of our kids' clothes from when they were babies till like present day. I went through their toys. I organized it. I separated stuff for Goodwill. You know, she helped me for like 20 or 30 minutes one morning, and it was hot, and she was upset, and she stopped. There was a day she was making jam. I was like, I need you to help me, and she was making jam. But like, I was doing all of that. I went to the garage, like, because I knew that once I left in July, which I had signed a contract to do. So by July 14th, I did not have a home. I had given all of my money to Aishwarya. She paid me $25,000, but all of my marital assets were basically hers unless she sold the house. And I didn't have a place to live. And so I was like, once I leave, I need all of this packed up so that, because I know that this is not going to get done after I leave. And so that's what I did. I packed the house. I packed the kids' stuff. I packed my stuff. I organized it so when the moving truck came, they could just load it. There was stuff she wanted to keep there, like toys for Birdie. I put in a room upstairs. I went through the barn. Like, I went through everything. I went to the garage, and just, we had a dump trailer that we filled up. Like, yeah, that's what I did. And it was, and I will say, it was horrible. It was one of the most emotionally grueling experiences of my life, because I'm like going through my children's childhood. I'm going through, that is, you know, we're getting divorced. I'm going through our previous life in Westgate, toys that had been like rotting in the garage. You know, there's all of this life that had been our life that had just been abandoned and dumped in corners of this ramshackle house. It was awful. It was absolutely terrible. So I packed the house. I didn't pack the kids' rooms, and we can get to that. I didn't get to packing the kids' rooms.
Okay. So, but you felt like, so then July 9th comes. July 9th is the date you hit the road to move west, correct?
Yes.
And how everyone was on the same page that day as you left the house and headed out?
Yeah, I mean, you know, everybody was upset. The kids were upset. Like the night before, or the day before, I used to do this drive where we'd go down to Mundo's and get coffee and like drive up through Leland on. I invited Aishwarya to do that, and we did that. We went for a drive to get coffee, and we went out to dinner at the Cove. And yeah, the next day I packed up my car. I had my dog, you know, my dog and my 1999 4Runner, and I had a plan. I was staying with a friend in Chicago and another friend in Arkansas, and then I was gonna stop in New Mexico. Yeah, and so I couple boxes of stuff, and you know, and I left.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna share screen. Andrew, do you recognize this email that you sent to Ashwarya? It looks like on July 8th.
Yeah.
So, and then do you see Ashwarya responded? It looks like you were considering making an announcement about the state of your marriage on Facebook. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I think part of it had come up because I think she'd had some of my family was going to be in northern Michigan, and they had contacted her, and she was like, "Can you tell your family like not to contact me?" And I did want to post something on Facebook, and I hadn't, and I had basically not. I didn't post. I had social media. I didn't post anything. I mean, there were a couple things I posted in June, but I had not posted anything, and so I wrote this message, and it was customary sometimes. For me to, Ashwarya wanted to sort of review certain things that I was sending to people. And so she said she wanted to read this, and I sent it to her.
Okay, so Ashwarya looks like responded to you. So you sent this to her for her review, and then she gave you the okay that you could post this, correct?
Yeah.
I would ask to have this admitted as an exhibit. This is Exhibit D, Part 3. Page 125.
Ms. Whitman, you're on mute.
No objection.
Okay.
Admitted. Thank you.
So Andrew, you would say that this was consistent with how you and Ashwarya were working together at this time. You were working well together.
I mean, and I think, I can read it if you want, but it's right there. Like, I didn't say specifically what we were doing or what was going on, but, it was all agreed to. This was 3 weeks after we signed our divorce judgment. I kind of go back to just as an example, we signed that enrollment contract for Cranbrook on April 8th, and I told her the next day I didn't feel good about it. So this is 3 weeks after we signed the divorce judgment, and that she knows exactly what I'm saying. I say we both feel confident that we have made decisions that are in the best interest of our 3 children, ourselves, and our family overall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she had no objection, and I posted it.
Okay.
Publicly.
Okay. So you left July 9th.
Yeah.
And what happens after you leave?
So I left July 9th. I knew, and I said to people that, I think I'm going to leave. I'm going to drive out of the driveway, and reality is going to hit Ashwarya. I don't think that reality has hit Ashwarya. I left, and it was kind of weird because I didn't know if I should call her or text her. Like, I didn't really know what our relationship was, and I didn't call the kids that much. Like, I was trying. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I kind of needed some space. I was driving, driving through Illinois. I remember actually I drove to Chicago. I stayed with a friend there, and I remember driving down Illinois.
We don't
and,
do. Please shut the fuck up. Could you please? Seriously? Shut the fuck up, dude. His talking does not make me want to read any of his writings. We're almost finished this part. Continuing on, I've just put the dough in the oven to rise. Clusterfuck, just like this divorce.
And thinking about how, so when was that, 2022? So 15 years before, I had left graduate school and driven north in Illinois to live with Aishwarya and get married. And now I'm driving in the opposite direction. And I stayed with a friend in Arkansas, and we text, and I talked to the kids a little bit. I stayed with a friend in Arkansas, and I was driving through Oklahoma. I remember I was listening to this Leonard Skinner album, pronounced Leonard Skinner. It's her first album, and this is just kind of like I just listened to Freebird. I was driving through Tulsa, listening to Freebird, and feeling very like positive. And Victoria called me, and we talked a little bit. And she was like, "Okay, I'm going to I can't remember what the snacks. I can't feel awful. I can't remember. I'm going to get a sandwich." It's like, okay. She's like, "I think we need to talk about some things." And I was like, "What things do we need to talk about?" And she was like, "I just don't know if we can."
Objection. 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 Do you know how bad I wish I could see the judge's face right now? We can't see. I promise. Look, you know what? Fuck these people. Fuck them. And their fucking just absolutely depressing divorce. Oh my God, seriously. You can't see the judge's face. If I could, oh my God. Please, just stop talking, dude. You suck.
Can afford this. And I was like, okay, can you call me back? So she goes and she gets a sandwich, and she called me and said, like, "I don't know if we can afford this. I don't know if we can do this." And
This sandwich was $50, dude. We can't afford this sandwich. I hate him. I hate him so much.
I mean, it's not funny. Like, she's testified that I said it's a binding agreement. I didn't say it was a binding agreement. I didn't say that. I didn't know it was a binding agreement until like October when I talked to my attorney. I was like driving in my car in Oklahoma, never been in Oklahoma, and I was like, just kind of like, well, what am I supposed to do? Like, I think I said to her, like, I'm driving in my car with my dog to California because I'm supposed to move there. What am I supposed to do? Like, what and I go back to me talking about that we signed this contract, and so I was like, I can't, like, if I turn around, like, what is going to happen if I just turn around? Like, what is the outcome? Where's anybody gonna live? Where's they go to school? I didn't get angry. I talked to her. I was like, why didn't you talk to Molly, your check, her friend? I was like, you could talk to Jennifer Bowles, the therapist we talked to. I was like, I don't know, talk to somebody. I don't know what to tell you. Like, what am I supposed to do? And I wasn't angry, and we talked, and then got off the phone, and I stayed in Santa Fe that night, and I drove to, Los Angeles the next day. We talked again, kind of the same things. I remember sending her a picture, like the first sign I saw for Los Angeles was near like Flagstaff, and I sent that to her, and she's like, "Oh, that's exciting." And then I got to Pasadena that night, the night of July 12th, and I actually drove all the way. It's funny, like, I'd been driving for 4 days, and then all of a sudden I was just like in Pasadena, and I saw the highway signs, and it was like I'd driven home. Like, it was just this very interesting, kind of amazing experience. I drove all the way to the ocean because, like, how often do you drive to California? I drove to the ocean, in Santa Monica, and like went to the ocean, and drove back and went to my Airbnb.
I would like to know what drugs he's on because that didn't make any sense. Do I need coffee? I'm gonna make some coffee. Things aren't making a lot of sense. Maybe it's me.
So you had an Airbnb at that time.
I had an Airbnb, and I will say that I got to my Airbnb, and I had driven all this way. I take a shower. It's like 2 a.m, and this has nothing to do with anything. I'm just like, and I went to pick something up, and I hit my head on something, and I fell on the bed, and I was like, what happened? And I had like slammed my head into a metal rod that sliced my head open. I went to the ER. They were like, it's an 8-hour wait. Anyways, in the morning I went and I had to get staples put in my head for this cup. That was like how I arrived in Pasadena. And I was like, how ironic that's like 4 days of driving, nothing happened. And I did my Airbnb.
Yeah.
Anyways, I had an Airbnb, and yeah.
Okay. So, was there any more discussion?
I'm sorry. What does that I he has a therapist already that's charging him thousands of dollars a year and he thinks he's doing great. Oh my God, their sessions must be so. Oh my God. Oh, all the therapists should be getting paid hazard pay in this case.
Discussion after you got to, in the next days after you got to Pasadena? Were there more discussions between you and Aishwarya of indicating that she didn't?
Yeah, yes, there were. There were, we talked some, and she said she was happy I was in Pasadena, but she was there and she was like, the kids are really unhappy and there's a lot of crying, and she felt that I had like left them there, and I hadn't been cold enough, and so we were talking about that. And she still had major reservations, and we were like, and the reason my primary goal to be in Pasadena at that time was to I wanted to secure a rental house and kind of have it all moved into and sort of like ready for the kids to start school on August 15th. That was like my goal. But no, we had conversations, and and you showed some of those emails to her last week, but we had conversations. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna real quickly share with you. This is
Yeah, we're getting ready to break for lunch, so that's why.
Okay, I'll just share this one, and then I think this would be a good point to stop. So, Andrew, do you see this this email from Sunday, July 17th?
Yes.
And it's from you to Aishwarya. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna stop here. I'm just gonna ask for exhibit. This would be exhibit D, part 3, page 126. And it's a Gmail from Andrew to Aishwarya titled Moving Ahead, July 17th, 2022. You see that? Any objections, Melissa?
No objection.
Okay. Okay. So Andrew, in this email, it looks like you're acknowledging that there were some conversations.
Is she stupid? Is she that dense? Do you know when you have a boss, when your boss is a judge and your boss says, I think we were stopping for lunch soon. Shut your fucking mouth and go eat lunch. Don't put another document in front of them. Don't. I've never been to law school, but I can tell you that easily. That nothing that's being said or done right now is being digested the way she wants it to be. And she didn't take the cues very good.
Yeah.
Can you read this email to the court, and then I think we're gonna
yeah.
break.
So yeah, right. Aishwarya, thank you for talking earlier today. I want to say a few things. I know this is an extremely difficult time for our entire family. There is no way to get around it. My last week in Leland was the hardest week emotionally of my entire life. I apologize that since I left last Saturday, I have not expressed more concern about how the kids have been doing emotionally. Honestly, I've really needed massive emotional space from what has transpired in our life and our family over the past 1 to 2 years. I do not mean to leave you alone with the kids and their intense emotions. I am truly sorry the experience has been so hard for you. I will say that I simply cannot live with the anger, resentment, confusion, and chaos that has filled our life for the past 2 years. When you started talking this morning about moving, I began to hear that anger again in your voice, and it makes me feel terrified and miserable. I don't want to specifically say that we should reconsider our plans, but if you feel that carrying out the plans we agreed to in our divorce judgment will lead you to feeling that way toward me, I think we should reconsider. I cannot live like that anymore. I cannot live in the emotional state I lived in for the past 2 years. It is not sustainable. However, assuming we are going to carry out our plans, I would like to communicate about working together to do them, whether that means me coming back there to help the kids pack. I looked at plane tickets. You and I living together for a while out here, whatever it might be. If we're going to be partners in life, then we need to be partners in life. I just want to say those things. That's all. Love me.
Okay. Okay, I think this is a good point to break, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Do you really finally think it's a good time to break? Wow, great job. Hold on, guys, 1 second. Don't worry, there's more. Oh, shoot. Oh my God, I'm rubbing my face and I'm wearing makeup. That's not good. Okay. Once again, I apologize for putting you guys through this. However, I love you. So, here we go.
One's
I don't know
Ms.
what's in this
Belvin.
one. We might have to do more blurring. We will see. We will see. What do you guys think the judge had for lunch? That's what I'd like to see in the chat. I would love to see what you thought the judge had for lunch right before coming back to this case. What do you think Judge Hagan had for lunch? I would not blame him if it was whiskey.
Okay, thank you. So Andrew, I think we left it with July 17th of 2022. You had reached out to Ishwarya and acknowledged that it had been a hard week, that it had been a hard 1 to 2 years, quite honestly. And you brought up the possibility of reconsidering plans of the move to Pasadena, correct?
Correct.
I'm now going to, did Ishwarya respond to that email? Do you know?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm now going to share, this is Exhibit D, Part 3, pages 127 and 128. Again, Andrew, do you recognize this document? It's a Gmail. It looks like it was sent from your email address to Ishwarya's email address on Monday, July 18th.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay, and I'm going to scroll to the bottom so that you see it's 2 pages. You recognize that complete document?
Yep.
Okay, I would ask that, I think it's already been admitted with Ishwarya's testimony, but again, that Exhibit D, Part 3, pages 127, 128 be admitted.
No objection.
Okay. Okay, so Andrew, can you read the heading for this email?
Yeah, options for this year.
Okay, so this was the day after you sent the email of July 17th in which you said, you brought up the possibility of reconsidering options, and it looks like this is an email in which you are saying the options as you see them. And can you read the captions here? I mean, the first one says, waiting a year to move, kids staying in Michigan. The second one is splitting up the kids for the coming year. The third one is everyone moves to Pasadena. And you went through and you put what you saw as the positives and negatives for each one, correct?
Correct.
And did you get a response from Aishwarya to that?
I don't recall a specific response. What I remember transpiring from, so that was the 18th, right? What I remember transpiring from this was that on probably that was a Monday. So probably on that Wednesday, I think it was probably that Wednesday. She and I talked on the phone and she said, we're going to, carry out the plan. We're agreed to. Everybody's moving to Pasadena.
Okay. I then am going to show you, let's see, this would be pages 129. Page 129 of Exhibit D, Part 3. Again, do you recognize this email exchange between you and Aishwarya?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and it's dated Monday, July 25th, correct?
Correct.
And it looks like it's an email from Aishwarya to you with a number of listings of possible rentals. Is that correct, in the Pasadena area?
That is correct. Yep.
Okay. And then it looks like you responded with some rentals that you had seen for that same area.
Yep.
And then Aishwarya responded to that, right? She looked over the ones you proposed and gave her thoughts, correct?
Yeah, and this is at this time I was actually back in Michigan for the week, and this is after a rental I signed a lease for out here had fallen through.
Okay, so you and Aishwarya, would you say that the two of you are working together to procure housing in Pasadena?
Yes.
Okay. I would ask that page 129 of Exhibit D, Part 3 be admitted.
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay. So Andrew, when did you come back to Michigan so you went out to Pasadena July 9th, or you started the drive out there. When did you come back to Michigan and why for the first time?
I came back Friday, July, that would have been, so let's see, 18th. 22nd? Yeah, July 22nd. I'd gone to look at a few rentals. I saw one that I thought would work well. And I signed a lease for it, and Aishwarya wanted me to go back. She's like, the kids are having a hard time, and, we need to pack the rooms. So I signed this lease for a house there and for a house in Pasadena. And because I had signed that lease, like the whole reason I went out when I did was to get a house. So I had accomplished that goal. The issue was I had to pay security deposit or some rent. And the money that I was using on this trip was the $25,000. Well, some of it already, Aishwarya paid me $25,000. Some of it had already gone to other things. So the money that I was using for this was the $25,000 from the property settlement. I signed this lease and then I bought a plane ticket to fly to Michigan. But Aishwarya had taken out of the bank account like $3,000 or something a few days before to pay a seamstress for, this was still out of our shared City National account. She'd taken it was like $3,000 or something to pay a seamstress for an interior design project. And so that money that was supposed to be for me renting a house went to this seamstress. I was like, thought I was going to get paid. There was like a thing where I thought I was getting paid. I didn't get paid. And anyways, I didn't have the money to pay the security deposit. So I bought tickets. I flew. I was getting to the airport and like, it was becoming apparent that I was probably not going to be able to pay like the security deposit or the first month rent. We had agreed on that with this house. I had agreed on that with the landlord. And the whole reason I was going back to Michigan is because I'd secured this house and now I'm going back to pack the kids' stuff. So I fly back to Michigan. And the next day, Saturday, the 23rd, that would have been, I believe, the landlord of the house said, I'm sorry, I'm not going to rent this house to you. So now I don't have a house to live in Pasadena.
And I'm sorry, what was the reasoning for not renting it to you?
Because I hadn't paid her anything.
Yeah. Okay. So it was because of that 3,000 being removed from the account that was supposed to be used for the.
Yeah.
That was your 25,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Hi, Lady Lynn. I hope you're doing well. I'm glad to see you and to hear that you're here. Also, I love all your comments. You're great. All of you guys. They're making me laugh. And yes, their money mismanagement is astronomical. It's insane.
So you lost the lease you were going to get because of Aishwarya removing the money that had gone to you via your agreement. You lost that first.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were in Michigan when you got that news, but you had returned to Michigan to do what?
To pack the kids, to kind of be present, because everybody was having a hard time, and to pack the kids' rooms. So I packed all this other stuff in the house, and I went back to like pack up their bedrooms. But not having the lease really like threw all those plans kind of up in the air because now I'm in Michigan for a week when I need to find another house in Pasadena. So that was kind of the beginning of what transpired that week.
Okay. So when did you return to Pasadena?
Friday the 29th.
Okay.
Friday.
So you flew back to Pasadena on Friday, July 29th, and where did you stay?
I stayed at another Airbnb. That was the other thing, is like I was planning, if that lease had gone through, I had a house to live in. I had 2 weeks, like the part of the reason, and then I swear I saw the pictures of the house and she didn't like it. And so that's part of why she started looking for places with me. But that lease was set to start, I think it was July 29th or the 30th. And so I was planning to come back, stay in that house. And I had 2 weeks to kind of, work on it and get it ready before the kids arrived. And it fell through. So I had plans I'd committed to staying. So I was staying at Airbnb, and then I had committed to staying in our friends the Yurchaks again, because they were going to be where I'd stayed in the summer of 2021, because they were going to be in Vermont and I was going to be pet sitting and house sitting. So
Hi, Steve Rosen. They are fighting about themselves mostly. It's really not about the kids or about money. It is money, but honestly, they're just like the sound of their own voice. He's a writer, she's an interior designer. They still love each other. They love to hate each other. That's what I know. Nana, I'm talking. It's not even that loud. It's not. It's not. This lady gets me in trouble because apparently I'm talking loud. I'm not even talking. I don't know what she's talking about. Anyways. there's gonna be some document. Look at how she's sitting. I hate it. Anyways, let's continue.
I stayed in an Airbnb for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 nights. And then I went to the Yurchak's house, I think on Wednesday, August 3rd.
Okay. And then during this time, you and Ashwarya are discussing the travel plans to get everyone out to Pasadena, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then you and Ashwarya had some kind of back and forth with getting the plane tickets, but you handled that well, correctly? The two of you worked together to coordinate getting the plane tickets and let me see here. I'm gonna pull this up, Andrew. So here's some emails from an email from August 1st that says plane tickets. Do you recognize this email, Andrew?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and it looks like you and Ashwarya are getting along well, and Ashwarya is telling you she's gonna move the kid's orthodontist appointment. She's saying it frees up the schedule so that they can get out there, and there's an indication that Birdie needs to be in Pasadena by the 10th.
Yeah, so Birdie had like, she's 4, she's going to preschool. They had like an orientation for the kids on the morning of Wednesday, August 10th.
Okay.
Josephine was starting high school on Monday, August 15th. Leo didn't start school until I think probably right before Labor Day. I can't recall off the top of my head. I think they usually started like the Friday before Labor Day. So he was going to have several weeks. But that was the schedule. And then Birdie started, she had that orientation, but I don't think she didn't start school till like, she might have started the 25th, like week of the 22nd of August.
Okay. So, so you and Ashwarya worked well to get those tickets purchased. Did you reimburse her some money for the purchase of the tickets, and the two of you worked that through well?
Yeah, I don't recall there being an issue with that. I think there was something because she was still on my health insurance, and I had Cobra, and I think I paid like $840 a month for her health insurance, and I think I don't remember, there was some exchange related to that. Yeah.
Okay.
For her ticket.
Yeah, and I think that this shows that. So
there, yeah, if you reimburse me.
There it shows that there's the reimbursement for the health insurance premium. Looks like here are the flight options.
Yep.
Okay, so this all looks familiar to you. And then it looks like Ashwarya went ahead and bought the tickets.
To be fair, Michael Furberger, which first of all, thank you for being here. Love everybody who's new and old. I am purposefully blurring these documents to make YouTube Daddy happy. Hi, Pizza Man. But so while they did actually get some of these documents chiseled onto stone tablets for this particular hearing, it was not these documents. I'm joking. But seriously, they had horrible documents to begin with. But I am blocking out because these people sign their name and phone number to shit more than famous people.
And then you said, I can Venmo the money, and she agreed. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, so I'm going to ask that pages 129 to 135 be admitted from Exhibit D, Part 3. Again, those are the emails I just, let's see, maybe, I'm sorry, it's one.
Good night, Tupac. Please be careful as you exit out of the kitchen tonight and enjoy your evening. I know it's your weekend starting. So hopefully we will see you back soon. But have a great night, Tupac. You know we love you.
I'm sorry, 132 through 135 of Exhibit D, Part 3.
No objection.
Okay, thank you. And then Andrew, do you recognize this email from August 2nd?
Yes.
And can you explain what this email is about?
Yeah, so these are just some financial things that we had to sort out, post our divorce. So like it says, I have your health insurance premium. I have COBRA through the 30th. Cost of your premium is $842. I guess I'm not saying that she needs to pay it, but it's more like she needs to. I wasn't sure. There was this whole thing about her health insurance because how would it affect if we're legally divorced? So that was just a topic. Switching the utilities over to her name at the Lake Leelanau house because they were all in my name. The homeowner's insurance. So the homeowner's insurance on the house was very expensive because there was only one company that would insure it because it needs a new roof. So it was $300 a month, which I think our homeowner's insurance for our house in Pasadena, which was like $1 million house, was like $750, and the one in Lake Leelanau was $3,600. AT&T bill, we needed to.
These people don't understand math. Are they talking about spending like $50,000 on private school, but he just complained about a $300 house insurance? Sounds like he goes to the same school of ADHD math that I attend.
My phone was under her name. My phone number was under her name. The BMW title, I had signed it over to her, but she needed to register it, and then car insurance. I was still paying the car insurance for both of us.
Was this typical that would this be typical that you would handle these things and make sure that all of this got done, or is this something that I guess I'm inquiring about the need for you to send an email like this?
There were certain things that Aishwarya would handle, like because the AT&T bill was in her name, so she usually handled paying that. All this actually kind of conversation went on for much of 2022 because we were like sort of dividing things, but not really. I paid the homeowner's insurance. I paid the car insurance. I paid the utilities. Yeah. So, it depended, but these are all things that I was, taking care of. Sometimes she paid the AT&T bill, but yeah.
Okay. So you had returned to Pasadena. You said, what was it? Friday, July 29th?
Yeah.
And then
Med check, folks. Med check. Line up. Single file, please. Check.
Andrew, do you recognize this email? It looks like it's from you to Aishwarya from Thursday, August 4th.
Yeah, I recognize that.
Okay. What happened that it looks like you and Aishwarya were looks like you had hit a road bump, I guess. What happened that caused this email to be sent?
I can't recall what. I think she. I think she was feeling overwhelmed. She had COVID. Bertie had COVID. But we had a very tumultuous week. The week that I was in Michigan.
Okay.
And I was frankly in a lot of emotional pain and struggling to communicate.
Okay. I would ask that this email be admitted. This is, let's see.
Ask that you stop hitting.
Do you see this, Melissa? It is on, I think it was admitted previously, actually, too. So it starts on, it's Exhibit D, Part 3. It starts on page 138, and it looks like it just kind of rolls through until the bottom of page 140. 138. Oh, let's see. 138 to 139 and 140.
No objection.
Okay.
This is Larry Beaver.
Your Honor, if Mr. Llewellyn would mute his, actually he can't because he's speaking. Sorry. Just heard my,
The noise coming through.
yeah, it's.
So Andrew, in this email exchange, do you mind on this email that you sent Aishwarya the morning of Thursday, August 4th? It looks like you are letting her know that, this is a hard time. But can you read these last two little paragraphs right at the end?
Yeah, where it starts with, so if you need.
Yes.
Yeah, so I wrote, so if you need me to do something specific in relation to the kids, just tell me. I think coming back for a week to help was a significant effort, but it yielded no results. Tell me in specific terms without any emotion related what you'd like me to do.
Okay. Can you tell the court what you meant by that?
What I meant by what?
Please don't. Please don't. Also, this is Larry Beaver. I'm Canadian Beaver expert right here. You can also send me any Larry Beavers, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't ever forget that. I accept all Larrys and I love to see them. This case is so deep, seriously. Usually I use Larry Beavers as beaver buffers to do my blurring, but I was learning today. That's why I was blurring. But, oh, Nana's coming. I'm yelling again. Okay, let's get her back on so it's not me she's mad at.
By, if you need me to do something, was this in relation to reconsidering custody? Was in this relation to packing up? Was this in, or if you don't know, you don't know?
Well, I know. I mean, I know what was going on. I mean, it stems from the events of the week of July 25th. What was going on, which I can speak to.
Okay, why don't you speak to that?
Okay.
Tell us what happened that week that was so hard.
So I flew back to Michigan on July 22nd. I was there, the morning of July 23rd, I found out I didn't get this house. We wanted to kind of spend time together with the kids, so we went to, there's a beach that I like to go to, Good Harbor Beach off Bohemian Road, like out near Maple City on Lake Michigan. And we went there, and we were kind of, it was like on the way. We were kind of, it was a rough morning. Go to the beach, we're hanging out, and kids were all there with all the kids. And I'm just gonna tell you what happened. We were hanging out, and we were talking about dating a lot, talking about dating and people, like people on Tinder that she sees, and like me, and we were at the beach, and that was that Saturday, and we were making plans for dinner, and we decided to go to the Little Travers Inn, which is out right by that beach. Then I said, like, have you ever been here? And she said, oh, no, yeah, I'm kind of, I was like, okay, who'd you go with? She was like, I don't, and she told me she went there with this man, Adam Hess, last summer. And I remember she made some comment that he couldn't.
Adam. His name was Adam. His name was Adam. We were just wondering. Oh shit! I hope things didn't break. We were wondering who the guy she cheated with was. It was Adam Hess. Ugh. Damn. We knew it was an A. It's okay, guys. Also, check this out. The pita bread dough is risen, and I am going to punch it down, shape it, and then get it going. Adam Hess. Oh, thank you, Andrew. We were wondering that all night. Appreciate you.
Read the bill, and she thinks he can't read. We went home. I remember being at that dinner, and we got moved inside, and the restaurant's kind of dirty inside. I remember her telling Josephine, like, don't have your father plan your wedding because he'll pick someplace gross. I paid for dinner, and we went home. We had sex that night and in the morning, and I think we went back to the beach on that Sunday. And then Sunday night we went out to, she wanted to go out with me, so we went to the Riverside Inn, and we went to the bar, and we sat at the bar, and like had some drinks, and this.
Let me just tell you something. A little bit of sex in the morning is better than none. Just like a little bit of sucking is better than none, ladies. Anyways, he just loves. Damn, where's her face? Because I would love to see her face when he just said, damn, yeah, we had sex at night and in the morning. It's like, wow, that's so great for you. I've had sex more than that, my friend. Don't worry. You're not impressing anybody. But, yeah, what was that?
It's like, something to eat. And she was talking about Adam Hess again. And we had sex again that night. And then Tuesday, she came home, and she was at the house, and she said she was upset. And I said, what's wrong? She said, oh, I saw this person that I liked, and he was with somebody else, and I'm upset about it. And I was like, okay, do you want to talk to me? She's like, no. She went out with her friend Amanda Johnson to the Riverside Inn. She invited me, and then didn't invite me, and then was just like, can you please come pick me up? And I said, sure. And it was like 10 or 10:30, and I got there, and she was really drunk. This is the whole painkillers thing. The painkillers is a drink there. It's not an actual painkiller. And I got there, and she was like, what the fuck are you doing here? Why are you here? And I was like, well, I came to pick you up because you need a ride. And we hung out for a little bit, and we were driving home. And I remember we were right by the boat launch in East Leland, so like a mile from our house. And she told me that she had an affair with somebody. And I was shocked. She testified that I told her she wasn't safe in the car. That is not true.
You're shocked she fucked you 3 times in the day, and that was obviously the highlight of your marriage for sex. And she did that after talking to you about Adam Hess, and you're shocked? I'm sorry, buds. I'm so sorry, Andrew, but you are such a, such a simple little soul. Damn. Hey, Adam, want to come hang out in my kitchen?
I did not say that. We drove home. She also testified that she dashed inside the house. That is not true. We drove home and we sat in the car in the driveway, which was something we often did. And we talked. And she said that she had an affair. Then she kind of backed off from having an affair. And then she told me that she slept with Adam Hess the night of July 11th. So this is what she told me. So 2 days after I left, the day that I was in Oklahoma, and she told me that she felt we couldn't move to Pasadena, she was at home with our children. She told me this. Got kind of drunk, walked to the end of the driveway while the kids are in the house, and supposedly, very upset that I had left, and she leaves them at the house. Adam Hess picked her up at the end of our driveway and took her back to his camper, and she had sex with him. And that's what she told me in the car. We sat in the car for like a half hour talking. She didn't dash in the house, we talked. And I listened. I was
In a camper? Oh, Ashwarya. Ashwarya. Oh, baby. I don't care if it's a $50,000 RV. That is dirty. You dirty. We don't slut shame in here, by the way. I'm a slut, and I'm happy to say that. You can be a slut, but you don't cheat.
upset. I listened. I remember her saying she was crying, and she kind of was presenting the whole thing like she was sort of like really distraught and kind of at rock bottom and struggling with her mental health, and this was a terrible mistake, and it was, like this horrible thing. And I remember her saying, she said, we were sitting in the car, and she was like, Andrew Llewellyn was the best. He was just the best in all of these different ways, and he was also the worst. And she told me she had sex with him. She told me she saw him and
Whoa, he just put his own name in there by accident. He meant to say Adam Hess, but he put he Freudian slipped his own name in as her affair-y. Oh, my poor boy. No, honey, it wasn't you. It wasn't you. It was Adam. It was not Andrew.
in Florida in March when she was there. And I was
We're
like,
actually gonna go back and double check
okay,
right on that.
I didn't get upset. I didn't. And she was also the worst. Really distraught. She was crying, and she kind of was presenting the whole thing like she was sort of like really distraught and kind of at rock bottom and struggling with her mental health, and this was a terrible mistake, and it was, like this horrible thing. And I remember her saying, she said, we were sitting in the car, and she was like, Andrew Llewellyn was the best. He was just the best in all of these different ways, and he was also the worst. And she told me she had sex with him. She told me she saw him in Florida in March when she was there. And I was like, okay, I didn't get upset. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't say she was in danger. She didn't dash in the house. And then she went inside and she went to bed. She also told me that she had gotten tested for STDs on July 12th because she slept with him on July
Oh, girl. First of all, of course sluts can be faithful, Linny. I am the most faithful slut you'll ever meet. I am great to have on your side, believe me. Um, this is mind games. That's her fucking with him. Believe me. Like, if she met him in Florida already, I bet he had his RV down in Florida and she put out down there too. Bam, bam, bam.
July 11th, and she was worried she had STDs. So she went to bed, and I went in the house, and I could not sleep. I was extremely upset. The entire time that we lived in Leland, men were always hitting on Aishwarya. And it was actually a point of conflict between us because I would say that these men are hitting on you, and she'd say, no, they're not. They're not hitting on me. And I was upset that of all the men in Leland that I knew that she had decided to sleep with, this was the one that she slept with, because she would talk to me about him occasionally and tell me about how he's old and fat and dumb and stupid and can't read. And
Hold on. We're going back. I gotta listen to that. What? Okay. First of all, again, you don't have to tell. Okay. Guys, if you are with a woman and she gets attention from other men, but she loves you and is, and that's that, then all you need to think to yourself is, fuck yeah, I made a good choice, fellas. You wish. Believe me, if you impart your social or insecurities about the fact that she's not going to want you for some reason because she's too hot, that's the only reason to be upset that somebody thinks your girl is hot, okay? Damn straight people should think the person you're with is hot. That's the best way to be. So if that's the case, seriously, you need to just chill the F out. Secondly, ladies, if you are getting divorced from somebody, do not go and fuck people in the town that they know. That's not cool. Like, seriously, what are you doing? Be more mature than that. The you fly everywhere for everything. There's a whole millions and millions of people.
I was extraordinarily upset that this was the person she had chosen to sleep with of all the men in Leland that have hit on her. And the next day in the morning, I sat down with her and I put the pieces together. And I was like, in my mind, I was like, this affair started last July of 2021 when I was in Pasadena. And it's been going on. And I sat down with her in the chicken coop. And I said, you started having an affair with Adam Hess last July when I was in Pasadena, didn't you? And she testified to her telling a big lie about this. And she said, no, that didn't happen. That's not what happened. I did see him in Florida, but we didn't have sex. And I only had sex with him this one time. And it was July 11th. And it only was one time. He said he's not going to tell anybody and nobody knows about it. And it was just that one time. And she was also expressing it like it was this terrible, terrible mistake. And she was in emotional pain. And so I'm consoling her. And so the morning, but I was extremely upset. And the morning of July 27th, we drove to Traverse City. I had to go to my doctor to get tested for STDs because I'd had sex with Aishwarya. And we drove down there. She's hungover. I get tested for STDs. And then we drove to my attorney's office and she signed the divorce pleadings. And, you know, it's just.
Real quickly, I'm sorry, I want to clarify one thing. It wasn't the divorce pleadings.
First of all, here's the thing. As responsible adults who like to have fun, you should be getting tested for STDs regularly anyways. Secondly, Yeah, you shouldn't, that's not really the thing, like, yeah. I don't believe that she slept with him just one time, though. Something must have happened. Are we gonna know the results? Did somebody get an STD? I got some funny stories about that too. But um, nobody should be embarrassed about getting tested. That's important. Um, syphilis is making a huge comeback, by the way. Anyways, look at my pitas. I'm shaping these. These are gonna be huge pitas. Okay, let's continue.
Correct, because that was signed on June 17th of 2022. Was that the motion to extradite the or was that
I don't know what.
or was that maybe that was the complaint for divorce for
It was the complaint. I don't know. So Melissa had filed the complaint, and then I swear,
Okay.
So it was like she could have been served the papers, and instead we went to whatever that.
Okay.
We went to Melissa's office. Right. So rather than, so we agreed to do that. So, I'm just. This was life in Leland for me. I'm sorry. Like, it was like one constant, hellacious, dramatic disaster after another. And, I had gone back there because I'd rented a house to help my kids pack, and I fly there and I lose the house. And I mean, nobody forced me to have sex with Aishwarya, but like I end up, finding out that she slept with somebody, and I'm getting tested for STDs, and she slept.
Oh, back that up, brother. Brad, back that up. What did you just say under your breath? At least I got to have sex with Aishwarya? Let's just fact check that little statement here.
This was life in Leland for me. I'm sorry. Like, it was like one constant, hellacious, dramatic disaster after another. And, I had gone back there because I'd rented a house to help my kids pack, and I fly there and I lose the house. And I mean, nobody forced me to have sex with Aishwarya, but like I end up, finding out that she slept with somebody, and I'm getting tested for STDs, and she slept with this guy, and which coincides directly with the day that she decides she doesn't want to move to Pasadena. And it was awful. It was just like, it was awful. And so I went back to California, and I was really at a loss as to what I was hurt. It was just awful. So we're trying to coordinate this thing, and she's like, why don't you, why aren't you doing more? And I'm like, so that email, like, tell me what you'd like me to do. I just was like, can you please, like, I'm upset, you really hurt me. And can you please tell me what you want me to do to help with this? Because I'm kind of at a loss at this point.
Okay.
And so that was like, she's trying to coordinate things. And I was like, I just, I'm trying. I just flew back there for a week because I rented a house to pack the house, and it ends up turning into this, emotional disaster. And I'm just like, what do you want me to do at this point?
Okay. So
and there is an email, I just want to say, there's an email, she claims that I said she wasn't safe in the car, she danced in the house. That's not true. I wrote to a friend of hers on Facebook. I think it's in that document you have, message to Elena, because I was worried about her. And I said, can you share with me what you wrote to Elena? I said, sure. So I emailed it to her. And I said, I'm really worried about her. I said, I'm really worried about Aishwarya.
okay.
And that was, how I felt.
So I'm gonna move us now. We're in August. The plane tickets have been purchased, and here is an email from Saturday, August 6th from Aishwarya to you. The heading says LaSalle. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So it looks like in this document, Aishwarya is letting you know that she's upset and angry that Josephine's going to go to LaSalle.
Yeah.
That she knows it's a decent school and she knows she'll do fine there.
That's a funny joke, but my crazy life, just as practice, don't actually use 2 condoms because that makes one break. So just one, and regular testing.
But she doesn't think it's right for her.
Yeah.
So, is this the first time she clearly told you she didn't want to carry out the plan anymore about moving to Pasadena?
I mean, I would say, this was, yeah, I mean, this was sort of like this was sort of a different level of specificity and intensity. I think when we talked on July 11th, I think it was like, I don't know if we can afford this. But this was a different level of specificity. And it's a Saturday, August 6th. I'm in Pasadena. I had found another house that I'd signed a lease for. And I committed, it was a year-long lease for $3,890 a month because I have 3 kids that I need to house in Pasadena. And, then the kids are coming in 3 days, and Josephine starts school, 9 days after this, and she writes this email. Yeah.
Okay. And in this email, she's also bringing up that she has concerns about Phoebe. Can you tell us who's Phoebe and what's that issue?
Yeah, Phoebe is a girl who was in Josephine. Went to High Point with Josephine, and they were friends in like 2nd and 3rd grade. And then Phoebe became kind of a bully to her and made fun of her. I think she called her fat and things like that. And it was really upsetting for Josephine. But Phoebe left school. I can't remember. I don't know that she was. I don't know. I mean, I can't remember if she was there through 6th grade. So this was a girl that Josephine had gone to school with. And Josephine, this is backtracking a bit, but so I brought her out here in May and she saw her friends. And the reason she was going to LaSalle is I remember I took her out to lunch that Saturday in May when we were here. And she said to me, I want to go.
Hearsay.
Suffice it to say, Josephine had a say in the school choice, correct?
Yes, she had a say in the school choice, and she was going to school. She's going to be in school with her friends, but Phoebe was going to be in school.
Okay.
She was in a bunch of classes, and we'd seen her class schedule, and Phoebe was in the classes.
Okay, so Aishwarya here is bringing up concerns about Phoebe, though, correct?
Correct.
And she's also bringing up Cranbrook still here, huh?
Correct.
And you thought Cranbrook had been decided by this point, correct?
Yes.
So again, more Cranbrook. I would move that I would move for pages 158, 159. 160. Be admitted here. This is an email exchange about where Aishwarya first shares that she's upset. And again, this is Exhibit D, Part 3, pages 158 through 160.
No objection.
Admitted.
So Andrew, Aishwarya sends you these emails, and can you share your response?
Yeah, I was right there. I mean,
Can you read that? Can you read that to us?
yeah, I can share a more detailed perspective, but for now I'll say this. If you have an alternative plan for school, please state that to me from that point forward. Depending on the location of the school, we would have to revise our entire divorce settlement.
Okay. And then Ishwarya did send,
Good night, Artie.
she did send a proposal, didn't she?
Yeah.
And in that, she's back to Josephina.
We got 20 minutes, well, 15 minutes. I gotta cover those up. But we got like 15 minutes on the pizzas, and then I'm gonna shape them, and then I gotta cook them. Labor of love, that's for sure. Okay.
Attending Cranbrook.
Correct.
Leo staying in Leland for 8th grade, but then applying to Cranbrook for high school. And Birdie staying in Leland.
Yes.
And she said the plan would revolve around whether Cranbrook has a spot for her. Now, this is Saturday, August 8th, correct? Plus money due back to the other schools for withdrawing the enrollment. Again, what was the tuition for Cranbrook?
$54,000
For one child.
for 1 year for one child for boarding school. Yeah.
Okay. And by this point, would you have lost money for the tuition at High Point and LaSalle?
Presumably, yeah.
Okay. Roughly how much do you believe you would have lost?
I don't know. I mean, I think High Point would have been flexible. It probably would have been $10,000 or something.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, just conjecture. If they'd let us out of the contracts, I think it would have been probably around, because I think I sure already paid like 6 or 7 to LaSalle.
Okay. And then
Okay, at this point, I just like to I've got to read this out loud because we are saving. Okay, it says blah blah blah. And we also are saving zero money by sending our 3 kids to 3 different private schools. At this point, we have both signed up for $70,000 plus a year in tuition for the next 4 years. And that number will probably jump to $100,000 per year once Josephine starts college. I know that you are hoping to make enough money to support this kind of an annual bill. I am too at this point, but it is not what I want to do, and I am very angry that you have forced me into this position by refusing the Cranbrook option. And that was from her. Yeah. Great.
then your response when that came through was,
I wrote, I'm honestly not sure what to say to this. You're going to need to seek out a third party to facilitate any form of discussion.
okay. And then it looks like Ishwarya responded with,
in terms of the divorce settlement, we can get an appraisal for the property and I can pay you half of that by a date specified by you. If I'm unable to do so, then we will have to sell the property. I am at peace with this. We would need to figure out the tuition division. I could be at peace with this kind of settlement.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, she writes, I could be at peace with this kind of settlement if it worked for you. I don't see, I think she had, yeah, and then she writes, I really should have hired my own lawyer months ago. Another mistake that I made in this process. You asked me for a specific alternative plan for school. I shared it with you. I think she writes, it's the exact same plan that I've wanted for almost 1 year. I will look for my own lawyer this week.
Okay. And then page 160,
Oh,
you responded with,
as I said, I'm not really sure how to respond to all this, so I'm going to step away from the conversation for today. I'm sorry you're feeling so upset. Thank you for watching the kids. I know it's very difficult, particularly with them having COVID. I will be in touch.
okay. So this was Saturday, August 6th, and now you had, the plane tickets were for Monday, August 8th, correct? For everyone to
I think it was Tuesday, August 9th.
Okay, Tuesday, August 9th. So, was there any more discussion between the 6th and the 9th, or?
I don't think so. I think I wrote her an email, and I think I might be asked if she wanted to talk, and she said no.
Okay, here I can get to that. I think this is your email from Monday. Again, I'll have you take a look at it and verify that this is an email from you to Aishwarya.
Mm-hmm.
And then Aishwarya sent a response, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So, I would ask that pages 161 and 162 of Exhibit D, Part 3, be admitted.
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay. So in this email, Andrew, it's you reaching out to Aishwarya and acknowledging that she's upset.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like you're extending an olive branch where you're saying you'd like to work together on this, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I acknowledge that she's upset, and you know, the transition of me going to California and her being alone with the kids for 3 weeks was hard. And yeah, I mean, I just kind of wanted to get through what we were getting through. Yeah, together in some capacity.
Okay, and then Aishwarya's response to you was?
Thank you for your email. I understand your desire to talk, but I'm not able to do so today.
Okay. Andrew, do you recognize these emails? It looks like from that same day, Monday, August 8th. Looks like an email that you sent to Aishwarya asking about the plans, and Aishwarya responds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I would ask that page 163 of Exhibit D, Part 3 be admitted.
No objection.
Okay,
Admitted.
so Andrew, in this email, it looks like you're reaching out. Can you just read to the court what you asked Aishwarya?
Yes, I wrote, hi, can you please let me know what, if anything, I can do to help you prepare for departing with the kids tomorrow? At the very least, I'm planning to get some food/snacks for you guys to have in the Airbnb.
Okay. And then Aishwarya wrote back. And
She
what
wrote,
did she say?
we are fine and planning to be on our plane tomorrow. I don't think we need anything. I'll let you know when we get to the airport.
Okay. So at that point, you knew that the plan of everyone coming out to Pasadena was still occurring.
Yeah, and just, yes. And as Aishwarya testified to, the issue was that we were planning for everybody to stay in your Jack's house with me, but the kids they all got COVID. And the Molly, your check, has like a heart condition, so she's kind of high risk, and they didn't want the kids staying in the house because they had COVID. So I had to get an Airbnb for them to stay in.
Okay. So everyone got there on August 9th. Did you pick them up at the airport, or?
Yeah.
And then you took them to the Airbnb where they were going to be staying, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Andrew, do you recognize this email from Wednesday, August 10th?
Yes, I do.
It's an email from Aishwarya to you. And you sent back a response.
Mhm.
Again, I would ask for Exhibit D, Part 3, page 164 to be admitted.
No objection. Page 164, is it just one page?
Yeah, that's right.
Same thing, Exhibit D, Part 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Admitted.
So Andrew, it looks like here Ashwari is reaching out to you with everything that needs to be done, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
And under paragraph nut 1, she's acknowledging that she has a current cash flow problem and she's not going to be able to.
I'm gonna object to leading. If he
Okay.
could be asked questions, that would
Okay.
be helpful.
Andrew, can you speak to what Ashwarya writes here about the tuition payments that she was responsible for, correct, under the judgment of divorce?
Yeah. So the judgment of divorce was that she would pay for Josephine and Leo's school tuition for the school year 2022 through 2023. I had offered for her to pay me more money for the house and I would pay the school tuition. She said no, she wanted to do it. That was a conversation we had in May. So the final divorce judgment had her paying Josephine and Leo's school tuition for 2022 through 2023, me paying for Birdie's school tuition because I was already doing that in Leland. And then starting the fall of 2023 would split the costs of the school tuitions. And so basically here on Wednesday, August 10th, this was after we took Birdie to her orientation, she is just writing to me about expenses and things that need to be purchased. So she's telling me the status of the tuition payments, that she's behind on them. She writes that the kids need uniforms. The kids each need Apple 13-inch Apple laptop. Josephine needs textbooks. They have school supplies. And she writes, we do not have these extra costs in our divorce agreement. I would prefer you pay for these items since this is actually your choice to be here for the school year. I'm assuming that you would prefer it if we split the cost or if I paid for these extras, but I'm not able to do so until I have the actual tuition payments under control. So she's basically saying, I'd like you to pay for these things. Other than the tuition. You lost it. Lost Megan.
Yeah, just for the record, we lost Ms. Belden just off the screen. So we'll pause here until she gets back.
She indeed did not come back for a while. Let me get it. We're doing it. I'm not pushing this out. Also, my email is on the screen at the moment. My email is on the screen at the moment. I am looking for the next installment. Also, good time for a med check for everybody. Med check, med check, med check. Yeah, usually it is the lawyers that are very verbose, but it's not. Oh, fuck. I would prefer if you would pay for everything. I know that's what she said, basically, right?
10869 BM.
Yes, hold on, Judgy. We're back. Oh, I know. These people are, it's just absolutely ridiculous with their money. Like, they waste more money than I can even dream of, really. Okay. Let's not limit my dreams, actually. One day, one day, one day. Oh yeah, I was like, what am I doing? I'm putting the video back on. Care so little for these people that I'm like, Want to stand here while they do this and blur it all the time, but I will because it's mine, it's my case, and we'll do it my way. Okay, I promise I'm stopping.
Ms. Bellman.
Okay. So Andrew, so on August 10th, there was that email exchange saying things that needed to get done. And did you and Aishwarya work together to get all of that done, to get the school supplies and uniforms and get everyone ready for the first day of school?
Not entirely. We did eventually go buy some stuff together for Josephine on Sunday the 14th.
Okay.
But the rest of it, yeah, I did on my own.
You did on your own. Okay. Where was Aishwarya during that time?
She went back to Michigan the evening of August 14th.
Okay. But leading up the 10th to the 14th, you said that on one day you went and got the computer together?
Yeah, at the afternoon of Sunday, August 14th. Yeah.
Okay. But from the 10th to the 13th, who was getting the school supplies and getting everyone ready to go?
We weren't really getting school supplies at that time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How did you have the uniforms for the first day then?
The uniforms, I guess, so I'm trying to think. I went on, it would have been Thursday. I met with the Dean of Students, they've scheduled a meeting to talk to him about this issue with Phoebe. So there were kind of multiple issues going on. One was Phoebe, and then Josephine, she wasn't in class with any of her friends because her friends had finished at High Point and they were all in like advanced and honors classes, and she didn't get admitted into any advanced and honors classes. So I emailed several, the counselor, and to see if she could get into any honors classes, and they said that she thinks she did another English test, and they said no. I went on August 13th, that Thursday the 11th, and met with the Dean of Students to talk about like what to talk about the issue with Phoebe. So, and then when I was there, at some point I took Josephine to buy her uniform, and within those few days. So that is correct. I went and bought her uniform.
And when you speak about going to see the Dean of Students to talk about the issues with Phoebe, that's a meeting you set up, correct?
Correct.
And did you set it up based on Aishwarya's concerns to you about Phoebe?
Yeah, I mean.
And did you make Aishwarya aware of the meeting and invite Aishwarya to attend the meeting?
Yes.
The Dean of Students. And did Aishwarya attend the meeting?
No.
Okay. How did the kids get their school books before the first day? Who handled getting the books? I see in this email that was previously admitted, Aishwarya said that the school books there was a link to the list of the textbooks that were needed for Josephine. Do you remember who got the textbooks for Josephine for the first day?
Yeah, I can't remember the textbooks specifically. I think we might have each, or she might have ordered. I know that at some point she ordered something, but that was after school had started. I can't remember. Leo, she left on the 14th, and I took Josephine to school on the 15th, and I bought her uniform and all her school supplies, and then I took Leo and bought all his uniform and his school supplies, and they both needed computers, and High Point in particular has this like very rigorous school supply list, and I took him to do that.
Okay.
At Office Depot and different places. So yeah, I took him after she left. I took him to do that. I bought Birdie actually, her Montessori school was like very specific about like that's a very serious Montessori school, and it's like they eat lunch a certain way, and so I had to buy her like She needed a lunchbox, and she needed a specific type of Tupperware that she could open, and she needed a fork and a spoon and a napkin and an ice pack. Like, she had all these specific things that they required. So I took her to buy that, and we picked out her lunchbox and her ice packs and her water bottle, and just everything that they needed. I took them to get it.
Okay. So when Aishwarya first booked the ticket, when was her scheduled trip back to Michigan supposed to be?
The ticket to fly out here?
Yeah, to return to Michigan after flying out on the 9th.
My recollection is that she was planning to be here for Josephine's first day of high school. That originally, I think that was my recollection. She texted me on August, as you showed to her last time she testified. She texted me on Friday, August 5th, and said she wanted to come home early. I think it was like the 11th or the 12th, because her friend Molly from college was going to be there, whose family has a place in Leland. I know that she did have a work project on, I think, the 15th or the 16th, but originally my recollection was, and we could look at the tickets again, but she was going to come back. She was going to be here for Josephine's first day of high school. Then she decided to go back early. And then once she was here, she was going to go back early to go see, she said to go see Molly. She also had a work thing, but she did say go see Molly in Leland. And then when she was here, she changed her ticket to leave on, I think, Friday the 12th. And again, that was an email you shared with her last time. And the issue, which I would have agreed to, but the issue was the kids couldn't stay I had to stay in the Yurchaks because I had committed to watching their animals, and the kids couldn't stay in the house. So I said, can you please help me, because the kids can't stay here and I can't stay there. So she ended up changing her ticket to leave on the morning of August 14th.
Okay.
And then she eventually changed it again we can get into that too, but she potentially changed it again to leave later on the evening of August 14th.
Okay. So let me. Andrew, so just to summarize, this looks like this is an email in which you sent to Aishwarya kind of the schedule of the preschool activities, correct? Before school started, what was going on in each of the kids' schools and the different events going on. And it looks like you sent this to Aishwarya on Thursday the 11th, correct?
Yes.
And then I'm going to scroll down. Do you recognize this email exchange between you and Aishwarya from August 11th?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to keep going. This is still looking familiar to you?
Yes.
And this looks familiar to you, this email from Aishwarya to you on August 11th?
Yep.
I'm going to keep going. And then here, more emails from August 11th. Still, this looks familiar to you?
Yep.
Can you slow down?
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
I believe this was already admitted as an exhibit before, with Aishwarya's time.
So we're going to have repeat exhibits, and we've had a number of those. So
Yeah,
we're just going to have defendants ones and plaintiffs ones, and we all acknowledge a lot of them are the same thing.
yeah,
Okay.
enough. Okay, so I am going to ask, let me just get to the bottom of this. Andrew, do you recognize this even Saturday, August 13th?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me get to 172. Let me get back up to it. Okay, so I would ask that Exhibit D, Part 3, pages 165 through 172 be admitted.
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay. So we touched on the school events, but then we get down here. And Aishwarya responds, her response to you sending the school schedule is Andrew, Aishwarya is acknowledging that she agreed to move.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention to the current poll that we have up. If you are watching this live, we need your votes. The question is, in Adam's RV, during the deed, did they pull out the bed? I want to see more responses, folks. I want to know what you think happened in that RV. And I will tell you the results momentarily. Please get your votes in, votes in, votes in.
Move the kids to LA for the school year, and she signed all the legal documentation. But she's now saying that the move back to LA is a mistake.
Correct.
And then how did you respond to that, Andrew?
Well, I mean, there I write, if you'd like to have a calm, rational, I misspelled rational, calm, rational conversation about this, I'm happy to do that. Otherwise, I don't know what to say.
Okay. And then what was Aishwarya's response to that?
She writes, the deed is done, you won, and I'm really not going to be able to talk with you about this in any reasonable way anytime for the foreseeable future. Anyone who knows the reality of what is going on would tell you that this is obviously a bad situation for our kids. I'm trying to change my flight so I can leave tomorrow. I'll let you know if I'm able to do so.
And then what was your response to that?
I wrote, I'm sorry you feel that this is a bad situation for our kids, and I'm sorry you can't talk to me. Let me know about your flights.
And then it looks like Aishwarya sent you her change in flight schedule.
Yes.
And then she asked if you would drive her.
Yeah, I'd like to go with the kids. Yes. Yep.
And did you drive her to the airport?
Not on Friday, because she didn't leave on Friday.
Okay. And then that's when you wrote back with saying, okay, but we've got an issue with the sleeping, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Aishwarya's response to that, with not knowing where the kids were going to sleep tonight, was to say what to you?
I'm sure you will figure it out.
And then you wrote back again that
I'll figure out where to have my children sleep when they cannot sleep in the house, or I'm obligated to sleep.
okay. And then that same day, then it looks like you sent Aishwarya an email, because tell us why you sent this email. First, can you read the email to us?
Yeah, so this was about, the subject is tuition payments for Josephine and Leo. I wrote, hi, can you please confirm whether you are planning to pay for Josephine's tuition at LaSalle and Leo's at High Point for this coming year? Thank you, Andrew.
Why did you send that email?
Well, because she was saying she felt that this was a mistake and it's a charade and she's leaving. And so, I was beginning the agreement was she was going to pay the tuition. And so I was concerned that she wasn't going to do that. And, if she wasn't going to do that, then I'd have to figure out what to do. So
Okay.
I just wanted to ask her that.
And then what did Aishwarya respond with?
She wrote, I intend to uphold my end of the divorce settlement, which includes paying the full tuition bills for both Josephine at LaSalle and Leo at High Point for this coming school year.
Did Aishwarya carry out that deal? Has she paid for the full tuition bills for both Josephine and Leo for this year?
No. I mean, she
Okay.
didn't. She paid what she testified to. She paid what we ended up owing. Well, I paid, I think, about $4,900 to Leo's tuition, $3,900 to Leo's tuition. And then she paid something in the fall, and then she paid what was outstanding, and they diminished the full price. So she paid what was outstanding and the remaining balance, but that wouldn't be the full tuition for the school year because he left early and they let us reduce the tuition associated with his attendance. And then she didn't pay, I think the last payment she made for Josephine was maybe in August or around there. Yeah.
And who's paid the tuition for Josephine since then?
I paid them, but yeah, it was via some 529 plans.
Okay. Okay, so then we get into this email from August 11th. And it looks like it's still kind of the same questions, right? You're trying to figure out sleeping arrangements for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
And what was Aishwarya's response to that?
She wrote, "Sorry, Andrew, I'm not able to help you figure this out. You will need to do so on your own. I have upheld my end of the agreement to deliver the kids to you on time for the school year. I am under no further obligation to help you with this problem."
Was that your understanding of what the full agreement was, that Aishwarya was just to deliver the kids to you for the school year? What was the custody? What's the terms of the custody agreement actually say?
Well, the terms of the custody, the child portion of the agreement was that the children's, and I don't have the divorce judgment right in front of me, but it's that the children's residence, I can pull it up, but it's the children's residence would change to Los Angeles County once one of the parties secured residence and they moved here. And then
so that happened in July, correct?
Right. So it happened, and the way that I consider that is once I secured my rental home,
okay,
moved into the home on August 13th.
Okay.
Technically, then as I read the judgment, then their residence changed from Leelanau County to Los Angeles County. And then we both would have a residence in Pasadena to facilitate parenting time. Yeah.
And what was the custody? Were you to have primary custody and Aishwarya to have?
No, it's 50-50.
50-50. Okay.
Yeah.
What can you read just this last sentence that Aishwarya sent to you?
Yes, so this is Thursday, August 11th.
I'm sorry, I guess what she wrote to you right here where it says, "I'm leaving tomorrow."
Oh, I am leaving tomorrow, and you will need to face the kids' very real trauma and pain that you have thus far managed to avoid.
Okay. And then your response to that was?
"I understand you're upset. I've offered to talk with you in the past week and you have refused. I'm not sure what to say."
Andrew, do you recognize this email from Friday, August 12th?
Yes.
And it's you reaching out to Aishwarya, correct?
Yeah.
These people are wordy, they email more. Oh my God, they've written novels to each other.
Can you read this last part where it says maybe?
Yeah, so this is the evening of Friday, August 12th. I ended this email by saying maybe we should just sell the property and move to Birmingham so that we have more concrete boundaries with each other and can co-parent in a healthy way. I don't know. Or maybe we need to stick to our commitments, get through the year and see what's next. All I can say is I'm sorry for everything. I wish there was some way I could fix things, but I can't. All I can say is I'm sorry. I want the best for our children. I always have. And despite all of our problems, I still love you.
Okay. Did you get a response to that email? Did you get a response from Aishwarya to that? Okay.
No.
Andrew, I'm going to have you look at this. This is from Saturday, August 13th. Do you recognize this email that you sent to Aishwarya?
Yes.
And in that you're indicating you have a proposal.
Yes.
And then as we go further, it looks like, let's see, let me get to the. Saturday, August 13th, email from you to Aishwarya. And again, I'm sure this is LA time of 7:58, or
yeah.
You sent it, okay. Do you recognize this email?
Yes.
I'd ask to have this admitted. It is Exhibit D, Part 3, page 175. Let's see what one. Okay, page 175, please.
I have no objection. We already admitted it, I believe. I'm just
I
not.
think you're right. I think you're right. So Andrew, if you look at this, okay, thank you. Looks like you were going through and looking at, the financial hit you're going to take if you take the kids out of school at this point in LA, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
And then can you read this third paragraph here where it says, I am open?
Yeah, I write, I am open to revising our divorce agreement, even potentially terminating the one we have and starting over. I think a new one would require very different terms that would establish firm financial boundaries and no dependence on one another.
And then you go on that you say there has been a commitment. You both made a commitment to Pasadena.
I'm going to object as to leading. I mean, we can enter all of these in.
No, that's fine. I mean, Andrew,
I'm going to object as to relevance.
Yeah. In the meantime, we have mutually committed to being in Pasadena for this coming year. It makes no sense to forfeit upwards of $60,000 in tuition to keep the kids in Leland, where Josephine and Leo will receive a subpar education, where they each receive B's on their most recent report cards. I know you wanted Josephine to go to Cranbrook for her freshman year. It hasn't happened, and now we are committed to being here.
And the last paragraph, Andrew?
Yep. I would really like to find an amicable way to work together to get through this coming year. We did it last year. Based on our conversations the past few days, that starts with you going back to Leland to work and get some emotional and mental space, a break from the past month. Beyond that, I would like to find a way to work together to be present on a daily basis as much as possible over the coming year in our children's lives. We can talk about ways we can do this, and we can continue to discuss options for reaching long-term resolution between us. That is what I have to say. Love, Andrew.
Okay. So what did you mean by, what did you mean about working together and finding a new way to, or we can talk about ways we can do this? And reaching a longer term resolution.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was kind of a bit at a loss as to I think what was going on and what she wanted to do. She was expressing a lot of I don't know. She had problems with the arrangement we had. She was criticizing the arrangement that we had, but she was not presenting any. Alternatives. She had presented one, the previous Saturday. When she's like, I want Josephine at Cranbrook and Leo and Birdie to finish. Leo to finish 8th grade and Birdie to finish preschool, which was something that we had discussed through the first year of our divorce and decided not to do. And now, I have a rental house in Pasadena, and I didn't know. I didn't know what to do. I didn't understand what we were supposed to do. We can't really just change schools at this point. it just, I understood the issues, like there were financial issues. She and I, talk, you see the emails, but we had 2 conversations or 2 or 3, and we were arguing with each other. And, she had said she could just stop paying school tuition and it would be my problem to deal with. But there was no resolution. He wasn't really presenting a resolution. And, I kind of go back to, that the phone call in July 11th when I was in Oklahoma, and I was just like, we've made this agreement, and we spent a year trying to figure this out. We couldn't agree to anything, and if we sort of turn around and start over, I had no idea what that would look like. I was sitting there. I remember that morning actually, like I wrote about the tuition payments. I remember also looking at the start dates for school in Ann Arbor and Birmingham. Like, I'm just trying to. She was really upset, and I was listening to that, and I didn't know what to do, and I was trying to sort of acknowledge it and communicate with her.
Did Aishwarya respond to that August 13th offer? Did she say, yes, let's do this?
Well, she began responding via text message, which you went through with her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Aishwarya flew out the night of the 14th back to Michigan. Josephine started school on the 15th, correct?
Yeah. I mean, that's what, some things happened in the interim, but that's what happened. Yeah.
And when did Leo start school?
I think he started like, let me just look. I think he started probably somewhere around August 31st, I would think, around there.
Okay.
Last to start school, yeah.
And then when did Birdie start?
She started, I think, the 24th of August.
Okay. So Aishwarya left and you were with the 3 kids, correct? How long were you alone with the 3 kids before Aishwarya returned?
I was alone. She left the 14th and she came back, I think, September 8th. I bought her a ticket to come back. So that would have been 3.5 weeks. She came on the 8th and she came for 10 days. And then she left and she came back on September 30th.
Okay.
But yeah, other than that, I was alone with the kids.
Okay. And you were handling everything for the kids then. You didn't have a nanny. You didn't have someone else managing this with you.
Yeah, I was by myself.
How was it while you were doing that whole time?
It was one of the hardest periods in my life, I'd say. Honestly, for a lot of, different reasons, it's like, now I will say is so, actually more so for me than for the kids. I think for me, I knew that Aishwarya was upset. I wrote her an email on August, I took her to the airport on August 14th. I wrote her an email on August 15th, and I was like, I feel horrible about you getting on a plane and leaving the kids. I'm taking care of our 3 children. At the same time, I'm in kind of this weird position where I'm living in a town where 2 years before I'd owned, $1 million house in my name. And now I'm back here and like renting a house and divorced. And it was, there was that aspect of it. So it was hard. I was really lonely. I was like on my own, taking care of 3 kids with very different emotional needs, a freshman in high school, an 8th grader, and a 4-year-old at preschool. But the kids themselves were actually doing really well. And I think that, Josephine and Leo were happy to be there. We did have this conversation on August 14th, where we, as I sort of testified, where we sat down and talked to them about moving back to Leland or moving to Ann Arbor. That, followed a really horrible argument that we got in, but we calmed down and we had that conversation. I said, you need to talk to them about that. And they said they don't. Josephine and Leo said, we don't want to go back to Leland. And I remember Leo getting upset and screaming and yelling and saying, can't we just stay at go to High Point and LaSalle and move on with our lives? And I think
Whitman, you're on mute.
Oh.
I can see that you continue to get frustrated, but
Sorry, objection, hearsay. I'm sorry, I had to mute something because I didn't want you guys to hear the rattling in the other rooms of the house.
Andrew, did you have a conversation?
I do agree. I mean, it goes to when the children were speaking. That's how I knew.
Yeah,
She was trying to speak.
I kind of looked down too. I kind of looked down the Brady Bunch style at the box.
Sorry.
Your mouth going.
Bit about hearsay.
Yeah,
So-
can't testify to what they say.
Yeah.
Right.
So Andrew, you and Aishwarya did have a conversation before Aishwarya left where you talked to the kids about the possibility of just everyone going back to Leland, correct?
Correct.
And
Yeah.
was there a decision from that meeting of
The
what?
decision was to stay in Pasadena.
Okay.
And actually, I think our decision was like, we're sitting here talking on August 14th, the day before Josephine starts high school, about her, moving to Ann Arbor and going to Pioneer, and and this all transpired after a terrible argument that we got into that I sure has spoken about. But after that, we calmed down, and I said, "What do you want to do?" And I said, and so we talked to the kids, and we decided to stay here. But we kind of were like, let's see how Josephine's first day of school is. We were still considering maybe just moving to Ann Arbor, and then I swear, we talked, and we're like, no, we're just going to do this. We're gonna stick to this at least for a year, and probably for 5 to get the kids through high school. That was kind of, the agreement, but it was difficult. And so I was emailing her, and you shared, or I think Miss Whitman shared those in Aishwarya's testimony. There were difficult factors going on, and she was separated from the kids, and she ran her business in Leland, and she had to do that to pay the tuition because of the contract we signed, and all of these different things. And I know that it was upsetting to her, and I wasn't expecting to be a single parent to 3 children. But the kids were happy, and Josephine and Leo were happy to be here, and I think Bertie really responded well to that. And it was a really hard time. It was a hard time. I didn't have any furniture in the house because I was expecting to have a rental house prior than when I did. I ordered a truck to have all our stuff moved from Leland, and the day it was supposed to come, it didn't come to the house in Lake Leelanau because they said the reservation never been confirmed, and we had to wait another month for the furniture to come, for the truck to come. It was difficult. And I was there on my own.
Okay. So when Aishwarya, you said you bought Aishwarya a return ticket back at the end of September to come back to Pasadena, correct?
Correct.
Where did Aishwarya stay when she came back?
She stayed at my house.
And where did you stay?
At my house.
Okay. And again, how many days was she there?
10. So she came on the 8th. Yeah, and left on the 18th.
Okay.
When did you fuck?
And then she left on the 18th, and then I'm sorry again, you said she returned the 30th?
She returned on the 30th.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did she stay with you?
She stayed with me for several nights, and then she stayed elsewhere.
Okay. And where did she go? Where did she go after she stayed with you?
When she was in Pasadena?
Yeah, that time, that September 30th visit.
She stayed at our friends, the Jalakian's house. She's good friends with Myrna Jalakian. Their son is in Josephine's grade. I was at High Point and is at LaSalle, and Aishwarya and Myrna were close, and so she stayed there for the night of Wednesday of October 5th and Thursday, October 6th.
And why did she go over there? Was there a disagreement that caused, or what happened?
Well, I mean, there are a number of things that transpired that led to that.
Oh, Andrew, before you get into whatever the fuck you're going to be talking about here, did anybody answer Daylight's question about what this is about? Also, my first pita is in the first cooking vessel, which is a cast iron pan that I am steaming it within. I will tell you guys how that goes in a minute. We are going to also roll out one of the pita breads for a small, like a firmer option. And we'll see how that does. But yes, I can't remember what else I was thinking.
When she came in September, to be totally honest, like I kind of wanted to reconcile. I didn't want to get divorced. And so I bought her a plane ticket to come and spend the week in Pasadena. And I kind of was trying to woo her. I took her out to a nice dinner one night, and we went to get some drinks, and we went, it's Friday, I took off work, and we went to a park and smoked pot and got some drinks, and like, was trying to have fun, and
Look at her face. She's like, yeah, that's right. He did want me still. After all of this, do you see what I put this man through? And yet still, he wants me. That's, look at her. These folks are never going to get divorced. They're not. They're not. They're not going to get divorced. They're going to get back together. That's what's going to happen here, folks.
I remember we were out the night we went out to dinner in this bar downtown. She was like, "You guys are a lot more fun in Michigan. You weren't like this in Michigan. You're fun here." I was like, "Yeah, well, I'm happier here." And I talked to her about it, and she was like, "No, I don't want to be with you. I'm not attracted to you." We also we bought dishes for the house, and it was confusing because we were acting sort of like a married couple, but we weren't married, and she left, and on the 18th, and I actually wrote a letter that I never sent her, saying that I was still willing to like work things out, but I didn't send that letter. She came back in the week of September 26th. The moving truck arrived at the house in Lake Leelanau, and
Michael, she might have been using him until she thinks she finds an alpha, but let me tell you something. That woman would not handle a real alpha man in her life. She could not handle that. It's nothing about, it's the respect. She doesn't give respect, and a real alpha man demands respect. Yeah. Or he demands you to fuck him in his RV at least.
hired movers and loaded the truck with our stuff. Well, what happened was I, met somebody on a dating app, which is what people do, and I had scheduled a date with her for October 11th, and Aishwarya bought tickets to come, I think, from the September 30th till like through Josephine's birthday, I think the 17th. And so the week of the 26th, she loaded the moving truck. And I remember, you showed those texts where she wrote, "Our belongings don't belong in the house, and the house needs to go down for demo." And I remember I talked to her, I think it was either the 28th or the 29th, and we talked on the phone, and she told me about how she had talked to the Leelanau Fire Department and wanted to do a controlled burn on the house to raise the house. And then she said something like, "Are we really getting divorced? Or are we actually getting divorced?" I don't, something like that. And at this point, we'd met with a friend of court, and that happened. And I remember after that, she sent a text saying she just wants our relationship to be better. So 28th through 29th, she says this thing about, "Are we really getting divorced?" And I picked her up at the airport on the 30th. I had met this other person who I had not met in person. And I picked her up at the airport, and I remember she got in the car and she held my hand. And I decided that I had to tell her that I met somebody. And we went out to lunch and we sat down and I said I met somebody else, and then proceeded to tell her too much information about that person.
Oh, look at her face now. She didn't like that. He's written multiple books, Daylight. She can't handle not being the the center of his world. Look at her. She's just like, oh God, that's right. He came to me that lunch day. And now I guarantee the shit story that is gonna follow this, because he came to her and said, "Hey, I moved on," after she fucked Adam Hess in a trailer. Let's remember.
And that day, I talked to the woman I had met. She was in Sicily at the time. And I remember I came back and I showed her, I was like, "I don't want to be here for this. I don't want to be around." In the morning, we had, we talked again, and I told her that I felt more strongly about this woman than I ever had about her, which is not something I should have been saying. And then she told me, "I can tell you something that will crush you." That's what Aishwarya said to me. This is the morning.
She's so fucking predictable. Oh, you're so predictable. Oh my God. I Look, if there wasn't 3 children and hundreds of thousands of dollars being thrown around here. But seriously, he goes, um, um, I, I like her more than I ever liked you. Dude, you just finished telling us that she's your woman. She's the person forever. And then you don't expect her to rock your world? I'm sorry. I am sorry. But what were you expecting? Also, this pita bread is looking so fluffy. I needed a bigger pan. This is literally, it was too small. And that's not even the steamed one. All right. Look at her face. Look at, she's literally, he's about to tell us how she rained hell on his world. And look at her barely containing a grin. Adam Hess's trailer. Fuck. I would love to know what model trailer he has. You know me, I've done some deep diving, and like one time I watched this RV demo video, and I remember reading the comments and being like one of like 50,000 people who's like, "I will never buy that trailer. I don't even want to buy any trailer." However, that man just sat and gave me the best tour of a trailer I've ever seen in my life for like 45 minutes. Seriously. This is what reminds me. I want to see that trailer.
Morning of October 1st. And she took the kids out, and I just went and like walked around for like hours in Pasadena. I was really upset. And she sent me a text and said, "I feel sorry for you, Andrew. I want the kids closer to me." And And I said, can we talk? And she's like, I don't want to talk. And I said, no, I think we should talk. And so she came home and we sat in my car in a street, on the street. And I think I said, we have an abusive relationship and we just keep doing this thing where you hurt me and then I hurt you. And it's just really damaging. And then I think I said, what did you want to tell me? And she told me that she'd had an affair with Adam Hess that started in July of 2021, which is exactly what I had said to her 2 months before. And she lied to me about it. She said it started when you went to Pasadena last summer in 2021. And it went on all this time. She said all of our friends knew about it. And I lied to protect you. And I didn't get upset. I said, I understand why you had an affair.
My first merch item is going to be a shirt that has a picture of a trailer. I think it should be sort of like black and white, artsy. Adam Hess's trailer. But I want it to look like it's moving. You know how you can make like motion? I want it to be squeaking. That. Who wouldn't buy that? Come on.
The lying, I don't understand, but that's what she said to me. And she was like, are you okay? And I said, yeah, I'm okay. And then she went to a friend's birthday party that night. So this is October 1st. And then the next morning, and I was home with the kids. And the next morning, I just remember I sat down to write and I was like extraordinarily upset. And I texted her and I said, I think you need to think about leaving. I said, you're welcome to stay in Pasadena. And then I said, I need you to leave my home.
I cannot write anymore, Aishwarya. You're such a whore, Aishwarya. Adam Hess in a trailer, Aishwarya. I'm sorry.
And I said, you're right, I'm really upset. I need you to leave my home. And she was like, did something happen? And I said, she came home and I said, come talk to me in my bedroom. And I was sitting in my bed and I just broke down sobbing. And I said, I want you to go away. I want you to leave me alone. I talked to my therapist that afternoon and that kind of calmed me down. And I think we decided she would stay. And then the morning of October 3rd, I was at the gym and she texted me and said, I bought airplane tickets to leave tomorrow. And I said, okay. And she said she wanted to talk to me. I said, well, we're not going to talk in the house. We can talk in a public place. So we drove to this park down the road. And so we went to the park and I don't remember everything we talked about. I remember she asked to take Birdie back with her and I said no. And I said to her, I don't want you to ever talk to me about your affair again. I don't want you to ever talk to me about the house again. And
Fly away from your parents if you can. See if they'll send you to boarding school in Japan. It probably costs less money than in Leland. Sorry, that was off tune.
I don't want you to ever talk to me about Leland again. And I said, I want you to be careful when you go back because you do too many things in Leland that could cause you to die. Because she had a tendency to drive or ride in cars with people that were drunk. And then we went back home and the next morning she woke up at 4:30, supposed to get on the plane. She was like, she came in my bedroom. She was like, I can't leave. And I was like, okay, fine. So she changed her ticket again. So this is October 4th. And she stayed. And she was planning to stay through Josephine's birthday. And it was Wednesday, October 5th. She's still staying with me. And I was in a meeting, and she said, can you tell me when your meeting's done? I want to talk to you. And I said, okay. So we sit down, and I remember we talked about whether she should stay because she was upset and it was stressful and difficult. And I was like, I think you should stay because you just told the kids you're leaving, and now you're telling them you're going to stay. And so we decided she would stay. And she said, I need to talk to you about, I don't know if she said my affair, Adam, I don't remember. But I said, I told you I don't want you to ever talk to me about that again. And she was like, no, I want to talk to you about this. And I said, fine. We're sitting in my living room, and she said, I filed for divorce, or she, because I fell in love with somebody else, and our marriage was a lie. And that's why I filed for divorce. And, again, I said, I understand why you had an affair, but I can't take the lying. I got upset. I might have raised my voice a little bit, and I took my dog for a walk. I have this long walk that I did, and I was really struggling with whether to tell her to leave again because, frankly, I've been kind of protecting her and her behavior and her actions in our divorce. I never told the kids she filed for divorce when she did. I never told them she filed for divorce on LegalZoom. I've never told them she had an affair. I've never told them any of these things. I've never told them a lot of things. And I was debating whether to tell her to leave because I knew that the kids would be hurt. And then I decided I'm tired of protecting her. And I texted her and I said, I want you to leave my house. You can stay in Pasadena, but I need you to leave. And then, she came home, and there was this incident that she talked about where I was upset, and she had gone to pick up Josephine and Bertie, and she brought Bertie home, and I don't remember. I was worried she was going to take the kids. I don't know. I was just very upset, and so I took Bertie out of her arms, and Bertie was upset, and I went and picked up Leo, and
No more singing aloud. No more singing aloud.
I think in the motion it says I was going to call the police. I don't remember that. And then I came home. She says I sped off. I don't remember driving that fast. And then I think I told her there were some other things I was going to text her, and she's like, "Can you text me them?" And I did. And I said, there were 3 things, and there was a text with this. And I wrote, I told you on Monday I wanted you to never talk to me about something, and you did. I can't be treated that way in my house. I said, number 2, I think you should tell the kids, you should consider telling the kids why you're leaving, which is because you had an affair, but you don't have to do that. And number 3, I said, I am willing to revise our divorce judgment for you to get all the money from the house, to remove the clause about dividing the money from the house. I said, whatever it takes for you to leave me alone. And she wrote back and said, I understand, you told me not to talk to you, and that's, it's not okay. I'll think about telling the kids. And she said, I don't want to revise the divorce judgment. I think it's better for everybody if this is resolved ASAP. And so she stayed at Myrna's that night and the following night. And then Friday night, I went out with the woman I had met, and she watched the kids and left that morning, the morning of October 8th.
Okay. So then she left October 8th and then came back when?
October 28th.
Okay. And did she stay with you October 28th?
Well, no, she stayed in the house, but I didn't stay in the house.
So she stayed in the house that you rented in Pasadena. Where did you go, Andrew?
The first 3 nights, so there was a lot of back and forth about that. We had gotten this email about Leo's grade on having an F in history on October 16th. And then on that day, we had this conversation. I told her that I was dating this woman, and we talked about moving in, which we did. But I should not have had the conversation with Ice. But on October 17th, I wrote to her and I said, I think it's really important that you're here for the next 2 weeks. Like, this is Leo's last 2 weeks of his term. I think you should come here. I can buy you a plane ticket, and I think, I can't, there was a lot of back and forth. I think originally she said if I stay with Kat, who I was dating, Kat, that she would be okay. And and like, so there was a lot of back and forth. Eventually she decided not to come for 2 weeks. Then I said, well, you can come. I can be out of town or out of the house for Friday, October 21st through Sunday, October 23rd. And you can come. And I bought her the plane ticket. I said, you can come stay in the house for the weekend. You can use the car. Leo's having a hard time. Like, I'm offering this to you. And she didn't come. And then she came on the 28th. And that first weekend I stayed with Kat, the 28th to 20th and 30th. And then I got an Airbnb that I paid for, and I stayed there some of the nights that week. And then there was like a lot of, like, I was in Airbnbs and she was in the house, and I was with Kat and she was in the, so I'm trying to think, like, she was with the kids. She was at the house through, I think, Monday the 7th. So she came on the 28th. She stayed in the house through Sunday, the evening of Sunday, November 6th. I did not stay in the house any of those nights. Some of the nights I stayed with Kat. Some of the nights I stayed in an Airbnb. I was with the kids from November 7th, November 7th through the 14th, I believe. And then she flew back to Michigan with the kids the morning of November 16th.
So you had to pay for an Airbnb during that time so that Aishwarya could stay in your rental, correct?
Yeah. I mean, yes, I talked with Kat about staying with her for 10 days. Like, that was not a good idea. And so I got an Airbnb, and I sure was supposed to rent a car, and she didn't. She used my car. So I was Ubering a lot. I stayed in Airbnb, while she was at my house and driving my car.
And then what happened how did she get to the airport when she left on the,
On the 16th, she took an Uber. They left early. There's an early flight. I think they left at 4:30.
Okay. So then Aishwarya took the kids back to Michigan on November 16th for the Thanksgiving holiday.
Yeah.
And then what happened at the end of that Thanksgiving holiday?
They came back on the 25th. I can't remember all I know is I think she had I guess she would have had a round trip ticket to come back as well. And she wanted, I remember there's an email, I think, where she wrote, like, she's going to come back. She's going to stay in my house with the kids, because I listed her as a resident on the lease, not a tenant, but a resident. When I got the signed lease, which would have been like August 1st. And so she's listed as a resident. That was a whole thing this fall. And I think she said, I'm going to come fly back there and stay with the kids in the house. And it's like, no. And so I gave her $700 to buy a ticket to fly back to Michigan. So she flew in with the kids on November 25th. I don't know if she stayed with somebody that night. I think she did. And then she flew back, I think, on the 26th to Michigan.
Okay. And then when did Aishwarya next come to Pasadena?
The next time she came, so she was going to come the weekend after that, which would have been like the weekend of December 1st. But she wanted to stay at my house, and I can't say my lawyer advised me to, but like, I was not going to let her stay at the house. She said she couldn't get an Airbnb. She said I was preventing her from seeing her children. I said, I'm not preventing you from seeing your children. I don't want you staying in my house. I remember we were texting on that Thursday, and it was like, she told me she was going to come the next day, actually. And I remember sitting there that Friday night, Yeah, December 2nd, and I was waiting for her to show up at the house, and I texted her earlier that day. I said, "Are you coming today?" She didn't respond, and she didn't show up that night. Then she came back to Los Angeles on Wednesday, December 7th. And there was this whole issue where somebody had filed a complaint with the Department of, what is it, DCFS, Department of Child and Family Services. She says she didn't do it. I don't know who else made that phone call. And they came on Thursday, December 1st, and then they left a note, and then I arranged an interview with them for Tuesday, December 6th. And the woman came, and I talked to her for like an hour, and she had already been to the school and talked with Leo. And she talked to all the kids, and she said, "I don't have any."
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, well.
Was an investigation started, Andrew, or was it stopped at
No.
that point?
I mean, she said she was gonna, I never heard anything more. No.
Okay.
So, but Aishwarya came into town, and I ended up letting her stay at the house for Thursday through Saturday night.
Okay.
And that's Saturday.
Did you stay at the house as well?
No,
Where did you go?
I stayed with Kat those 3 nights. I did get an Airbnb in Pasadena for Saturday night, but I ended up staying with her.
Okay. So then Aishwarya flew out. She flew in on the 7th, and then she flew out what day after? December 7th, and then flew out what day?
December 11th, she left with Birdie.
She left with Birdie on the 11th.
We agreed for her to fly back, for Birdie to fly back with her. Yeah, the order was that she had the kids for like the parenting schedules that for I think even numbered years she had the kids for the second half of Christmas break, but I gave her 2 extra weeks with Birdie, or what was supposed to be 2 extra weeks with Birdie and 1 extra week with Josephine and Leo.
Okay. And did Birdie ever return after December 11th?
No.
Okay. And so then Josephine and Leo went back to Michigan for the Christmas holiday or the winter holiday, correct?
Yeah.
And then when were they supposed to return after that winter holiday?
I can't remember off the top of my head what the order was, but it would have been, I think, like around New Year's Day, so maybe the 2nd or something like that. New Year's Day was a Sunday, so I think the 2nd or the 3rd is when they were supposed to come back.
And did the kids come back on that day?
No.
Why not?
Well, Josephine had, so I'm just pouring some water. Josephine had this infected wisdom tooth, so she had to get her wisdom teeth removed. So that's why she didn't come. And then we were going through this whole negotiation about, whether Leo and Birdie were going to stay there in Michigan or come back. And are all 3 kids going to stay there and come back? And so we were trying to decide what to do.
And is that when you attended a mediation and an interim order was put in place?
Yeah, we attended mediation. I think it was the 4th. I think it was January 3rd or 4th. I think it was the 4th. I think 4th. Yeah, I mean that mediation session didn't in and of itself lead to the order. But that's what we arrived at. Yeah.
Okay. And so it was just Josephine that returned to you.
Yeah.
Did that fall schedule, did that work for you? Was that a good schedule for you, Andrew, that child custody schedule?
Which part of the schedule?
Or I'm sorry, were the living arrangements for the fall from August until December agreeable to you? Do you believe that was in the best
Uh-oh.
time difference?
Best interest, sorry, you froze.
Yeah,
Oh,
if
I'm
you could
sorry.
just repeat your question, please.
Do you believe it was in the best interest of the children to the schedule that was exercised in the fall of 2022? Do you believe that was in your children's best interests?
No, I mean, there wasn't really a schedule. It was just kind of chaos.
Was that what you was that the schedule that you negotiated with Aishwarya?
No.
Do you believe your kids suffered in the fall of 2022 because of what transpired, because of the schedule that existed?
Yeah. Yeah.
Was that a hard time for you?
Yeah, it was a hard time for me. It was a hard time for me. I mean, I actually, we got to a point, I mean, I will say, actually, I think like we got to a point, the kids and I, where things kind of settled down. Like, I think in September, early October, like there was a period of time where they did kind of settle down. I would say kind of between Aishwarya's first and second visit, which wasn't a very long time, but they were like settling down. The kids were in school. We had a routine. They were settling down. Yeah. But no, it was awful. Yeah. It was awful.
Were the kids involved in any extracurricular activities during that time?
Leo was in cross country. Josephine wasn't in extracurricular, but she was in band, and so she played band, and then she'd play in band for the football games. She played at the football games. Bertie was in preschool. She was not in extracurriculars. No.
Okay.
I didn't arrange extracurriculars.
How did the children do academically in the fall of 22?
Well, Josephine did very well. I mean, eventually, when she went back to Michigan for Thanksgiving, her grades kind of took a hit. But she came back and like really kind of was like, I want to just focused on getting her grades up. And she, I don't know if I've sent the first semester grades, but she ended up with like A's, A minuses, and B pluses. Leo was having a hard time. You know, we thought that him returning to High Point would be a good transition for him. And I was kind of particularly sensitive to the time period that he was in, because when I was his age, I grew up in Ann Arbor. I moved to this town, Dexter, outside of Ann Arbor, and I moved back to Ann Arbor for high school. And I'd always kind of felt like, well, maybe if I moved back for 8th grade, it would have been an easier transition to high school. So we thought him returning to High Point would be a good transition, but it was really difficult. It was socially, the dynamics had changed a lot, and he was not feeling like he had many friends. And then academically, High Point is extraordinarily rigorous. And he had missed, in 7th and 8th grade were kind of, 6th grade too, but 7th and 8th grade were kind of this sort of combo year, and he just was not at all prepared for what he was doing, the work he was doing. I mean, there's the whole discussion of the F he had in history, which he did on October 16th. But, when the quarter ended 11 days later on October 27th, and he was solely in my care, like I said, I'd offered for Aishwarya to come. I bought her plane tickets. She didn't come, and so he was in my care. 11 days later, he finished with a B. And he got his grade up from an F to a B in 11 days. And he finished the semester, that quarter, with B's, and I think he had an A in math, and I think there was one C, but they were similar. They were similar or better than his grades actually in his second semester in Leland the previous spring. So Josephine was doing really well. Leo was having a harder time. He got behind again in his assignments, and then I helped him. One of the reasons I was okay with Bertie going back to Michigan was because Josephine had finals and Leo had a bunch of work to do that last week of classes, and I spent a lot of time, 6 or 7 hours helping him with projects. So Josephine did very well. Leo had a harder time. Yeah.
Okay, but you mentioned that Leo didn't have a perfect grade report at Leland either, correct?
Yeah, I think it was mainly B's. They both had mainly B's second semester of 2022, spring of 2022. I mean, they had told us when we were here, I swear I said, I can't tell them what you said. So anyways, they had B's.
Okay. I'm gonna share screen. Your Honor, and I think Melissa will confirm this, but here Exhibit A, and it's 48 pages, but it is the school records, and I think Melissa and I both were in agreement with this being entered as an exhibit, the school records of the kids, so that we don't have to go through it now, but I think it's good. I think I'll scroll through it here. I'm going to go slow. Tell me if I'm going too fast. It looks like it's the transcripts from High Point.
Yeah, that's Josephine.
Okay, so these were the records that were sent to Leland when the kids were moving to Michigan.
Yeah.
So you'll see this come through, and then this is Leo's or Josephine's 5th grade. Okay, 5th grade records.
I thought that we had a dialogue, and forgive me, it's late in the day. I thought there was some dialogue about not needing all of these because some of them were so old. Do you recall?
I don't recall that.
That stipulated order.
No, I'm sorry, I don't recall that. And I would just say that I would put these in just because it shows the history. It's not too many, but I just think that it shows the kids' academic history.
Well, is he about to testify to these? He can't testify to these.
No, he's not going to. That's why I thought you and I had stipulated that these records would just come in so that the court could see the kids' records from.
No, I understand. Hold on one second.
Okay. Is that your child?
Yeah.
That's your 6'1" child.
Ignore that large child.
Then we've got the immunization records so that Referee Hagan can make sure that the kids are up on their immunizations. I know that's important to him.
I know.
And this was, I know I gave you this was all sent to you quite a long time.
Yeah, yes,
Okay,
yes.
so you may have a hard copy in front of you that could be.
I think I do, that you had provided. I do believe so.
Okay.
The only thing I would say is, and we're going through it pretty quickly, but you'll have to let me know if there are, social security numbers or anything on here that shouldn't be broadcast onto YouTube, because I don't, I can make a finding to close that part.
Yeah, maybe we should go off the record. I don't think I've seen that.
Well,
but
we don't go off the record, we just go off
or
YouTube.
off the record, off of YouTube for a minute. I'm sorry.
Ms. Whitman,
Don't worry,
do you have
y'all.
objection
I
to that?
thought you're back.
I have no objection to that.
Lazy asses for the last 5 hours and 24 minutes today. 5 hours and 24 minutes, and now you have a question about what should be on YouTube? Fuck you guys. You better not go off the record and do stupid shit. You better not. Seriously, I've already blurred it. Boo. Woohoo! That is the way I see it. Thank you.
And I also don't have an objection to this exhibit.
Okay,
Okay, then maybe we don't even need
then
to
maybe we
scroll
don't
it.
need to go off it. I will.
Unless we're
I
going
will
to go
stop.
through it right now.
Well, I know we're not, I don't think we'll go through it. I just wanted the judge to be aware of this, and it's a record that he can flip through. I'm just having my Mr. Llewellyn testify generally to what the kids, grades were and how they were doing.
What is it?
And
What is it? What is it marked? Is it exhibit A as an apple?
Exhibit A.
All right, so exhibit A is admitted.
Okay, and I'm gonna stop the share now before I scroll to something that shows the social security number. Okay, and so then obviously, Leo, how did Leo finish the fall semester at High Point? What were his grades generally by the end of the semester at High Point for the fall?
Well, they're on quarters. So the first quarter, it was, B's and A's. I think he had one C plus or something.
Okay,
Because he left in the middle of the second quarter, I believe, I can't remember how High Point transferred those grades to Leland, but they're lower than,
okay,
because he hadn't completed the work and there was assignments he hadn't finished. So they were lower than that, but that wasn't like reflective of, it's kind of like a,
yeah, a snapshot of any day.
Yeah.
So then the second quarter of grades actually came through on Leland's transcript then, or Leland's grade report? Is that how you got the final grades for the second quarter?
I believe so.
Okay.
Something like that. I have to look at them again.
And do you remember generally what they look like?
I think they were a little lower. They were like B's and C's again because they weren't
Okay.
quarter term grades.
And now here we are at the end of the school year. Josephine's last day is next week sometime, or this week, or Thursday.
Class is on Friday and she finishes Thursday, finals on Thursday.
Okay. And do you know what she's projected to have in grades for the end of this school year? This end of this quarter?
Yeah, I mean, right now she has a 3.8 GPA. She has I think 7 classes and it's like all A's. Right now her A's, A minuses, and her French grade dropped to like a B plus, but she's hoping to get that up. But it's
okay.
3 overall. Yeah.
And then when is Leo's last day of school?
I think it's June 13th.
Okay. And do you know generally what his grades are looking like right now?
No, I mean, I sure had testified that they're all A's, but I haven't seen anything.
Okay. And then let's talk about little Birdie. How did Birdie do in the fall? In her pre-K class? Was that what she was in, a pre-K?
Well, she was in Montessori school. She was in I think her age range was 4 to 6, maybe.
Okay.
She was in the 20 Owls, and she was doing amazing. I mean, she'd been at the Children's Center. She for a year, she was like 2 days a week at Leland on Montessori in 2020 through 2021. And that wasn't, I don't know, she just kind of would go on Thursday and Friday and didn't really resonate with her. And then she started at the Children's Center in Leland in June of 2021. She started in the summer program and was there all year and then through the summer and was doing really well. And like, she's very social and they have like class groups. There's like the Foxy, all the class groups are named after the island. So there's the beavers and the foxies and the manatees. And she knew all, which kids were at a foxy and which kid was a beaver. And she was kind of known for having a very.
I'm sorry, did I just hear Beaver? Somebody say Beaver? Larry Beaver? I went to Montessori school, and I will tell you, it's definitely a not monastery school. That is the way I see it. LOL, though. Seriously, LMA. Montessori school in itself has a lot of really good things to do with it. But I think that's funny. When I went to Montessori school, all of our classes were named after trees that grew on the area. grew in the area on the island. So like dogwood or Douglas fir, all those kinds of things. Montessori is big here too. I mean, also Waldorf schools are very big here, and also like I told you guys I went to a non-traditional fine arts school. Um, but yeah, Montessori, the thing about Montessori that's important to check and to know is that you don't have to be a teacher to be a teacher at Montessori. It's not the same thing. So the the ratio is better, but they're not teachers. They're trained in Maria Montessori, who is the inventor of the Montessori school method, but because it's outside of the like generally outside of a state curriculum, they don't have the same rules about credentials. So that's why somebody like her can buy a Maria Montessori school and um, put them together. I mean, the thing is, like, Montessori isn't usually expensive. It's not like super duper, it's not like the private schools they're talking about. It tends to be quite affordable. And in fact, if you're looking at the cost of like preschool versus Montessori, Montessori is going to be a way better value for what you get comparatively to a preschool. But it's a choice because there's a lot of involvement from the family and all this, that, and the other. Anyways, let's continue. Let's finish this off. We've just got a little bit left, just over 30 minutes, and then we're done. Um, yeah, my pita breads are turning out amazing. Okay, let's keep going.
Very developed sense of humor, and being very artistic. And she didn't want to leave the children's center, and she moved here, and I took her to school, and she never cried. She had no separation issues. And again, her mother wasn't here. It was just me. The one time she cried, because she had a cold. She had a cold, and she didn't want to go to school. Other than that, she never was upset about going to school. She was always happy when I picked her up. She was extremely social. Every parent I met was like, "Oh, your birdie's dad, your birdie's dad, your birdie's dad." I remember, like just, and really, she has a teacher report from the fall that was very positive. So she was doing very well. She was doing really, really well, and I would pick her up and she was happy. And sometimes she did aftercare. She had friends that she wanted to have a sleepover with. We went, like I took her to, there were some I'd take her to birthday parties, and she was very social and everybody knew her. And I remember I took her to like an indoor trampoline place, and there was a play date actually that Aishwarya took her to. And like, she was, she was great. She had friends and she was happy. And
So what caused you to what was behind the decision of having Birdie go back to stay in Leland? And what was behind the decision to have Leo stay in Leland come February?
Well, Leo, they're separate. Leo was having a hard time. And, there were various factors. He was having a hard time. I asked him, it was the night before they went to Michigan. I said, "Do you want to stay in High Point, or do you want to go back to Leland, go back to school in Leland?" And he told me he wanted to go back to school in Leland. And then Aishwarya, basically stopped paying his school tuition. So, it got to a point where, and I had the money to pay the tuition. And I knew from a legal perspective that I could just pay his tuition and he'd come back here, or just have him come back. And if we went to court, as we are now, like, Leo would not be moved. Like, I knew that if I just said he's coming to Pasadena, this is where he's going to be, he would probably not be moved. And I didn't do that because I just, he was having, admittedly, he was like having a hard time. And I don't know. I was having trouble making decisions at the time. I was being wishy-washy. I was being, I was really struggling. This has gone on for months. I was really struggling with how to manage this. So Aishwarya had stopped paying tuition. I could pay it. It was going to be hard to keep paying it. Like, I was in a position by the end of the year where Aishwarya had stopped paying tuition, and it was like I didn't make enough money at that time to pay for all three of my children to be in private school in Pasadena. So they went back, and I was expecting that they were going to come back. I didn't think that they were going to stay there. So, we decided, like through various conversations with different people, that I agreed for him to stay there. And Birdie, could have come back. But, and again, if she had come back, probably wouldn't be very easy to move her. But, Aishwarya and I don't know, I'm just going to say things, and if I need to be, if there needs to be objections, you let me know. We were trying to work through this, and we were having conversations. And, because we had this mediation scheduled, I wanted to talk to her beforehand. And so we were talking, and we kind of got to this point where we sort of had an understanding, actually, that the kids were going to move back to Michigan. I thought that's what they all wanted. Now, they were all in Michigan at the time, so I was not talking one-on-one with them very much. And we had talked about maybe selling the house. Like, we were talking about all these things. And so there was just so much up in the air, and I was really struggling. I saw my son was having a hard time. I knew he had friends in Leland, and I knew that if I kept him here, like from a legal standpoint, it would be good, but I wasn't ready to do that. And so I let him stay. And then we agreed. But Josephine, Aishwarya and I were saying, well, she could go to Leland and she could go to Traverse City West. And it was like, I don't want her changing high schools in the middle of the semester. And so my perspective with Josephine was like, she needs to, at the very least, finish her freshman year at LaSalle for consistency. Like, because there was a point where Aishwarya and I were talking about her going to Leland for this second semester this year and then starting Traverse City West next year. And I was like, no, she's got to finish her school year this year. And the ultimate reason, honestly, why I agreed for Birdie to stay is because I wanted, honestly, like Josephine to just focus on her freshman year. And if I knew that if I had Birdie here, it would have been harder. Like, I wanted to give Josephine like that focus. Now I'm just telling you kind of where my mind was. Like, I could have had her come. She could have stayed in school. Like, we could have done that. But I've decided that, I was doing this for Josephine to make sure that she finished her freshman year. And that's what we agreed to do. We signed that order on January 11th. And within a couple hours, I knew it was a mistake. And I felt terrible about it.
Okay. Andrew, do you know how many times you made offers to Aishwarya after you had the judgment of divorce signed by both of you to try to renegotiate things to make things more palatable or to get everyone on the same page? How many?
Well, I'd say, so there's that email I sent on July 18th. That was one specifically, August 13th, I was writing those emails about, should we go to Birmingham? Should we, that didn't go anywhere. August 14th, we talked and agreed kind of that if the kids wanted to move to Ann Arbor or go back to Leland, we would do that, but we agreed for them to stay here. I was sending her emails. Miss Whitman showed those to her during her testimony, like trying to, again, sort of work. And these are all the same questions we were working through from the beginning of this, like October, September of 2021. So I was like, here are the pros and cons with Leland. Here are the pros and cons with Pasadena. Like, I don't think we should really move to Ann Arbor. And so, early September, that was one. Then we had the friend of court meeting, and, she was like, I want to get this done. And I was like, okay. On October 5th, I offered, and I meant it. Like, you can have all the money. Take all the money. And I was like, if she had said yes, and I don't know how long that would have delayed the process. But I was genuine in saying, like, she could take the house, she could turn around and sell it a week later and have $500,000, and I didn't care. I didn't care about the money. I don't care about the money in terms of the settlement that we reached. So July 18th, August 13th, August 14th, early September, October 5th. We were talking about it in December. I met with her on February 24th when she was here. I had one proposal for Pasadena and one proposal for Traverse City. And those were just conversations between us. So what was that, half a dozen times?
Okay. Do you believe that you and Aishwarya can afford to live in Pasadena?
Yeah, I think we can make it work. We lived here before.
Do you know that Aishwarya has assets that she could utilize that would give her income to afford to live in Pasadena?
Well, there's the house.
Okay.
That would be the biggest one.
Has Aishwarya ever said to you that she would sell the house and move out there and be able to afford to live out there?
She did say in the summer, before I moved, so it would have been late June, early July. She did say, I don't know that I'm going to keep this property here. Other than that, I mean, she testified that she had contacted a realtor about doing that, but she's never really presented that as something she's willing to consider. And I mean, again, she talked about it in the summer, but she never really talked about it in a serious way. Yeah.
Why did you offer to give Aishwarya the house? Why did you offer to do that?
A lot of reasons. So my number one goal in our divorce was I did not want to raise our children in Leland. That was the most important thing to me. I had found our time there. I mean, our family fell apart, our marriage fell apart, the education wasn't good, our life was chaos, and I think it was taking a really negative toll on our children. And so my primary goal was finding a way to get my children out of Leland, which is, again, as I testified to earlier, if I just wanted to sell the house, I would have gone to court and we would have stayed in Leland. I would have gotten my money. But that's not what I wanted to do. So I was trying to work with her to do that. We could not, Aishwarya wanted to buy the house, but she had no way to buy the house. And it just went on and on and on and on and on. And she didn't have a plan. It's like, it just, and then she started working for herself. And I was like, okay, now you're going to need 2 years of tax returns because you work for yourself. And even that, she was like, no, I don't think I do. So it went on and on and on and on. And I wanted to get my children out of Leland. I wanted to be able to live somewhere. Like, I have my criteria that I sent multiple emails. It was never about Los Angeles to begin with. It was like good schools, opportunity for a career, opportunity for, to live more easily. We lived in Leland and it takes 3 hours to go to the grocery store. It takes 3 hours to go to a children's activity. It was emotionally a disaster. So, we talked, and I offered, in February, I was like, let's sell the house for $600,000, February of 2022, sell the house for $600,000, pay all of our debts, which included some taxes. We each have $250,000 cash. Let's just do it. And she didn't want to do that. And so she just wouldn't do it. And so I think after going and we didn't talk seriously about Los Angeles till we came here for spring break. And we came here for spring break and it just felt like home. And I, felt optimistic about work opportunities. I felt like, the concern that I had about moving. So we talked about Ann Arbor, we talked about Birmingham. The concern that I had was we had just moved to Leland. Now we'd be moving our kids to a new community that they don't know. And there's a lot of open questions about how would they do in school? What's the social dynamic? Da, 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 da. So if the goal of, and we were both in agreement, we didn't want Josephine and Leo in high school in Leland. So if the goal was to give them a better education, but live elsewhere, Pasadena, it was expensive, but it was a known quantity. We knew the families, we knew the schools, and it was a safe kind of emotional move for our children. And so, you know, I just, and I frankly, like I was.
Okay, Daylight, remember the episode, I call them episodes. The episode on the channel, my channel, this channel, where they were talking about the kegger and like that one bar. Sorry. And I said, could you guys imagine if this was like an elaborate marketing hoax for the, like, what was that, the Grand River Brewery or something like that? And like, it's not the first time something like that has happened, but the reality is, I mean, they would lose their licenses. It's like the time I thought, okay, here's a little segue story. Um, one time I had like an eye infection problem, and I went to the hospital to get it checked out, and the doctor saw me right away. And you know, like when they check out your face, like your eye, you like sit really close to them and your knees sort of touch and the room's dark. Anyways, so the doctor was like, wow, you know, that's pretty serious what you've got going on there. And he gave me some medication, and I was like, he was really cute, but whatever. Anyways, now I live in Canada, like I've said before, and so while we have good medical coverage and you go to the hospital and it's not going to cost you anything, you don't usually get a phone call back from the hospital. Even if something's like pretty big, you often, that's just not their strength. Anyways, so like a day later, I get a phone call from this doctor. And I'm like, oh, hello? And he's like, hello, Mrs. Kitchen lady. I am calling because I just wanted to check in on you and see how you're doing. And I was like, super confused, got off the phone thinking to myself, oh my God, he is in love with me. Like, he loves me. That's why he called, obviously. And then I went to talk to my best friend about it, and she was like, oh, your face is extremely serious. Like your eye is seriously in trouble. That's why they called you. I was like, are you sure? Because I think he was hitting on me. And she's like, he would lose his medical license. You think he was doing that? No. It's because your eye's fucked up. I was like, oh, okay, I guess so. And then later on, after I like saw a picture of myself at the time, I realized I was like, wow, I was really out of it. I thought that he was like in love with me. And I had like, my face was fucked up. Oh man.
In a lot of pain. I was hurting, you know, like it was excruciating. And I came up with this idea, and nobody thought it was a good idea. And I suggested it to her, and that's what we agreed to do. And I felt if I moved to Los Angeles, like it's a known place for the kids, and then I'd have opportunities to have like tangible work opportunities. It takes time, but like to generate more income, and I wouldn't be able to do that in Leland. So it was like basically like I'm giving up my chunk of $200,000, $250,000, whatever dollars of set cash to move somewhere where, you know, yeah, it's, you know, idealistic, but to have an opportunity to build my career, which so I could build that income over time. And it was a way to resolve everything that was going on. It resolved the education issue. It resolved a way for her to have the house. You know, that frankly, like I'd received this money from my family in October of 2016, and all it had done is kind of caused problems. And I was frankly sort of tired of it. And I just sort of wanted to wash my hands. I also like the house was in northern Michigan, and it would be a place the kids could always go to northern Michigan. So there are a lot of reasons, and those those are them. But that was the equation. It was like, it was the property settlement was directly tied. And then from a financial standpoint, to me being able to return to Los Angeles and live somewhere where I could have a tangible career.
Andrew, would you have agreed to this property settlement had you been staying in Leland?
No.
No, okay. Has Aishwarya ever asked you to move back to Leland and discussed selling the house and giving you half the money from the sale of the home? Has she ever proposed that to you?
Ms. Whitman, you're on mute again.
I'm going to object as to settlement conversations with regard to MRE 408. Can't discuss settlement conversations. The rules of evidence are clear.
Andrew, has there ever been a discussion between you and Aishwarya where you would return to Leland and the home would be sold? Same.
I'm going to object on the same basis. Was that a different question?
I tried to make it different, Melissa.
No, not really.
Andrew, would you consider moving back to Leland if you were to get half of the profit from the sale of the home?
No.
Okay.
I think that ship has sailed. I will say that.
How do you feel it would impact Josephine if you were to move back to Michigan?
I think it would be extraordinarily detrimental to her and her future. Aishwarya and I were having these conversations, and I can't say what Josephine said to me. How do I communicate? I don't.
What are your concerns
About Josephine?
Yeah, if Josephine were to return to Michigan, what would be
my concerns are that Josephine? Okay, so number one, for example, there was a text that Aishwarya wrote to me on April 30th of last year where she said Josephine has no interest outside of horse riding. And her future was irrevocably damaged. And that was kind of true. Josephine lived in Leland, and she'd always been a great student, and she just was like kind of coasting and floundering, and she loved riding horses, but she was not a very good student. She was unhappy. Her teachers didn't like her, and she was unhappy. She is here at LaSalle, and she is thriving, and she does not want to live in Michigan. She did
object as to hearsay again, as just another means of.
Okay.
I mean,
if it's helpful, I am going to be meeting with the two minors, and
right.
I'll be discussing these issues.
So, well, I guess
in the in-camera.
So I guess I'll ask this, Andrew, Aishwarya shared that Josephine told her that that she would like to be homeschooled if she returned to. Aishwarya testified that Josephine shared that she would like Aishwarya to homeschool her in Leland. Is it your understanding that that's really something Josephine wants?
No. I mean, and to answer.
Oh, do we remember what my guess was at the beginning when she said that? So currently Josephine lives with dad in Pasadena, and I think that Josephine, like most children, wants to please her parents, even though her mother and father appear to be a little crazy at this point. I believe that Josephine is smart. Josephine realizes what is the least likely thing my selfish mother is ever going to do? Homeschool me. She's looking into boarding schools. The likelihood of that woman homeschooling the child is like 0%. So she says, I'll come back, but I want to be homeschooled. It's like the situation that you can't. I think she's created this situation where she's like, yeah, I'll come back, mom, but you have to homeschool me, knowing full well that's never going to happen. Anyways, let's finish this off. Oh, 20 minutes.
Answer the question. I mean, Josephine is at the high school that she would have gone to had we stayed in Pasadena. And something that's important to understand about this dynamic is that Josephine was at High Point because Aishwarya wanted her to be at High Point, and I paid the tuition bills. We organized our children's lives around primarily Josephine's education at High Point. That's why we moved to Pasadena. That's why I bought a house in Pasadena. Her education, her whole life has been the priority. We lived in Chicago. She went to a nice co-op school. We lived here. She went to a nice, kind of this funky Montessori school. But, her education has always been the priority. She went to High Point. She was excelling. You just showed the grades. She's at LaSalle with people. This is her High Point is sort of a feeder to LaSalle. She's at a high school with students that she's been in class with since second grade. She has extremely good friendships. She's in class with a boy who was the Yurchak son, who she's known since she was 3 years old. He was our first neighbor. He's in her French class and runs track with her. She has a 3.8 GPA. She ran track and loved it. She rode horses in Leland and it was great, but it's a ton of money. And Aishwarya and I were always like, Dad, can't she do something that's like scholastic and doesn't cost a ton of money? And here she's running track. She loves it. The track coach asked her to run cross country. Her band teacher wants her to be in a jazz band. Her gym teacher wants her to be, to play soccer. And she's in a place that is her home. This is Josephine's home. And the school is her home. She's in a Catholic school. She wears a uniform. High Point had uniforms. Like, this is her identity. And she is thriving, and I don't worry about her. She's a great student. She's very nice. She doesn't, party. She's like, I always I always want her to socialize more. And she's like, my friends, I don't know, they're not going out. But she's thriving. And she only has 3 more years. In reality, kind of only 2 more years, because after her junior, then she's serious about college. And so, she is thriving, really thriving in every way possible. And if she moved back to Northern Michigan, it would be extraordinarily detrimental to every aspect of her life. I also think it would create an extreme conflict between her and Aishwarya, frankly. And I think that the difficulty would probably go through past her college years. I think she would be resentful and angry about moving back to Michigan for a long time, because she is thriving, and I think that in my perspective, she feels that she's in the place that is her home, and she wants to finish high school in her home. So that's how I feel about it. And that's why I'm here. I just have to say, I wanted to let her finish her freshman year, and that's what she's doing. And, that's the priority for her, is her continuing. We owe her that. Josephine is the last thing I'll say. Josephine is the reason we got married when we did. She is the foundation of our family. Her education and her life, everything that I've ever done, almost as much as it was for Aishwarya, is for Josephine. And so I need to do what is right for her. And I definitely, no question, it's finishing high school at LaSalle, where she is.
Okay. Andrew, do you have an anger issue?
I don't think, I wouldn't say that I have an anger issue. I've never been diagnosed with an anger problem. I get angry, and there's emotional reasons related to that, but I don't think that I specifically have an anger problem or anger issue.
Did you ever seek counseling because of an anger issue?
No, yeah, I do actually recall we met with a marriage therapist, Dr. Wolf, and in 2015, I think one time I talked to him about, I was angry then for a lot of reasons. After my dad died, I was having issues with getting angry, and so I guess that then I did have an anger issue. I don't know, but back then, and I talked with him, and he said, "Well, you just go to anger management." But that was the only time. When I met with Andy, and that didn't really go anywhere. When I met with Andy, my therapist now, was not about anger. I've never sought treatment for anger. No.
Do you feel there was a dynamic between you and Aishwarya where you kind of called the shots?
No, not at all.
Do you feel there was a dynamic between you and Aishwarya where Aishwarya called the shots?
Yeah. I mean, Aishwarya and I have lived in 7 towns: Oxford, England, New York City. We lived in Ann Arbor. We lived in Chicago. We lived in Los Angeles, Pasadena, and Leland. The only one of those that we lived in because I was interested in it was or Ann Arbor, because I was already living there. I moved to, I don't need to go through all of them, but I was gonna live in London after college. She got a job in Oxford, so I moved there for her. She was living in New York City after that, and I moved there to be with her then. She was in Chicago when we got married, and so I moved to Chicago. We wanted to move to Los Angeles. That was more mutual, but that was to make our marriage work. We wanted to be in Pasadena because the kids were in school here, so I moved to Pasadena. Then we moved to Leland. I didn't really want to do that. And even actually, so no, I mean, there's never been a milestone decision that's ever been because I wanted to do it. And it's in big and small ways, that what she said she wanted is what we did. And that's why, Cranbrook was such a conflict, because I didn't agree to it. But no, I do not force her into things. She has never acquiesced to me being angry. The one thing that I will say, I mean, there might not, it's like there, and I'm talking about, I can't think of times when she did something because I got angry. I can't think of, literally, we would go see my family, but that wasn't because I was angry and she didn't want to do that. That was one thing that she did that she did acquiesce to. But even with that, she participated in it. No, I didn't. That our life is much more what she's wanted than what I wanted.
Does Aishwarya show anger to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we both got angry with each other. Yeah.
Has Aishwarya's anger ever influenced your decisions?
Yeah. Quite frequently.
Can you give an example or examples?
Well, I think, I gave the example, I think, with the first day I testified of when we were in Leland. We were doing these architectural drawings, and we were going to have to get a huge loan, like a $700,000 loan for the work. And I was being offered this full-time job, and I didn't really want to take it, but the reason I took it was I was worried she was going to get angry at me if I couldn't get a loan. She was angry at me about things with my family, and in that fall of 2020, and I was too, and understandably so. But my therapist, advised me to cut off contact with them. But Aishwarya really was kind of forcing that as well. There was, I go on for a while. I mean, we had this car that I bought in November of 2020, this like crappy old Lexus Land Cruiser that I was thinking about selling, and then I didn't sell it in the summer 2021. And then she drove it one day and she was like, Andrew, can you please sell this car? And I put the photos on Craigslist. I talked about the trip to Kentucky and Ann Arbor, and she was like, I'm angry. Can you please leave? I can't have you being around me. And I said, okay. That dynamic, was very much a dynamic in our marriage, that she would get angry or she would want to do something and I would agree to it.
So Andrew, at any point prior to you moving to Northern Michigan with Aishwarya and your children in the summer of 2020, had you ever lived in Northern Michigan?
No.
No. You testified that you grew up in the Ann Arbor area.
Yeah, I grew up in Ann Arbor, lived in Dexter for 3 years, and then moved back to Ann Arbor. Yeah.
Aishwarya previously testified to your family having a connection up here, and that there was some sort of kind of a home feeling to this area. Can you explain what that would be?
Yeah, well, it's kind of an emotionally complicated thing. I think I would actually say, what comes to mind to answer that question. So my great grandparents built a cottage on Lake Bel Air, and my dad grew up going there. I grew up going there, and my dad was always, and I grew up in Ann Arbor, and my dad grew up in Ann Arbor. But there was something about being in Bel Air. My dad was very close to his parents. That and my family, like Aishwarya went with me the first time in 2004. We drove from New York. I moved out of New York. We drove from New York to Ann Arbor, spent the night in Ann Arbor. We drove up there, and it was like we got there, and my grandparents were still alive. They were there. My parents were there. My aunt and uncle were there. My cousins were there. We saw like my great aunts and uncles, and like I was like, this is where my family was. And I do think that there was a big part of that with my dad in particular, where he felt most happy and comfortable in Bel Air. And so my dad was kind of the sort of primary figure in our family, that I think because it felt like home to him, it felt like home to us. And so, I mean, in a way, I mean, we visited it, but not like it had a home sort of family feeling to an extent. But it wasn't like home. It's a feeling like where my family, felt at home, but it wasn't like home to.
Feels like home to me. Feels like I'm home, way back where I belong. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. He said the line so many times. Feels like home to me.
My nuclear family, if that makes sense.
Okay. Andrew, since the judgment of divorce was signed by you and Aishwarya in June of 2022, have you loaned Aishwarya money?
Have I loaned her money?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've loaned her money and I've paid for things. Yeah.
Okay. You've also gifted her money, basically?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know roughly how much?
Well, I think I've loaned her, loaned in total probably close to $5,000.
Okay.
Going through my financial records from July to like January, I loaned / spent outside of school tuition, I think about $6,500 on her.
Okay. And so you've spent about $6,500 on her.
Yeah.
In addition to the 5,000?
No, that kind of.
Okay, including.
Some of that was like going out to dinner and stuff.
Okay.
But it was like plane tickets, money for loaning her money, the health insurance, car insurance, Um,
Andrew, what happened at the end of April with this joint bank account that the two of you had?
I get paid into this joint bank account, which is the bank account that I opened when I sold our house here. And I went into the bank account the company that I contracted the company, and they pay me kind of irregularly. And I went into the bank account at 9 or 9:30 a.m. Pacific time, and I got paid $7,200. And I swear I had used or spent 7,100 and I think 45 of it.
Okay.
On April 28th.
Within hours?
Within hours. Yeah.
Um,
And I owed her money for child health expenses, but now she just went in and took $7,100. Or spent whatever.
Did she check with you ahead of time to see if she could take that money? Had she been accessing that money up until that point?
One time in February, I got paid and she spent like $500, and then I think I owed her $300 or something, and she reimbursed me $200 a few days later. That was the only other time.
Okay, so that was surprising to you.
That was surprising to me.
And
Yeah.
how did that impact you?
Well, my rent was late. I had to pay my health insurance. It just kind of screwed up my finances for 2 weeks. Yeah, I mean, I lost, $100 some like in PayPal fees that I didn't even tell her about, as the money got transferred back and forth. Yeah, it was a problem.
Okay.
You end like that, Megan. This is your ending. You suck.
I have no further questions.
She sucks. Oh my God. Wow, guys. What do we think? Do we think? What do we think about that? For those of you who are done with me, but we're sticking it out for those folks, that's it for tonight. There's no more. For those of you who are just hanging out for me, thank you so much. I'm almost done. Let's do a little recap of I'm not finished with that. Oh, the last two pitas are just being finished right now. But what we need to, oh, that one's done. Oh, that one's done. Oh, what is, okay. Give me 1 second because I'm going to show you the picture of me when I went to see the doctor. Okay, so I went to see the doctor with my eye. This is the story I told earlier. Okay. My phone is covered in black. That's a lot thinner. Okay. Anyways, here we go. You can't exactly see how effed up it is with the coloring. Maybe if I go closer. Anyways, spontaneously. Oh, here, I know what I'll do. spontaneously there. My eye became like that. Like I didn't do anything. I didn't I didn't hit it. I didn't do anything. I just woke up one day and there was a pinprick of like red in my eye and then all of a sudden my face bruised on the one side. Yeah, that's me. And I I went to the hospital. I was like, this is probably serious. And out of the blue, like bruised. So, anyways, so you have to keep in mind, like, obviously something happened, right? Like, I don't know what. And in fact, if we look at the earlier pictures of me, oh, this one's really bad. Oh, if we look at earlier pictures of me from like that week of selfies that I was taking, you can actually see before there was even a pinprick or whatever, my face started drooping. It was very odd. Anyways, so you can understand why the doctor sort of was actually quite worried about that. Oh, also didn't hurt at all. There was no pain. Appeared out of nowhere with no injury. And there was no, it wasn't pink eye. No. They don't know what it was. It just like was very odd. And that was 2018. And but like I was saying, so before, like, I was looking at some of the pictures I had before I had taken just, like that week prior, and you could see my face changing. You wouldn't even notice. Um, yeah. And then subsequently, I've had another weird eye issue, but I told you guys that story already where the doctor he had to reverse test my eye tear function. So they put that tiny little hole right there. They put a cannula in there and put like saline fluid and then it comes back down your throat. Anyways, you got to be careful with eyes. They're so dangerous to mess with. Anyways, I just thought so of course I come out of the doctor looking like that. My face is just like not even maybe picked up a granule of fentanyl. I don't think so. But I yeah, it was not a good situation. And what I'll tell you is that I left the hospital expecting the same follow-up treatment you get every time you go to the hospital, which is none. You're going to follow up. If you need follow-up, you better be back to the hospital because that's the only way you're going to get follow-up. Anyways, because this doctor called me out of the blue, I was like, I really thought he was in love with me. But upon reflection of looking into the pictures, I think he warranted a phone call because he was so worried about me. Yeah. No, I know. I'm lucky now my face has healed. But anyways, you guys, I love you so much. I am so glad we did this together. I know I should have split it into 2 nights, but you know me. I'm a sucker for pain. Anyways, I love you guys so much. I had a wonderful evening. Daylight, I love your suggestion recipe. I want to make it soon. I really, really, really appreciate all of you guys being here, hitting that like button. I love putting on the show for you guys. Seriously, enjoy it. And I even cleaned up pretty much all of it and all of this pita bread. I made all this pita bread. I think it looks pretty good. The kitchen is open late. It is true. We are the late night kitchen. Hey, make sure to check out That Is the Way I See It. He is putting out some really good stuff lately. He has way more focus than I do. Let's put it that way. But seriously, guys, check him out. Time served, looking at legal stuff. Credence and Mikey. You know my people. Oh, Tommy V and MI. You know who my people are. And show them some love as well, some kitchen love. Please make sure to hit that like or the dislike button on your way out tonight if you haven't done so already. And oh, did you, CRD? You know what? Maybe there was a backup of all the points I gave out. Anyways, I love you guys so much. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Remember that I love you just for being you, and I'm proud of you. And I hope you have a wonderful night. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye. Larry Beaver says good night, and I love you too. Bye.